5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like we are now live on YouTube as well. So,
Hi, YouTube.
hello, YouTube. How is everyone doing? Let's just make sure that that is actually happening. We hope that it is. Just waiting for the stream to arrive over on YouTube because it takes a few seconds, a little bit behind because of the latency, but hopefully everyone on YouTube will be hearing us round about now. Hi, YouTube friends. Hope you're all well. Let's see. Sounding good. Excellent stuff. Hey, Kif. How are you, buddy? Who else have we got? We've got Pasta Fairy. We have got. I think I saw Gordon. Yes, Gordon Loves Science is in, and Buzz is in. Good to see you, friend. Okay, it looks like we might have our first guest already. It looks like Marquis GT. So let's bring them in right now. Where's it gone? Hang on, it disappeared.
Like and share, people, please.
Yes, if you could, that would be super helpful. Let's see, where's my guest box gone? There it is. Okay, let's bring in our first guest, and we'll see how that all pans out. There we go. Good evening.
Hello.
How are you?
All right.
Excellent. Well, welcome in. Thank you for being our first guest of the evening. Do you agree or disagree with our prompt?
I feel like it's slightly nuanced. I want to say that I technically agree that from your perspective, atheism makes more sense, and I can see a lot of various reasons why it would be consistent and you would be able to verify anything that you specifically need to verify. But since I and you both know there's a lot of things that we currently don't have the tools to verify that we still, would like to be able to verify, it's simpler, I would say, to be an atheist. I wouldn't say that it simply just makes more sense.
Well,
right.
Let's say there's stuff we can't verify. And you're right. There's always going to be things in science we can't explore, can't verify, etc. So we can't get data for an explanation or a description of those things. What makes more sense in that case? And by that, I mean, what is more rational? Claiming it was a god or some other explanation, or just saying, I don't know?
I don't see where rationale matters in those two options, because you can claim that it's a god and be wrong, or you could say that you don't know and the information that simply exists is still there. I don't see why it matters to choose either or, actually.
Well, you said being rational doesn't matter?
I said in that specific question.
Yeah, no, in that question. So do you believe being rational, is there sometimes when being rational is not a reliable pathway to truth, like using logic and reason, or like are there exceptions to that in your view?
Yeah, if I were to just, set the stage, I think everything that you do should have rational, reasonable, and logical consistency to it. The thing is, though, to be clear,
what about what you believe?
I'm sorry?
What about, I'm referring specifically to what you believe. Like, so if I want to align my beliefs with reality as much as possible, meaning believe as many true things and as few things as possible, the way to do that is through logic and reason and rationality, right?
Sure.
Okay, so now we're talking about information for which we cannot collect sufficient data to draw a conclusion. So if we want to align our beliefs with reality as much as possible, believe as many true things and as few things as possible, a few false things as possible, then the correct thing to do, what makes the most sense is say, I don't know in that case, right?
I don't know why you would want me to appeal to how you process things. I'm asking
you. Is that rational?
Let me just to be clear. Okay. There's a lot of things that I don't technically know if I can do, but I can make the claim that I can do it. For example, it could be a sporting event. I can make a claim about something that hasn't been done and it still needs to be proven to be done. And I don't think that's irrational for somebody to have that ambition. So I don't like your framing at all. Absolutely not. I will not accept your framing of the question.
Okay, so you're okay with... Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a strange one, right? Because if your starting point is that you want your beliefs to be true, then do you agree that there are better and less good ways of going about achieving that end?
Yeah, but that part of the conversation doesn't interest me because, again, if we're just understanding that you need to use rational, reasonable, and logical understanding of the thing that you're operating with, then that covers that end. That's like a useless topic to talk about.
Well, it is sort of a useful topic because here's the problem. People sometimes don't always realize that they're not being rational and reasonable. They think they are, but they're not. So an example of that would just be fallacious reasoning, right? When, like the gambler's fallacy, where someone thinks, for example, I'll give you an example of this, right? Some people think that if they've flipped a coin and it's been heads 3 times, that it's more likely that it's going to be tails next time because it's unusual to flip heads 4 times in a row. Now, a person who thinks that thinks they're being reasonable, but actually they're wrong, right? They're just something's gone wrong in their thinking. It's a well understood cognitive kind of a heuristic which fails, right? And they would just be wrong. So what I'm demonstrating for you is that there are better and less good ways of reasoning and thinking. So someone might think that they're being reasonable and rational, but actually they're not. And so when we're trying to evaluate whether a God exists or not, my position and Sean's position and our position here is that the arguments that people typically use to reach that conclusion tend to be fallacious. I mean, we hear them every day, right? We are engaging in these discussions all the time. People come in and give their arguments, and they think they're being reasonable and rational, and they're actually not. And we examine their arguments, and we say, we understand your argument. We can repeat it back to you. Here's why it doesn't work. Because you're making an argument from personal incredulity, or you're mixing things up, or you're inventing, post hoc rationalizations for ideas that you believe already. So you think you're being reasonable, but you're not.
Okay, perfect. So the thing is, I like to talk to the people that I'm currently speaking with. I don't like to try to bring up past trauma of like old conversations. Yes, I'm quite aware of the demographic on TikTok. Don't give you the best conversations and they don't formalize their thoughts coherently. I get that. Now, the issue that I specifically have with what Sean is saying, and then I'll address what you said to add on. The issue that I have with what Sean is saying, it reminds me specifically of a loser's mentality. The reason why I say that, not that Sean is a loser, I respect him, but the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of children who grow up, okay, saying that they want to become X thing, okay? A lot of people can make the claim that it's irrational, okay? That, hey, I'm going to be the fastest runner or the best basketball player. A lot of people can make that claim because there's not a lot of proof nor evidence to back or support that claim yet. That's all. That's why I'm having pushback. Because
respectfully, you're not representing my position. So my position is not that we should be pessimistic as to one's abilities to achieve things. Mm-hmm. So like if I had a kid who said, I want to be a musician, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, an astronaut, or what have you, even if very few people make it in those roles, of course, I would say that that's entirely plausible. If my kid says, I want to be a superhero with supernatural powers, I'm probably going to bring them back to reality. Now, what I'm talking about is an epistemological framework where you learn how to apportion the things you believe to be true. How old is the universe? How old is the earth? How did the earth form? What causes a full moon? These are all things. These are all questions in science. Now the question is, if we have, because you brought up cases where we have insufficient evidence to believe, to draw a conclusion on a thing. For example, at one time, we had no idea what causes lightning and thunder. The correct answer in those cases is, I don't know. I should say the rational answer. I don't know. Let me find out. And spoiler alert, it wasn't Thor. So that's all I'm saying. In the absence... Yeah.
I hear you. I just want to say one thing, because I'm not necessarily trying to attack your point. I agree with your point, just the frame, because there's a lot of cases where I have to, I'm going to say seemingly look irrational in my discovery, okay? Because I always tell this to people, just friendly reminder that in 2026, we are blessed with a lot of the insanity that the past has brought forward to us so that we can examine whether it was insane and correct or insane and wrong, okay? I don't like closing the doors because it looks insane on its face. We have enough material these days that I would agree with you and level with you. Like, hey, we have so much information. Let's use what works until it doesn't. I could work with that. That's no problem with me. However, the idea that it's just, like you've benefited from people who were simply insane at the time, who were seemingly irrational. So that's where I would draw the line. I feel like we should be careful with that, because then we're not respecting the work of people who didn't have the tools that we currently have.
Yeah, so you mentioned closing doors. I don't know leaves the door open. Just making shit up or coming up with an explanation closes the door because you've already explained it. There's no need to further investigate.
Hold on, we're talking about we're missing each other on a wavelength.
Okay, so maybe we're talking past each other. Yeah,
I hear you now. But let's make sure we land on both points. So I'm going to just state mine and then see if we land, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay.
So there's the discovery process and then the claim itself. Okay.
Right.
I feel like what I'm coming from is the discovery process sometimes does look insane and irrational. You're coming from or you could just state it and instead of me just.
Oh, I think I can bridge where we might be talking past you. I think we can bridge it. Okay. So I want to clarify. Saying I don't know is not giving up. It's acknowledging I don't frickin' know. Let's keep working to find out. Now you're discussing about like coming up with these insane ideas, and like I'm not going to shut them down just because they're not already proven. In science, those are called hypotheses. We welcome those as long as it fits the data. Come up with these ideas. So I think we've been arguing, and we might not even disagree, man. So. So without sufficient evidence for an explanation for a thing, you just say, I don't know, let's find out. Let me come up with ideas and let's test those ideas. Those ideas are hypotheses.
Okay.
So I think we're on the same page then, aren't we?
Yeah, mostly, but then here's my slight pushback.
Okay.
Because I would just simply say that I think sometimes we do have to deviate. Okay, hopefully not, a lot. Okay. We do have to deviate from existing beliefs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
wait. Sure. We have to deviate. Correct. I deviate from the majority opinion that a God exists. So, yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah. And that for me is fine, because I feel like that would be a part of the process, right?
Right.
But then obviously there's the other side of doing the opposite of what you're doing, right? So there's a lot of things that I feel like we don't explore as freely. This is where the point will land. As freely as people in the past did, because that's all they had. We are blessed with tools and information and being able to transfer the information at a rate that is unprecedented to some of the people who were doing the work in the past. So I'm saying there's a possibility space where we need to kind of recreate what got us here in the first place, and not just, the data, this is what the data is saying, that's all there is. I feel like that's where my pushback is.
Recreate. I didn't quite follow what you said and all that. John, were you able to kind of understand his last?
Not entirely tracking, if I'm honest. I'm not quite following. I mean, it really what we're just talking about is whether one's opinion is that the current information and evidence warrants a belief in this idea of a God, and either one thinks it does or one thinks it doesn't, and a lot of people think it does, but we just don't. And so really that's the crux of the argument is I'm less interested in sort of analyzing the historical context of why people might believe things, or how blessed we are to have a catalogue of experience and information to look at. I'm more interested in just is this stuff true, and what are the arguments that people give if they happen to think it is. And every time we look at those arguments, they just tend to fail.
That's beautiful, but the thing is, at that point, you're not really thinking. I hear what you're saying, but you should be able to come to the same critical understanding of things without the information given, because obviously at one point, the people in the past were able to do that, but you're simply just riding the coattails off of other people and then saying that it's rational for other people's work. And there's people who are still trying to discover things in a more, I'll say, loose way, and to discredit them, I think, is kind of strange.
When you say riding the coattails, do you mean just we have an intellectual tradition, and people learn from other people. I mean, like if I'm quoting Descartes, am I riding the coattails of Descartes? How about if I'm quoting Socrates? Am I riding the coattails of Socrates? Surely that's what learning is about: is listening to other people, listening to other thinkers, distilling which ideas seem to make sense and resonate with you, and are useful to help you frame your own ideas, rejecting
That's
the
really
ones that.
interesting, because then it feels like you're contradicting what you just said, because you said you're not really interested in the historical way of how we got here and how people got to the. You literally just said that, so you're kind of contradicting.
No. I'm not saying globally I'm disinterested in that stuff as a general rule. I'm saying in this particular conversation. This particular conversation is less about that. What we're really interested in here is what people believe and why. And how that contrasts to our own positions. And so obviously, yes, everyone's position they arrived at is through whatever influences they've had. And if you're a person who reads, for example, some of those influences are going to be other people. And in that sense, we're all standing on the shoulders of giants. We're all riding the coattails of whoever it was who formed a part of our education, right? I grant that. But to me, that's just a little bit less interesting in a way than directly speaking to someone and saying, do you think this proposition is true? And they say yes or no, and then we discuss why. That's kind of where the value is, I think, in this conversation.
Okay, perfect. So let's just switch and try to stay in that frame. I hear you. I feel like there's a parts that I just have contention with, but that's just like a personal issue on me, but it's not the conversation itself. So when it comes to being on one side is the atheist, one side God exists. For me, now, if this is where it gets complicated, so I want to make sure that's grounded and we don't, go all over the place. When we're talking about God, a lot of times I notice in the lives people, appeal to the God in the Bible, specifically having to grant and the full understanding of the Bible, to use that God as reference. When you guys talk about God or lack of God, what God are we talking about?
Whichever one someone, if someone comes in and says, I don't believe in the Bible God, I believe in the God at the end of my garden, I'm like, okay, cool, let's discuss that. What properties does that God have? What reasons do you have for believing it? And we can talk about that. We're not constraining the conversation to our idea of a God, because we don't have a specific idea of a God.
Right. Okay. Because then it's just okay. So the God that I would frame, just for the sake of the conversation, is, from the way that I see things, there's clearly like a hierarchy that continues to get passed down. There's obviously an origin point of what caused that hierarchy, to trickle down to where we are. There's also probably there has to be, you would think, good reasons for the propagation of specifically Christianity to get to where we are today. So I would analyze all of that. And the reason why I'm bringing up hierarchy is because if you guys aren't, pressed on proving or disproving any specific God, whether the God created the universe, is there a God, at least by definition, that we can, agree to?
Because I think at minimum, a thinking agent with supernatural or otherworldly powers. It doesn't even, some people will say it has to be the creator of the universe. Like if Thor exists, Thor's not said to have created the universe, but I would consider Thor to be a god.
Okay, perfect. That helps.
Yeah, but if it's not a thinking agent, because a lot of the times we get like, dude, God is love, or God is energy, and God is, I'm not, I don't consider those gods. But if it's a conscious thinking agent with supernatural powers, then I'm good with that so far.
Okay, I like that, because I just need something to work with, because the thing is, for me particular, and I spoke to you about this, Sean, a while ago on Jay's stream, that it's not really about things being supernatural, because if you're God and say you're all-knowing, or whatever the fudge you want to call it, just for the sake of conversation, you should be able to use the literal science that you created, allegedly, supposedly. It doesn't have to be supernatural, right? But our ability to perceive and understand how it's being done is a completely different story, and it would be seen as supernatural.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And like John has brought up, and I try not to like go down this rabbit hole, but he's right. If the supernatural actually exists, it would be testable and verifiable, and let's say calculable, and it would then become a part of the natural world. But for the sake of simplicity, something that would seem miraculous to us and our perception and our understanding of current physics or in science or what have you, I would consider supernatural. So yeah, if you can get into like, what is the God that you believe in? Is it the Christian God? Like just a brief description and what your argument or evidence is for that God.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a belief in God. I simply state that God exists. Because for me, the way that I look at it is like both ways, right? So there's either a God that created the universe that, trickle down to everything that we have now, or this is a little new age shit, or after a certain point, we will develop, assuming we don't go extinct, we will develop the same capabilities and understanding that would lead us to the consistent understanding of what a God can be. Okay. So for me, it kind of goes both ways.
I just have to interject a little bit, if you don't mind. I just have to interject a little bit, because if I understood you correctly, you said, I don't have a belief in God. I just make the statement God exists.
Yeah, that's like lying.
If you're making the statement, if you're making the statement that God exists, then you either believe the statement to be true, or you believe yourself to be saying something which is untrue. If you believe the statement to be true and you're speaking truthfully, then you do have a belief in God.
Here's the thing, there's a semantic understanding of what is being said by me. I hear what you're saying, but just the same way I don't go outside and say I believe in trees exist, I would just simply state that they exist.
But you still do believe it. No, you still do believe it. You're just saying it's so obvious that you don't feel a need to assert it.
Yeah, but fundamentally there is a difference in operating. So that's why I try to make the distinction, because I also have to then tell you there's not a God that I specifically appeal to. There's not a God that I specifically worship. There's no God that...
Are you convinced a God exists? Are you convinced a God exists? Okay, so you believe a God exists. All right. Whoops.
There's just like a lot of semantics built in to how that is understood.
Okay.
I'm trying to have separation. That's a personal thing again.
Okay, so you believe a God exists, and then I didn't quite honestly follow the rest of what you said. All right, so you believe this God exists, and then what are the attributes of this God, and then what's your argument that the God actually exists?
Attributes.
Is it okay? So let me ask: did it create the universe?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. Does it intervene in the day-to-day lives of humans?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Is it all powerful and all knowing?
As far as I can see, it knows what it needs to know. It doesn't have to know how many hairs are on your head, because it's not particularly useful until there's a case where it's actually useful.
It knows sufficient amount to do whatever it wants.
Whatever it needs to do, yes.
Okay, and is it all powerful?
Can you guys work with me here? Because
laws of logic aside, it can't make a circle square, right?
Well, yeah, but hold on. Work with me here, because I feel like when people say all powerful, I feel like it also goes into what we're trying to discuss with the all knowing. I don't think you need to have absolute power, because if you have absolute understanding of structure, then in terms of what you need to be able to do with that knowledge is less. I hope that makes sense.
Okay. So it has sufficient power that it needs. Let's get to the meat. What is the argument or evidence that this God actually exists, that may or may not have created the universe?
Evidence. You see, I don't know what evidence is in this case, because when something is simply there, how do you just describe it? Like, you know what I mean? What do you say? What do you say about that?
Do you think it would be rational for me to believe that this God exists?
For you, no, absolutely the fudge not.
Okay. So you cannot provide me or John rational justification that would be sufficient for us to be rationally justified to believe it.
Rationally justified? Not currently, no. I don't think.
Okay. So. All right, that's fair. Do you have anything, John?
No,
I mean that's an admission that, like, what can I say?
Yeah.
Can I respond to John, Sean?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah. So, yeah, because the thing is, honestly, some of these conversations I wish I could just have one-on-one, but for the sake of where we're at,
It's all good.
there's a lot of missing. There's a lot of gaps. Everybody knows about the gaps that people try to cover, but in terms of having the conversation, to formalize the first part to get you to that evidence part, it's way too much because it's very user specific, right? Because the thing is, right now, and we can clearly see it, regardless of if God does exist or doesn't exist, there's not a universal way of explaining things yet, right? So when you're talking about you and John, I kind of get an idea of where you guys at. I approve of the process, but I feel like there's a lot of missing things that you could look at to then, open some doors. But it's just too much. That's all I'm saying when it comes to that.
Fair enough. Well, I think we'll probably leave it there because I think we've probably exhausted the value in the conversation. But yeah, thanks for being our first guest.
No problem.
All right, man. Take it easy. Cheers. Okay. There we go. Let's get in. We're going to get in Soldier CK, and then my friend Boulder is in the queue. Great to see you, Boulder. Let's get in Soldier CK, who we have, I think, spoken to before. Getting in Soldier right now. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. May not have it. Normally, if it gets to this point and it still hasn't managed to bring a guest in, it generally seems like it's going to fail to do it, doesn't it? Yeah, Soldier, this is seeming to not happen, sadly. I would say we'll drop you down because it's not working. We'll drop you down and we'll get Boulder in, and then if you want to rejoin the queue, we'll bring you straight in after that. So, bringing in Boulder. Hopefully this one will work. Come on, TikTok. Don't let us down. There we go.
There we go.
Hey, how are you?
Hey guys. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too,
nice.
friend.
And I once in a while pop in to see your very civilized, very intelligent discussion. And I just wanted to, and you know me, John, and we've been talking a lot, but I think what's a funny thing is that why is it so hard for the believers to understand that some people cannot believe? I mean, I also know the answer. It is because it's biting the pieces of their hope. Because believing in God, believing in a religion is all hope. That's what it all is. And of course, it gets very personal. It gets very deep down to persons that, and I don't blame them. I don't blame anyone. But that's why they battle to try to make you and Sean and me try to believe, even if we cannot. We simply cannot, And I don't think it should be a battle. I like your channel because it doesn't become a battle. But I kind of want to take it one point further than from what you talk whenever you do, which is great to watch. Is that, why is it so hard to accept that some people simply cannot believe, at least in their specific God or even a God at all? And as I said, I know the answer. It's a lack of. It is a risk. It is a threat to their own hope. And of course, atheists are always blamed for not being hopeful, not being loving. That's bullshit. I think atheists, in general, a lot of things they see, love what they can grasp, and that's why. We think this life that we know all about, at least this life exists. Let's do our best about this one.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's, whatever happens after this, we don't know. And I for that, I also thank Marky for his very good discussion with you. Actually, anyone that is thinking a little bit more is an agnostic at the end. We cannot know. But based on what we know and the evidence for what we know is getting more and more, Why is it so hard to accept that some people cannot believe your Bible, cannot believe your whatever, like you said, the garden God? I mean, it's okay to believe in it, but why do you blame me for not being able to believe in it? Let's
Yeah.
be friends anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I think some people are just very threatened when they hear other people seemingly living good, happy, loving, functional, normal, fulfilled, intellectually
Yeah.
honest, emotionally available, well-connected, humane lives without any of that stuff. And then having the temerity to say, no, we don't believe that. That can be very triggering for someone who's organized their whole life around it. And that's why some people feel compelled to come and tell us how wrong we are.
Yeah, I think there's, like we discussed before, I think there's two things. The hope is the biggest thing, and thinking that somebody nags on my hope is, of course, it's irritating and it's scary, and
Yeah.
that's why believers try to fight against it. But then, of course, the other side is that a lot of people get a lot of good community from religious circles.
Sure.
And they made a lot of good friends there, and they all together in that, at least for some time. And that's another thing that in practice we have to understand. But still, I don't know, what is this battle against ones that simply cannot believe? Does it make you a bad person if you cannot believe? And of course, the rest of the story, I know, John, is that, and Sean, you too, is telling that if you cannot believe, and if you don't believe, you're in eternal torment. Which is, so far from mercy, so far from a mercy in even human life that anything could be. But that's all I wanted to say tonight, guys. And
thank you, friend.
Still, I can spend a minute or two with you if you want to somehow take on my point. But I really like your show. You're doing good, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, we agree with everything you've said, obviously, and I think the point you make about hope is an important one to acknowledge. That for some people, they see the denial of these beliefs as trying to take away their hope for continued existence, for seeing their loved ones again, and,
exactly,
and all of these things. And I do understand why that is antagonistic for some people to have to confront that is really hard. I get that.
Yeah, and I think looking at the persons that are in deep belief, even though I know many kinds of them, many of them are really very loving, very achieving persons, and I think they even think in their mind that this life could be the only one. So I still do my best here, but some of them are so heavily hanging on to the next possible life that I think that's kind of can be harmful, because then this life becomes basically zero at the furthest end. So that's why I think religions are can be very dangerous. But still, I think hope is good, and I'm agnostic to I don't know what the hell is going to happen after we die. But all I know that I know a lot of people, not a lot, but I know a few that even on their deathbed, and I was there myself. They said, I asked them, so what about God? They said even at that point, I cannot believe in anyone. They were dying out of cancer at 50 or whatever, and they still said it. And the believers tell me that at the last moment, God will. Yeah, but why didn't he or she or whatever that entity is do it in my life before I ran into that motorcycle accident at 20 when I died? So why did that entity not convince me before that? Why did it not? So very simple in my opinion. But guys, you're doing good, and I like your very sensitive intellectual discussion here, and it's nice to watch.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you, Boulder.
See you again.
Keep well, friend.
Give me a call, man.
yeah. We need to catch up. I know. Yeah, we'll speak soon,
all
friend.
Right. Bye.
Take it
easy,
easy,
guys, and you're doing very, very good. Bye.
Cheers, man. Thanks. All right, that was my good friend Boulder from Finland. Absolutely fine fellow of a man. Okay, let us. We're going to go over to the the YouTube side, as I say, the dark side. And it looks like we are going to get in Shahed, it looks like. Hopefully I'm saying that right.
You have said it perfectly.
Did I say it okay? I always
Yes,
worry
perfect.
that I'm going to mispronounce people's names. So welcome in. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Good.
I've recently kind of come across your channel and have been watching a lot of those videos. And a couple of videos kind of touched me. And I just wanted to kind of, I know you've got your topic for today, but if I am diverging too much, you're welcome to bring me in line.
Sure.
But
I mean,
just wanted to kind
our
of,
topics are general sort of starting points for conversation. We're generally happy to talk about anything in the arena of faith and religion and belief and doubt and stuff like that. So as long as it's kind of in
fabulous.
the ballpark, we're not going to be no. We have to talk about atheism making more sense. We're pretty flexible.
Fabulous. Okay. So I'm not going to debate, but there's something that I am, I guess, fighting with internally myself.
Sure.
So quickly, in 30 seconds, I'll just say, so I've been kind of fleeting between feelings of I'm very angry at religion because what kind of God can let things happen that are happening in this world?
Yeah.
And to kids and to innocent people and stuff like that. And if somebody can let something like that happen, even if they do exist, I don't want to worship them.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're powerless, I don't want to worship them. So that kind of angry atheist I have been for about 5-6 years.
Yeah.
Then something quite unusual happened, and after that I came back into the fold. And then after about 4 or 5 years now, I'm going through a period where I'm kind of taking part culturally in my religion,
Mm-hmm.
but internally not really believing them. And I find myself alone in crowds of friends and family. And for somebody who's grown up in a country where religion is like a thing, it's like air, and indoctrination and teachings and lack of questioning is rife.
Yeah.
It's been very difficult for me to question. So now I kind of have a feeling of I'm a coward for not openly coming out with it and saying, look, it's all rubbish. And I find myself alone in crowds of them. Is that something that other people go through? Is that normal, or am I being
Yeah.
a hypocrite?
No, it's very normal to
Yeah.
feel that tension between authenticity on the one hand and wanting to fit in and not stick out and not upset people and not hurt family members. And that's a balancing act that everyone has to do in terms of what's of greater urgency and priority for you in a given moment. And sometimes being completely authentic isn't necessarily the best thing. If it's going to hurt people around you, there's no rule that says you must tell people everything you think about everything. If it's going to hurt people, I've certainly been inauthentic in my life when I've been with elderly family members who are telling me how excited they are about being reunited with lost relatives after they die. I'm not going to say to them, no, you're not going to, because souls don't make coherent sense. And that's a time to be quiet and just keep your counsel and be sensitive to the situation and understand, read the room is what I'd say. Read the room. So you get to read the room of your entire life and see whether it's okay, whether there's an opening for you to have conversations more honestly about what your beliefs are, if they're not going to be too damaging to your relationships and your security and the people around you. And it's good. All things being equal, it's better to be authentic, but we can't always be that way, and things aren't always equal. So you have to make those judgments yourself. It doesn't make you a hypocrite. Not at all.
Thank you for that. So one other thing I've been thinking about is that, so what I've been finding more and more is that a lot of religion and people's beliefs, they're quite interchangeable. So, for example, I've seen you fielding a lot of calls from people from America, etc., who are very hardline Christians.
Yeah.
And I know personally a lot of people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, etc., who are hardline Muslims. But what I've realized is that a person from Bangladesh who's hardline Muslim, or a person from Pakistan who's hardline Muslim, if they were born to a white Christian family in Florida or Texas, they would be just as hardline
Yes.
in there. So, and also when you kind of look at these different religions, and I don't know how much you guys know about Islam, but a lot of it is basically copy and paste from your Old Testament, etc.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
we believe pretty much everything up to Jesus. Um, so for me, it's kind of like there's so much similarities, so many similarities between them, and the stories are so similar and
Yeah.
so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And yet they fight with each other, they argue with each other. So it's kind of like seeing morons discuss how much of a moron the other person is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's people. I mean, we sometimes joke, people kind of killing each other over what names to use for their imaginary friends. It's all a bit silly, really. But this is the world we live in. These are the dividing lines between groups of people, and it pains me that they are there, but they are there, and so we have to engage with these ideas, and that's what we're here to do. And really, what we try to do here, rather than it looks like we just attack religion, and a lot of what we do is attacking religion, but the purpose isn't actually attacking religion. The purpose is just legitimizing not having it. Like, it's fine, people want to go and have their religion, go and have it, but don't make it somebody else's problem. Don't make your religious hang-ups somebody else's problem. Don't make your fears of hell threats to somebody else. Don't make your ideology somebody else's persecution. And that's really where we're at. And trying to message to people who have been told that not having a religious belief makes you bad. This is such a pernicious and disgusting idea. And you find it across Christianity and across Islam. I mean, Islam has the death penalty for apostasy. Doesn't get purer than that, right? How to code that non-belief is a moral failure. The death penalty for people who are no longer able to be convinced of the stuff. We think that's pretty awful. Yeah. And so really that's what we're here for. And that's our mission, is to kind of just say, look, if you don't believe, it doesn't make you a bad person. You're not deserving of punishment. You're not going to be punished. If anyone tells you that you are, that's just the grown-up version of there are monsters under the bed who are going to come out if you're not a good child. It's as silly as that.
But do you find, personally, what I find silliest is that they won't forgive the smallest of indiscretions of somebody who doesn't believe or who believes in a different God.
Yeah.
But they will forgive everything of a person who believes in the same God as they do, simply because of the same belief system.
Yeah.
And one interesting thing I had was when I was openly atheist for about 5 or 6 years, a friend of mine who became very, very religious, lives in Texas now. So he called me from Texas and he goes, look, I have no qualms about you, despite you being the best Muslim I know. And I said, how do you figure that? So what he said really, really affected me positively. So I said, look, if you break everything down, what does our religion say? Forget all the stories and everything else. So it talks about the internal jihad you fight within yourself, about be honest, fight against what you believe is wrong, and don't harm anybody and things like that. And you're the only person I know amongst my friends who's always been true to that. And you've been in trouble because of that. And I have been attacked by mobs, etc., for speaking out against indoctrination and things like that. So that really affected me because he's really, really religious, and he had no qualms about saying you're the best Muslim I know when I was openly atheist.
And please be safe where you're at. I know different parts of the world, especially some Islamic countries, the societies and even the governments in many cases don't look kindly on apostasy or people who are open and speak out. And you know your own culture, your own laws, and everything. But I don't want you to feel like you have an obligation to advertise to everybody your beliefs. You're not. It's perfectly okay to keep yourself safe. Just weigh that decision on your own. But I would like for you to stay safe over there.
Yeah.
No, of course. To be fair, I'm in England, so it doesn't.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
didn't
mean, I
catch
hope
that
that's helpful. Please don't feel that it's hypocritical for you to be caught in that tension between being completely honest and authentic about what you believe and not wanting to hurt people around you and cause upset. Like, that's very common, and you just have to feel that out and do it. Something has to be compromised, right? You're either compromising a bit of authenticity for peace, or you're compromising a bit of peace for authenticity, and that's for you to judge. But neither
It's
position.
a great way to put it.
Yeah, neither position makes you hypocritical at all. It's a really difficult tension to balance, and you're just a human being trying to balance, interests and equities and make sense of things and exist within a system of people who you love and who love you. And it's complicated, and no one's going to judge you one way or the other. So don't judge yourself either.
Great, guys. Great chatting. Thank you.
Nice to speak to you. Thanks for coming up, Shahid. Really good to meet you.
Take care. Bye.
All the best.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, what a great caller. What a lovely guy.
100%.
Sometimes you just like someone immediately. What a lovely person. Okay, we are going to try and get back in Soldier CK. Hopefully it will work second time. Let's see. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. There we go. Soldier, welcome in.
How's it going, man? How are you?
Yeah, it's going well. I think we've spoken before. I'm pretty sure we have, but forgive me, I can't remember when it was. So, welcome back.
Well, thank you. Yes, sir. We have spoken before in the past.
Yeah, I thought we had. Well, the floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Well, you said that atheism makes more sense. Can you tell me why?
Yeah. So, basically, any idea, any concept that you come up with, the default position is non-belief with respect to that concept. So like if I said, pink dragons with bows in their hair, the default position would be not believing in that, right? If I said, teapots orbiting the sun, the default position, not believing. It's not to necessarily say that you actively deny it and that it can't exist. It's just the default is you don't believe. And then what happens is you believe things when you are presented with evidence for them. That's why we now believe in, mountains and trees. Look at the trees for the bingo, and that the Earth goes around the sun and not the other way around, and all of these ideas, right? All of our knowledge, all the things that we come to believe with varying degrees of confidence, from like near certainty at one end to just a hunch at the other, is always in response to some kind of evidence. And in my view, and Sean's view, and our view, I just don't see any evidence there to accept the claims of theism. I just don't see it. I don't see any reason to think that any gods are true. And because of that, in the absence of any reasons, you stick to the default, right? And the default is a lack of belief.
Well, I do agree that the default position is unbelief, because rational and intelligent people need evidence, something to support claims and to support that things actually do exist and are the way that they are.
Yeah.
But to say that we don't see any evidence of transcendence is, I think, irrational to say.
He didn't say anything transcendent. He just said gods.
Well, God would be transcendent. I mean, the God that I'm talking about would be specifically.
I mean, for argument's sake, I could say that I do believe in some transcendent things. I just don't believe that gods are included in the set of transcendent things. Right? I could say, like, let's say I imagine that. As it happens, I'm not convinced I do believe in transcendent things. But for argument's sake, I could. Let's say I believe in platonic forms and the idea that there exists the true essence of table, which exists in some transcendent way, or if I believe that, as I don't actually, that logic exists in some transcendent way, I think that's nonsense. But let's say I believe that it did, but I still don't believe in any gods. That's an acceptable position to take too.
Sure, I think so. So let me ask you this: if you say there's no evidence, let me just say this: what is your idea on the origin of the universe?
I don't think there's any reason to think that the universe has an origin. My particular view is that the universe has probably always existed.
And I'm sure you're aware of the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, and physicists don't draw the conclusion based on that the universe had a beginning. It's an open question in cosmology. There's cosmological models for an eternal universe or a finite universe, and many cosmologists have said that they don't believe any of the current models are necessarily right. So it could be that the universe has always existed. None of us here are physicists, but if the second law of thermodynamics suggested it would be impossible for the universe to have existed eternally into the past, that would be the consensus right now, that there was a beginning, and it's not the consensus.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not sure what the majority consensus is, but I can say that when it comes to quantum models, quantum vacuums, multiverse, and things like that, those are speculative. Those are more speculative than evidential. Like, it would be more reasonable to conclude that God exists based on the evidence we do have. The beginning of times.
Can I ask you a question about that? Would you say it's fair? And I'm not making an argument ad populum, and I'm not making an argument to authority either. But I'm saying, would you think it would be fair to say that if physics represented a strong evidence for a god, for the existence of a god, that the people who have the greatest understanding of physics would be expected to largely believe that that is the case? Because that's not true, right? The majority of cosmologists don't believe in a personal God. And here's the thing. The majority of people who use physics as an argument for God don't know the physics. That's telling you something, right? If you go online and you listen to 1,000 people making the kind of arguments you're making, 1,000 people appealing to laws of thermodynamics without being able to correctly explain what they are, appealing to concepts like entropy without being able to correctly explain what it means, appealing to quantum vacuums without having the foggiest clue what that actually entails, or being able to provide the mathematical descriptions of how these things work, right? There's a reason why most people don't accept these arguments, which is that the people using this science generally don't understand it, and the people who do understand it don't use the science as arguments for God and are largely unconvinced of God. If this was really true, if physics pointed towards an intelligent creator, then the people who had the best understanding of physics would largely be persuaded of the existence of an intelligent creator. And that is not what we see. How do you account for that?
Well, I agree that, or I agree on some of the things you're saying, but you have to also take in that people have their own bias, their own preconceived notions, their own frameworks of who God is and what reality is and what they're willing to believe. So, and it's really easy to see what the evidence concludes when you really dive down into what these things are talking about. And I don't know if I'm pretty sure you included me in that, but I do know what the second law of thermodynamics and entropy is. I do know what those things entail. And, the line divides whenever scientists, historians, scholar, whatever you want to be, start going from evidence to speculative ideas. And what
But
they
that's what you're
believe to be
doing.
true instead of
But
what the
you're,
evidence
but
supports.
that's exactly what you're doing. So the argument
No,
you made is that the
I'm appealing to
experts.
the laws of the universe.
No, but the argument you're making is that the people who understand these laws better than you do and who can derive them mathematically from first principles, which I'm pretty sure you can't do because I can't do it. I remember years ago having to derive Boyle's law from first principles and like using the correct mathematics and stuff like that. I couldn't do it now if my life depended on it, right? But here's the thing: the people who can really do all of that stuff and know this stuff really, really, really well are not coming to the same conclusion as you. And your explanation for that is that they're biased. Why are you not pointing that same lens at yourself?
Well, let's be intellectually honest. Some people are not coming to the same conclusion as me, and some people are. Now, I can look up on my own time, which of those are, and what the majority consensus is, and what the minority consensus is. But we can look at the laws of the universe and tell
What
that the
do you think the
universe is not
consensus
eternal.
is?
We don't have. It doesn't matter what the consensus is. We can talk about these
it
details
doesn't.
specifically between us three right here.
Yeah, no, because I'm not a physicist.
But you're missing the point. None of us are physicists.
You don't have to be a physicist to talk about this subject.
You do
talk about it, but to talk about it with any competency or authority. Yeah. So, are you familiar with the peer review process?
But listen. You're trying.
Are you familiar with the peer review process?
We can talk about these things right here with us.
Okay,
three.
so you're going to answer. So John and I, we hold ourselves to a standard. When we're asked a direct question, we directly answer it. If it's a yes or no question, we answer with a yes or no. So we hold everyone to that standard. Are you familiar with the peer review process? If you're not, I'm not going to make fun of you. I'm not going to. Yeah, okay. I'm not here to like trip you up.
You're going to make fun of me. I'm not answering because you're taking away from the conversation we were having.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, cool story. You're not hosting this live. So, all right. So the peer review process, I'll explain just for the audience, if whoever doesn't know. When a scientist or a physicist or what have you conducts a study, writes a paper, what have you, they attempt to publish it for a reputable scientific journal. That scientists will have identified peers, meaning other experts within the field, who will evaluate the paper, check it for bias, check it for problems, et cetera, and then they will kind of give it the thumbs up, the thumbs down, offer corrections that they can go back and make and come back. All right. Are you qualified to be one of the peers? Are you qualified to evaluate one of these papers? That's a question for you.
Am I qualified to validate one of those papers? I don't think so, but I'm qualified to talk about the universe.
Yeah, you could. Anyone can.
Second law of thermodynamics.
I can talk. I can talk about structural engineerings of like skyscrapers. Anyone can talk about it, but I won't know what the frick I'm talking about. That's the thing. That's the thing I'm trying to get at. If you're not qualified to review their papers, you are not remotely, and neither am I. I'm not pointing fingers just at you. We are not qualified to assess any of the cosmological models, some which are eternal, some which are finite, the implications of the second law of thermodynamics. As you know, we have to rely on the experts. That's how life works. That's why when you're sick, you go to a doctor. We can talk about them, but if you're going to argue from a point of physics, I want a physicist up here. Call Dr. Blitz and see how that conversation goes.
Yes, these scientists have given us stuff that we can understand. You can understand Big Bang cosmology. You can understand the second law of thermodynamics.
Can you understand them better than them?
You don't have to understand exactly how these quantum models work to understand that those are still speculative ideas and not what the evidence supports. What the evidence does support is the beginning of time, space, and matter, that the universe is not eternal, and that God created the universe.
Okay, great. So
Alan, from the evidence we do have.
Hold on. I have Alan Green. I have Sean Carroll. I mean, we could pick one. Dr. Alan Guth, etc. These are all cosmologists. Start with Alan Green. No one knows what was before the universe. One possibility is the universe always existed. When it comes to the universe, it may be that the universe didn't have a beginning. It always was. What do you know about physics that he doesn't?
I know that the second law of thermodynamics says that in closed systems, entropy increases. So if the universe has always been here, it is at an infinite time to decay. Imagine
And
if I imagine if I started a car and left it running forever.
Yeah.
The gas
Yeah,
would eventually run out.
These are
No,
simple.
on
These
your
are okay.
universe-
So hang on
the
a
universe
second.
is active and running.
Stop reading your script for a moment. This
I'm
is
not
why
reading my script.
you
I
are.
know
You
all
are.
of these things.
Yeah, okay, but this is why non-physicists need to not have these conversations, because this is
You
the
don't
thing,
like
right?
them. That's
No,
why
it's got nothing to
they
do with
convict
it's
you.
got okay. It's got nothing to do with liking them. It's got to do with the fact that anyone can grasp a layman's understanding of an extremely complex subject that people take years to learn properly, and then think that because they have a vague intuitive understanding at a basic level, that that they are then qualified to run
So
with
why is your
that.
tactic
Hang on,
to
I'm
attack
speaking at the
my
moment.
intelligence?
I'm speaking at the moment. It's nothing to do with intelligence. It's to do with
It is.
how
You're
much
attacking
it's-
my intelligence instead
No,
of engaging with the argument.
I'm sure that you're extremely intelligent. I'm telling you that your layman's understanding of physics is not ever going to be persuasive when the people who have a much deeper understanding have not come to the same conclusions as you, and you're not able to understand why, to explain why, other than to just assert they're biased. If it
I
was as
can't explain
straightforward,
why.
if it was as straightforward as you say, then there would be at least a consensus in that community of people who had figured out what you have apparently managed to figure out. What is it that you're seeing that all the people with the PhDs haven't figured out yet?
You keep appealing to these scientists and people of authority that support your conclusion that the universe could be eternal and things like that. But there are definitely consensuses, and I'm gonna definitely look this up after this and see which one is the majority and all that stuff. But there are definitely scientists and people of high authority, high status that agree that the universe is not eternal because they can use things easily, like the second law of thermodynamics, to show that the universe cannot be eternal. It's as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that.
Thermodynamics
It's
tells us
actually
the universe cannot be
Yes,
eternal.
we love that. It's not as simple as that, because if it were as simple as that, then there would be broad consensus around the issue.
Let me
the fact
can I ask you a
that
question?
hang on,
Do you
the
know what
fact,
a consensus
Hold on.
is?
Do you follow the
you
first
said-
law of thermodynamics?
Oh my God.
so what's the zeroth law of thermodynamics?
I don't know what the zero, but
What's
I know
the zeroth law? If you're going to speak about thermodynamics, you've got to have the basics.
No,
down.
that's not the
What-
question I'm
what's
asking.
the-
You keep
what's the
trying to appeal
zeroth
to
law?
these different
No,
things.
you're
I don't
talking.
have to understand it in its
You
entirety.
don't. You have to understand it enough to have a basic
I'm asking
grasp.
you a
So
question and you're burden shifting.
What is the zeroth law of thermodynamics?
I asked you a question and you're burden shifting.
You don't know, do you?
What do you follow the first law of thermodynamics?
Do
If
I
you
f-
do,
do
why
I
do you
f-
not follow the second?
It's not a traffic law. It's not like that. These are descriptions about how energy in closed systems works. We don't know
Yes.
whether the universe is a closed system or not.
Yes, we do.
We do not know. It's currently unsettled.
The definition of the universe is definitionally all space, all time, all matter, and all energy in existence. If something is outside of that, it has to be transcendent
we don't
because
know
it has to be outside of those things.
We don't know whether the observable universe is a closed system or not.
So
We
you're
don't know.
unintentionally admitting that there's a God by saying that.
No, I'm not. I'm not
By saying-
admitting
no,
anything.
What?
Because the universe is all space, all time, all matter, and all energy.
Right.
For you to say there's something outside of that means that something has to be
But-
outside of all
But
space, time, matter, and
but
energy.
okay. Let me ask you a question. What's the leading scientific hypothesis currently that counters your idea that entropy would continue to increase?
I don't know what the lead.
You don't know.
argument
So
against mine is.
you are taking a position without knowing, without even being able to even name one counter argument against your position. Does that suggest that you've? Does that
keep
suggest
appealing to
that
the
you've looked?
populace.
Does that
You keep
suggest?
appealing to these authorities when we can talk about.
Does that suggest that you've looked into this stuff properly, or does it suggest that you've just gone on some creation websites, or listened to Answers in Genesis, or listened to what your pastor told you, and taken just the top skim of the science, as little science as you need to be able to waffle on TikTok, but not enough to be able to speak about this topic with any understanding beyond a high school? Which one does it suggest?
You've only heard the base of what I know because you won't engage in the rest of what we are trying to talk about. So you keep saying that I only know so much.
And yet you can't name.
You keep saying that I only know so much.
And yet
but
you
won't
can't.
let me. You won't engage in the conversation to speak about it more. So I do know more. I don't just know a surface level objections to these things.
And yet,
I can speak about these things probably better than y'all can.
Right.
And it's no insult to y'all's intelligence. But I want you to engage in what I'm talking.
Right. I'm not a physicist. So I don't claim to know about this stuff. I actually think that to use physics to make an argument, you need to be a physicist. Otherwise, you don't know what you're talking about. So what I do is I just defer to the people who know this stuff really, really well, right? And I look to them and I say, what is the consensus amongst the experts in this area? If it was as clear cut as your high school level understanding of this stuff implies, we would at least see a consensus. I'm not saying everyone would agree. We would see a consensus. And the consensus by 60 or 70% is that these ideas do not lead or do not point to a creator God, and certainly not to Jesus of Nazareth.
Or even the beginning of the
Most
universe.
Definitely do, and I'm glad that you mentioned that because
Wait, you said what?
It's actually
Most
a cumulative
definitely do
case for the universe. The creation of the universe, fine-tuning, objective morality,
lovely.
the resurrection.
Hold on. You're gish galloping. Which one do you think is the? Which one do you think? No, do you know what's a gish gallop?
Gish gallop is where you just throw a bunch of random things or a bunch of different things into the conversation to try to overload it.
Yeah. So you literally did that. Fine tuning the moral argument, and then you
That's
went
not
on
gish
and on.
galloping. I said I specifically said that the case for God is a cumulative case for the creation of the universe.
Lots and lots and lots of bad arguments.
Morality, the resurrection, humanity's universal awareness of transcendence.
Okay.
Galloping.
This is a mess.
Agree? Okay, fair.
This is a mess.
Fair enough. Do you agree that a compilation of a whole bunch of bad arguments can never equal one good argument?
Well, that's a false equivalence because that's not what I'm presenting to you.
Do you agree that accumulation of a bunch of bad arguments does not equal a good argument? I didn't ask you to concede that with the fine tuning and all the other things you mentioned are bad arguments, but do you agree accumulation of bad arguments do not equal one good argument?
Yes, but I know what you're doing, and yes, okay. I agree to that. But what I'm presenting
I'm following
is much more than that.
I'm following a logical path. So which of those arguments do you think is the best, most convincing argument? Because if that one fails, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, every single one of them.
To go through. Okay,
well, let's talk about the one you don't want to talk about.
Which is?
Big Bang cosmology and the origin of the universe.
Okay, so Big Bang cosmology, I have you making a claim about it. I just mentioned Alan Green, Dr. Sean Carroll, interviewer, did the universe begin? Dr. Carroll. I think that's a better question because we still don't know the answer to that question. Did the universe begin? Dr. Brian Cox, actually, the universe could have always existed. Could have always been there, eternal. Dr. Alan Guth at 105 in his debate, or in Sean Carroll's debate, he brought up a video of Alan Guth. He's one of the authors of the Born-Guth-Valenkam theorem. I don't know whether the universe had a beginning. I suspect the universe didn't have a beginning. It's very likely eternal, but nobody knows. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on. And we could also show surveys of physicists, like a recent one at Copenhagen. The bottom line is the scientific consensus does not agree with you. Now, I get that you're like Reed Richards, or is it Richard Reed, Mr. Fantastic, like that super intelligent Fantastic Four guy. Maybe you as a layperson understand something that the rest of them don't. Write up a paper for peer review, get them on board, and I'll be on board. I don't know the physics well enough. You could be just talking a bunch of jumbled
well, that's
mess
literally just a cop out because you can talk about these subjects. I can easily appeal to experts in my that support my conclusions too, and say that you have the minority consensus as well. But we can still talk about it.
But can you point to surveys that prove it?
But notice how we're supposed to talk about Big Bang cosmology and the origin of the universe, and immediately appeal to experts and what they say, and then immediately say that we can't even talk about this.
But hang on, we've already said.
Are we supposed to talk about this stuff, or are we not supposed to talk about this stuff?
We're not supposed to talk about that stuff because you don't know about it. I've already demonstrated.
I do know about it.
You can't name. You can't name. No, you've demonstrated. Hang on a second. You've demonstrated.
Insulting my intelligence by continuously.
Nobody's insulting your intelligence. I am calling you hubristic, though.
Saying I don't know.
You have hubris here. You don't know your own limits. You could learn something. I'm saying I don't consider myself to have expertise to speak on this, so I listen to the people who do. You haven't figured that out yet. So you're taking your high school skimming off the top ideas and behaving as if you have a depth of knowledge in this area. Buddy, you don't. You know next to nothing. You can't name the zeroth law of thermodynamics, which is, incidentally, if body A is in contact with body B and body B is in contact with body C, then body A will reach thermal equilibrium with body C. That's a basic thing that you learn. That's thermodynamics 101, ground floor, entry level. If you don't know that, you are demonstrating that you are ill qualified to use this science to speak about the cosmology and the origins of the universe. It's like understanding what a brick looks like and thinking that makes you an architect. It's moronic. Stop doing it. It's embarrassing. So what I do is I realize the limitations of my own knowledge, and I defer to the people who are experts in this area. And I look at whether they are using the same facts you're appealing to justify a belief in a God. Are they saying that this set of facts points towards a belief in a God? And universally, they tend to say no. About 60 to 70% of experts in this area don't believe in a creator God. And when you get to the really...
That's a minority consensus, sure,
right.
but
right.
It can be
so,
problematic.
do you grant that it's not as straightforward as you say? All your waffle about cars and petrol and entropy, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't embarrass yourself.
Those are minority consensuses. The minority consensuses are those quantum models and vacuum models and multiverse models and things like that. You're appealing to minority consensuses by doing that. And you're calling out by saying that you don't have enough knowledge to engage in this conversation because you do. You just don't want to. And that's the truth that you need to speak of.
We're gonna listen to Dr. Dig.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Dig.
So, Soldier, hello. My name's Dr. Dig. I have a master's and a PhD in molecular genetics, so I cannot speak to you about cosmology, but you did bring up fine-tuning. If you would like to speak to an actual expert about that, that is why I'm here. So, do you want to go through your thoughts about that?
Yeah, sure. We can talk about fine-tuning. My argument is
that. One sec. Just I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you hear weird like snuffling and stuff, it's my dog in the background. So, just FYI, I'm not like a truffle pig. It's just my dog. So.
That's completely fine. I have animals myself. I understand how they can be sometimes. And even distractions like that. So I'm willing to engage.
Okay, so what do you got?
So my argument for fine-tuning is that the universe is governed by multiple independent constants and laws. Things like electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, expansion rate, things like that fall within a narrow life-permitting range simultaneously. And if many of these were altered slightly, then heavy elements, chemistry, stars, and galaxies could not exist.
Okay. Do you know what a Goldilocks zone is?
I know basically what it is. Yeah, the part of the universe that allows for life, basically.
So that's not really
not
what
allows
it is.
For life, but the part of the universe that life is in.
No. No. So a Goldilocks zone is this very specific range where that our planet can be from the sun. So we have it, and I like to do this with facts. So I'm actually going to look up the exact number for you. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, so the Goldilocks zone specifically refers to Earth's position relative to the sun that is conducive to the life that we observe. So there's a certain set of miles that the Earth could be closer to the sun or further from the sun that Earth could still be habitable. So one thing that I'll give you credit for is we can expand that to the wider galaxies around us because it's the equation that we use to look for potential life on other planets. And what it means is the universe is, our world is not as finely tuned as you think it is, because we could be millions of miles closer to or further from the sun, and we would still have the necessary conditions for our life. It's roughly 300 million kilometers
Well, can I
that we could be further.
Can I just say that that's not my argument at all? I know that that's creationist framework they like to present, but my argument is that constants like the gravity and electromagnetism and nuclear interactions, the strength of gravity, electromagnetic force strength, and things like that are set so precisely that if they were any stronger or weaker, then
give us some evidence that they could be different.
You wouldn't have a periodic table.
Give us some evidence that they could be different.
Well, the scientists that model these things can model what happens when certain constants are altered.
Give us
and those
some
changes
evidence
to
that they
universes where
could
stars,
be
chemistry,
different.
and galaxies cannot exist.
Give us some evidence that they could be different. You can't do it. You cannot demonstrate that the possibility space. No, scientists can model what would happen.
I can't draw up a mathematical model doesn't mean we can't engage in this. Start being more genuine.
Okay, listen. Scientists can model what would happen if they were different. That is totally different to demonstrating that they could be different. All of these fine-tuning arguments are probabilistic. They all take the form, if these values were any different, things would be different. Yes, if they were different, things would be different. But they're not different. They are what they are, and you cannot demonstrate that they even could be different. It's possible that the nature of reality has these values baked into it in exactly the same way that you think the nature of reality has a God baked into it, that God is a necessary being. It could be the case that these constants and values are just descriptions of how reality works, and they are brute facts, and you can't demonstrate that they're not. So until you can demonstrate that the possibility space is bigger than the values that we see, these arguments are completely worthless.
No, they're
So
not.
can-
completely
Also-
worthless
so
at all.
can you do that?
Just because I
Soldier-
can't demonstrate that they can be different, or that they, because just because I can't demonstrate that they can be different doesn't mean that we can't see that if they were different, then it would lead to a universe where these
that's
things
lovely.
would not exist.
If my grandmother had a chimney, she'd be a fireplace.
And
Also,
can we just
Soldier,
talk about this?
there are
Into these different things.
Soldier,
No.
there are feasible hypotheses that we could, but we don't have the capacity to go and find it right now, or even to observe what it would be. There are very feasible hypotheses that life in the universe is not carbon based. The strongest hypotheses about this are silicon based life. And we don't have the capacity to observe. We might not even have the capacity to observe like what a silicon based life system would look like. And we don't have the capacity to get far enough out in the universe to find it. But there actually are workable hypotheses that would make different forms of life, which would be totally different than what your fine tuning would argue, that those are out there. So, like, this isn't.
We have evidence, good evidence to support those that would throw fine tuning out of the water, right?
The dog noise is just off the scale.
Again.
So, I'm so sorry.
No, it's just adding an entertainment layer to this conversation. It's like injecting a level of hilarity into the conversation, which is so funny. Sounds like there's a Wookiee in the background who's like starting to get a little bit irritated.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my Rottweiler. If y'all can hear him, he snores.
yeah. So the bottom line is we don't know. I've actually spoken with physicists. I invited one to this chat, and it doesn't look like he might be not on TikTok or whatever right now. An actual physicist we can talk to, who, by the way, balks at the second law of thermodynamics, implying any such thing. But he's not here. But the second law, so I've asked him about this. Hold on. Well, can you let me finish? Thank you. So I talked to him about what, like, hey, could the universal constants be different? And he said, like, nobody knows. So it could be that these are the only options for the universal constants, which would mean p equals 1, that it ends up in this range. But furthermore, let's just grant the universal constants could be literally anything, which I don't, but let's just grant that. So, okay, we have a randomizer for the universal constants, and then they end up like a vastly different looking universe with different things. Let's call one of the things thing X. We don't know what that is. Thing X exists in this other just randomized, what do you call it? Randomized universal constants generator. If that thing X can only exist in that narrow range, does that mean there's a thinking agent that caused it to happen?
I mean, I don't. Maybe.
I mean, do you get the point there? So it's similar to this. If you deal yourself 52 cards, shuffle them, fair shuffle, everything, 52 cards, 100% of the time, all the cards you get dealt, the chances you would have gotten those cards in that order is 1 in 52 factorial. It's 68 digits long, I think. It's a ludicrously large number. Every single time you deal yourself those cards, you defeat those odds. Every time you put the universal constant random generator and shuffle up of the universal constants, no matter what it lands on, there's a ludicrously low chance it would have landed on that. And then the universe would look like it's fine-tuned for that. How do you know you're not just like the 52 cards? Yeah, you defied these great odds, but it's unremarkable. In fact, it happens 100% of the time. P equals 1, that you will beat 1 in 52 factorial every time you deal yourself 52 cards.
Well, listen, we can look at these constants. These are fixed numerical values, and if you change these values,
You didn't address anything I said.
You're going to give me a chance to address them. You said a lot there. You spoke for like 5 minutes. I mean,
Hold on, Soldier.
I barely spoke for 2 seconds. You can't possibly assume that I haven't addressed anything you spoke of.
Maybe I'm wrong. You're going to go. Go ahead.
And by now, I've forgotten everything you've said. So,
let me reiterate to you. The only reason we call them universal constants and understand them that way is because we are observing life, and our observable universe makes the conditions of those universal constants possible. We have no capacity to find evidence of a world where those universal constants are a different thing, because we don't have the capacity to do it. So the odds that we don't know the odds of them working a different way in a different part of the universe, because we have no capacity to go there or observe it. That's what Sean is saying to you. That's something you still haven't addressed.
We don't have to have another universe to compare our universe to. What we can do is we can look at our universe and see that we have over 30 constants that are so finely tuned that if they were any different,
you're just stating the argument again. You're just repeating the argument again. Nobody's interested in hearing you repeat the argument again.
The question is, why do these constants have the life permitting values that they do?
Maybe the answer to that
completely different. It is mathematically impossible for them to reach it's mathematically impossible for them to reach the values that they have on their own.
Yeah, that's what your pastor told you.
And along with the cosmological argument, the evidence for God and things like that.
Don't go anywhere else. We're not going to argument. No, we're not concluding the argument yet. We're litigating the argument, and you're doing it very poorly, because I gave you a response to this which you I gave you a response to this which you completely ignored. Then Sean gave you a response to this which absolutely demolished the logic of your argument, and you completely ignored it. This isn't an argument or a discussion. This is just you reading out apologetics. This isn't actually a conversation. So I've put a vote to the room, and there has been a fairly strong vote to say, can we wind this conversation up now? So I think we're gonna do that. and it looks like
John, he left.
he's dropped out anyway. But there we are. So that wasn't a conversation. That was just reading out apologetics. You're going to have to be a better soldier than that, I'm afraid, my friend. That was pretty woeful. I think, Sean, you nailed it. Dr. Dig, you nailed it. I don't think he was actually interested in engaging in the conversation. He just, when somebody puts their argument out and you respond to it directly to their argument, and then their response to that is to just make their argument again, that suggests that it's a one-way conversation. They're not listening. He wasn't listening. He doesn't know anything about thermodynamics. I guarantee, because I don't consider that I know anything about thermodynamics, but I know more about it than he does. So if I don't know anything about it, he certainly doesn't know anything about it. And if you don't know anything about a branch of science, you are not qualified to reason from the stuff you don't know about to your favorite theological claims. That's just BS. And that's what we just heard there. So there we go. Anyone who wants to get a vote in now for that conversation, you can do it before I lock that off. I'm not sure if there's any votes going on there. I'm not sure if there was, maybe a few. He wasn't. I don't think he was a troll. If you're thinking that he was trolly, I mean, I would say he probably doesn't want to be too far to the left of the line, or even at all to the left of the line, because I don't think he was here in bad faith. I just think he had very, very, very weak arguments, and he didn't do a very good job of making his case. But there we are. Okay, I'm gonna lock this off right now. Let's do that. I think he got a troll thing. I don't know if he was a troll. I need to recalibrate this. I know I do. I need to recalibrate this, because what's happening too often is that people are ending up in the troll quadrant, and they're not actually trolls. And I think that's my fault for the way I've calibrated this voting system. So I'm going to put some thought into redesigning it slightly to try
maybe labels.
To more accurately...
The way you label the axes. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, maybe it's the labels. Maybe it is the labels, because I've got the y-axis is substance, and the x-axis, I can't remember now exactly what I called it. But yeah, there we are. It is what it is. Soldier CK is no more. Okay, well, Dr. Dig, thank you for coming up, as ever. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Speak soon. Take care. Okay, let's get, looks like Coach, it looks like Coach Mick D is what it looks like. Let's see if I've got that right. Coming in on TikTok right now. How do we say your name, Coach? Hello, Coach. Don't you love it when people come up and they're in the queue for a bit, and then you bring them in and they have nothing to say? Coach, are you there? I'm guessing this is going to be a no-show, even though they are now currently live. You're live in front of 1 million people. Not having it. Okay.
I was trying to decipher the background sound.
Yeah, it's that sounds like an accidental call, doesn't it? So we will get rid of that, and we will get rid of that. And if they want to come back, they can. And we're going to bring Adam in. Let's get our friend Adam in. Adam, welcome in.
Hello.
Adam, hey, how you doing?
Not too bad.
Sorry, Adam. Annabella's saying TikTok is bleeping me. Annabella, I can't hear TikTok bleeping me, and I can't see anything. Is it still bleeping me as far as you're concerned? I can't see anything. Let me know if there's anything up. I'll try and look into it. How you doing, Adam?
Not too bad. Yeah, that was just a caller with a script who just refused to listen to anything you said.
Yeah.
And yeah, like he started, like, I am so tired of them starting off the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the universe. Like, they like to say that the universe is everything, therefore it is a closed system.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not, like, it was designed for work in a lab, in like an actual small closed system that they could test. And the universe itself is infinite, so you can't call that closed because, the numbers don't work. And it's the fact they try and argue that, well, the entropy, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, the universe is expanding and organizing itself faster than entropy is growing.
Yeah.
Because, we have the gravity forming, new stars and planets and all that, and new solar systems. So it's becoming there's less entropy as the universe expands, plus the fact at the rate it is expanding, there's more space for entropy. So, like, the entire argument just falls apart on its face, but of course,
Yeah.
that goes against the script, so they don't like that.
They don't like it. Yeah.
One thing that always gets lost in these discussions is that everything that they refer
to as the universe, by scientists too, scientists discuss the universe. There's an event horizon. We can literally only see out so far. We can't see what's beyond it. So, and if we can't see, if there's a point beyond what we can observe, we can't study that. We can't get data from there. So everything we're discussing pertains to the observable universe. The entirety of the universe could be infinite in all directions. It could be, who knows what's out there. So, I mean, we're discussing this from such a place of ignorance. Even at the highest of levels, there's just a limitation as to how far out they can see, and then how far back in time they can see. Because I'm sure the further out you see, the further back in time, because it takes light that a certain amount of time to reach here.
Yeah, the stars we see are
there's just
a lot
so
of them
many,
are long dead. So
there's so many unknowns, and it takes such a huge amount of hubris for a layperson. And I'm not calling lay people dumb. I'm a layperson. I'm not a physicist. I haven't done the years of hard work it takes to speak competently on these issues. But it takes so much hubris just to come in and make these declarations. The second law of thermodynamics proves the universe is infinite. Meanwhile, actual PhDs have spent their entire life studying this stuff, keep coming up with cosmological. They're still trying to figure it out. And they've taken fields of mathematics I haven't even yet heard of. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They've done so much of the hard work, and then some schmuck, and I'm a schmuck too, just coming up and second law proves it, and Dr. Snuffleupagus is wrong, and just tell him about the second law. You think he doesn't know about the second law of thermodynamics? Really?
That's why I was trying to get him to respond to the idea. I mean, to me, it's such a simple notion, right? If your entire argument is based on there's this thing in science which definitely points towards my God, then you would expect the people in science who wrote that science and know that science and can explain it better than you to agree with that conclusion, or at least a plurality of them, at least a majority of them. And they don't. The majority of them have not come to that conclusion. And when I asked him, what is it you know that they don't know? What's your schoolboy armchair physics taught you that all the PhDs haven't cottoned onto yet? The best he could come up with is they're biased.
Yeah. And as Sean was saying, we have the limited view of the galaxy. It's like basically saying, I know how everything on planet Earth works, when the only thing you ever have access to is your own neighborhood.
It's very, very much like
you have an incredibly tiny sample set to work with. Yeah. So, you can't. And Dr. Dig was talking about the possibility of silicon life. And I know there's been some papers on a few other forms of life. It's the main reason people believe carbon life formed is just because it's the most common thing in the universe. That's you find it everywhere. So it's a very convenient building block. But we have, even among carbon life, we have things that exist on Earth that don't work the way most life does. Like some of the life forms around the thermal vents in the ocean.
Deep down in the ocean, yeah.
And it shouldn't be able to live, but their bodies are made in a certain way with certain extra materials that let them survive there. So if that can happen, then there's no reason there can't be life formed from other things out there. But again, we don't have a way of seeing it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And plus, he was going on too with the the distance from the Earth. Dr. Dig mentioned it. Yeah, the Goldilocks zone currently for Earth is about 5 million kilometers. That's how far it's currently varying just on a yearly orbit.
Yeah, well, that's the current deviation. I forget if I think that's right. It was like in the order of billions of kilometers. That's not just that's not even the Goldilocks zone, by the way. That's the that's where it actually that's where it actually orbits at its closest. It's like 5 billion kilometers, or sorry, million. Million kilometers closer than at its furthest. We had this discussion, was it yesterday or today, about what is Mars is in the Goldilocks zone, by the way.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't currently have life on it. All the Goldilocks zone is saying is that the life as we know it, if the planet were terraformed or built in such a way, because you could have various pressures, different types of gases that have effects on cooling and all that, it's plausible that the Earth is arranged in such a way that it could host some life on it. That's all the Goldilocks zone is. And we have found multiples of planets out there that are in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, and it basically has to be a planet that has like liquid water, has the things that we understand are required for life to exist, which is huge. Like there's planets way the hell out there that have water, just as far as we know there's no life. But and it's just there's way too much. And again, it's the argument of, well, if the constants were different, then the universe wouldn't exist. No, there would be a different universe, and there would be idiots in that universe saying that the universe was designed just for that.
Or not even, and even if there's no life, let's say the unit, like this is what I said before. Let's say we just shuffle up. We're going to do a randomizer. We're just going to grant that that's even a thing possible. Randomize the universal constants. Now the universe looks vastly different. I don't even know what it looks like. But in this universe that it landed on, thing X exists within a narrow range of what it landed on. Is now that evidence for God? And if we randomize it again, now you have thing Y.
I just thought of something. If you put, I just think I formed quite an interesting argument. So if you said to them, what if God had different properties, right? And the properties that God had were that, like, he just doesn't create anything. No universe, or God made lots of, God, like, imagine a God with different properties. They would say, well, God just has the properties God has. Like, you could say, well, what are the chances of the God that you're imagining having the exact properties that you imagine this God has? Think about all the other types of gods that wouldn't have created, right? They would say, their ultimate position is, well, God is defined as necessarily having these properties. So they're completely happy with something being just a brute fact, right? Their God is the terminus of brute facts, and they invoke their God and then say, from that starting point, everything else is then contingent going on from there, right? So they're happy to have something with just established as brute facts. Well, my position is, which he couldn't respond to, maybe all of these physical constants are the brute facts. They are the terminus. Yeah. And that's why I said to him, there's no possibility space that you can demonstrate where these things even could have other values.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing to chew on that we didn't even get to bring up because things got chaotic. If there's an all-powerful God, which he believes in, the universal constants are completely arbitrary and unnecessary. The laws of science and physics and chemistry, all of that completely unnecessary. He is all-powerful. We could just be magically delicious. We could just exist magically without the need for any laws of science and physics, and that's all completely unnecessary. Now, that God could exist and choose to facilitate things through natural laws or what have you, but there's no reason for it to. We could just exist. We could literally exist on the sun. So, but if naturalism were true, the laws of the universal constants, the laws of science, chemistry, all that stuff are necessary. You would have to have them.
Yeah.
So that's just something to think about too.
Well, thanks for coming to set that to rights, Adam. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Thanks,
Always
buddy.
happy to call in. You take
Keep
care.
well. Thanks, friend.
Bye.
Take care. Okay, that was Adam. Adam is always awesome. Right, I'm going to read a few super chats because I haven't read any, and there's a few in the queue. So let me get to it. So what do we have? We have let's put this over here, and we have Gordon Loves Science. Great to see you. Sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. This was right at the start of the stream, and I saw them get distributed. Gordon, thank you so much. That's super kind. And then immediately in his wake, Tracy came in and sent out 10. So that's super amazing as well. Tracy, that's amazing, above and beyond the call. So thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. And then Christian said, debated my Bible college philosophy professor after he demanded we write, God's not dead. Later, he got struck by a car. As he died, he confessed as a straight man, he feared spending eternity in Jesus' arms and was led in renunciation of faith and died peacefully. Thanks be to Puff. Okay, fair enough. It's a good story.
That's quite the story.
Yeah, all praise to Puff. Puff's got it going on. Puff's got it going on. May you be reflected in his scales. And Bethel said, online again? Bro, should I sleep? When should I sleep? Sorry. Bro, when should I sleep? No sleep. No sleep. We have no need of sleep. We don't need to sleep. And Bethos then said, right, the honest position is to be agnostic. This was early on when we were talking about the justification for these beliefs. And the honest position is to be agnostic. And then with a clarification, Bethos comes in again. Agnosticism is not a middle ground. This is really important for anyone who doesn't get this. For anyone who's listening and hasn't heard us speak about this before. Do not think that you've got atheism at one end, theism at the other end, and agnosticism in the middle. It doesn't work like that. You're either a theist or you're not a theist. And you can be agnostic in either one. You can be an agnostic theist, you can be an agnostic atheist. Agnostic just means you're not claiming knowledge. But don't think that there is a middle switch. It's like a middle position between a light switch being on and off. That position doesn't exist. It's the same here. Either you're a theist or you're not a theist. And we have a word for people who aren't theists, and it's atheist. And there's different variations on that position, but just think about it like that. You're either a fireman or you're not a fireman. There's no position between being one and not being one. We either are or you're not. That's how it works. What else do we have? We have Neck2, great to see you. Remember to what am I missing here? Annihilate that, like, share, subscribe. What am I missing? There's probably some clever wordplay, and I'm going to feel really dumb for not figuring out what the annihilate thing is.
And to annihilate that, like and share, and subscribe.
Maybe do the like, sharing, and subscribing. Yeah, maybe it's that. But if you are watching on YouTube, it's a massive help. If you like what we're doing here, please do subscribe to the channel. I put out videos pretty much every day, and it really would help me if you did subscribe. And just liking the stream would be a really big help as well. So that's if you like it. If you don't like it, please don't. If you think
and we're always looking for opposition. So on the TikTok side, if you have people Christians, believers who are on your friends list that you enjoy listening to or arguing with or what have you, invite them as well.
Yeah, and apologies for the beeping on the TikTok side. I think this is a new thing that they brought in. I'm going to have to investigate it. I've just had a little bit of a cursory look on the software now. It doesn't seem to be something I can play with while the stream is running, but you can be absolutely sure that I will get to this as a priority afterwards, because we don't want beeping here. We want to be able to speak freely.
I don't hear it as a guest. So in the chat, are they hearing a beeping sound?
Yeah, apparently when we say certain words, the platform's deciding that they're forbidden and we're being bleeped out, which is completely... annihilate.
Wow.
Thank you, Neck2. I got you, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, Sean nailed it. I'm just too stupid.
That's all right.
Yeah, thank you, pal. Really appreciate that. And Viking Chef, good to see you, says... You can't choose what you believe is the butter knife that cuts through the argument of choosing. Thanks, John and Sean, and hail Puff. Hail Puff, friend. Bethos says, Sean's universe argument is right. We just see a part and don't know how big that part is. We don't know, and that is great. So much more to explore. So much. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Let's see. What else do we have? We have a thumbs up and a donation from JM. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. And then Bethos said, W. Gordon, W. Tracy. Yeah, big win to you guys. Thank you. That was super generous to hand out those memberships. That means a huge amount. Thank you very, very much. And then Tim, good to see you, said, I thought my son to make his first word quote, maybe that's taught, so when he dies he can make his final words end quote. Oh, Tim always brings it. That's the thing.
Oh, wow.
Love that. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm a little bit up to date on that. Shall we check the status of the bingo? Let's see. What do we have on the bingo? We've got a couple of calls on the bingo. Let me have a little look. We have, let's just get this a little bit bigger so I can see it more clearly. Right. Pasta Fairy was first out the gate and called Fine-Tuned Universe when we were speaking to Soldier. A little bit loud. Very, very good call. And then Indentured Service called Crash Out for Soldier CK. I mean, I guess they kind of crashed out. I guess they kind of did. I mean, it wasn't a major crash out, but they did sort of
borderline. I'll up to you, Joe.
Yeah, it was borderline. I mean, I was going to say, really, a crash out is really when they start flipping out and being rude and being crazy and stuff like that. But I thought, why not? We'll have it. And then Jiffy Code's called Phil Bro Babble with the same chap. There we go. That's the bingo. Right, where are we at? Do we have any guests in the queue? No, not right now. So is that thing really bleeping a load? I wish it didn't. I really wish it didn't bleep. It's like, what are we saying?
So what does it sound like? I haven't heard that today at all.
It's going to be because you're a guest, so you're not just hearing the normal stream because you're in as a guest, I guess. But
no, I'm. Oh yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So is it like that the smoke alarm that the battery hasn't been changed and you're too lazy to go get the ladder and then you decide if you want to like sort of deal with it, the beep in the background, or is it like worse than that?
It bleeped on the bingo page. This is shocking. I'm really not happy about this. I'm going to see if I could turn it off, but I can't see. I'm going into the settings, and I can't see where it is in the settings.
Like when they bleep things on TV is what someone said.
Yeah, it's that. They're basically just trying to censor.
It's a censor bleep.
It's a censor bleep.
What's wrong with TikTok? All right, so I wonder what words are censored. That's the interesting thing.
Yeah, shall we try it? I'm going to try and say some really, really bad words. Right? Here's a really bad word. Pork. Did that get bleeped? Did pork get bleeped? I'm going to guess it probably didn't. It's an acceptable sort of food substance. Okay. How about pig? Like, is pork allowed but pig isn't? That'd be interesting. No? Okay.
Sex.
Oh, Sean, you're going to get the whole stream taken down. Not allowed to say that, are you? No? Okay. How about... I can't find my mind. There's so many things I want to say right now. Okay. Smelly socks. Are we allowed to say smelly socks? This is crazy work. Absolute madness. And of course, all the people who are watching on YouTube, who for whom none of this stuff is being bleeped, are just like, what is going on over there? What is going on over there? It's absolute madness. I am going to get to the bottom of this. I can't promise that I will do it while the stream is going on. But yeah, I mean,
if anybody knows, like joking aside, if anybody was able to pick up a certain word that ended up getting bleeped, please say it without saying it, like say a misspelled or whatever version of it in the chat. So just so we have situational awareness about what words are being bleeped.
It's crazy. I really can't express how much I hate the fact that they are deciding what words we're allowed to hear on that platform. What are we? Are we
On
five?
a
Are we
over 18 platform too?
Yeah. I can't see that kind of craziness. Cardinal is saying, I just hope that draconian. I'm going to say it.
Doctor, because I think maybe it sounds too much like Doctor, like you dig a hole, Doctor Dig. They said it was bleeped.
That is just complete twaddle.
That's what I popped up to say. It was Dr. Diggs' name.
Dr. Dig, your name is
I heard Dr. Bleep a couple times, and I was like, what?
That is complete craziness. Crazy. Well, thanks for letting us know.
Wow.
I will get to the bottom of this. It looks like I won't be able to do this while the stream is running now, because I've been going through menus in the app, and I can't see where it is, but I will get to the bottom of this, and I am going to turn that shit off because we're not having this. No.
Oh, so that's a setting. That's a setting on your side.
It's going to have.
I thought it was maybe being imposed. Yeah.
I think. It's going to have to be a setting somewhere. I mean, if not, then, I don't know what to say. If not,
yeah.
But it's absolutely crazy. Yeah. So TikTok is against doctors, says Adam.
Yeah.
We're just going to call her Dr. Curse Word.
Absolute madness. Totally mad. Yeah, well, thanks for letting us know, Jane. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm doing well. I was just hopping off of work, and I had been laughing about it bleeping her name for a minute, and so I was like, well, I'll pop up and say. But yeah. Anyway,
poor Dr. Dig.
Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Jane.
That one call a few minutes ago was, wow, that guy was a lot.
Yeah, madness. Madness.
Yeah. All right, have a good one.
You too. Take care. Thanks a lot.
All right, Jane.
Thanks. I love the fact that Dig got censored, but shit came through. They might have some work to do. They might have some work to do on their discernment algorithm. Love that. Okay.
that would be par for the course for them anyway.
Absolutely crazy. Okay, we're going to bring Mokemeister in, our good friend. Hopefully that's going to work.
First time I can see your camera from a different angle.
Yeah. You get a special angle. Hi, friend. Can you hear us? Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. You can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, all good. Although your the frog is coming, but I could turn off the echo cancellation, and then hopefully the frog will stop. Yeah, it makes weird froggy noises from the echo cancellation. But
I have my.
We're good now.
My iPhone's. It's my iPhone's microphone.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I got you. It's all good. How are you?
I'm good. You've got artwork on your wall. That's cool.
Yeah, I have artwork on my wall. No one can see the artwork. Only you can, because you're on a different camera. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just making dinner right now. Making chicken nuggies.
Excellent stuff. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Okay, so I only tuned in like 30 minutes ago, if even, and I caught the tail end of that dude making the fine-tuning argument, something I thought was very convincing when I was still a believer.
Right.
I wasn't even sure how to counter it in theory, and actually, your question to him, like, give me some kind of evidence or even just an indication that they could be different, rather than just a brute fact, as you put it.
Yeah.
A great way to put it. I was like, yeah, there is no reason why it would be different. And I guess even if they could, I mean, it's the draw the bullseye around where the arrow landed thing and saying, look, this is the perfect result.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Even if it landed in a ditch miles from the target, but
yeah,
right. I mean, and then like there was the dude who came in right before me who elaborated on. He was saying like, oh man, these people just follow a script, like. It's like, have you ever seen footage of somebody like training to be a pilot and they induce hypoxia in the person and like they're doing like a psychology test? Yeah. So it's like, as the hypoxia starts to take over, they're still lucid for a brief moment and they can still do these instructions. It's like, okay, sorry if this is loud, by the way, I'm washing my hands. It's like, okay, press the green button, and then they press the green button and it's like, all right, now press the red button. And they just press the green button again.
Yeah.
They say, no, the red button, and they hit the green button again. The brain, it's almost as if their brain is just defaulting back to the last command it consciously processed, you know?
Interesting.
That's what this dude was doing. He completely, like you guys gave him many explanations, which were perfectly easy to understand, and he just would not get it. He just kept saying, but guys, here's my claim again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's not. It's not a winning way.
He's just saying it over and over and begging you to just finally be like, oh, right, and slap your foreheads and be like, of course. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah. And I also want to address something that he mentioned, which doesn't get countered enough. You know, when they talk about this, we're building a cumulative case. Well, you can build a cumulative case for something. Let's say someone is on trial for murder, and you want to build a cumulative case against them as the prosecution. And you find you have genetic evidence from the scene is part of the evidence. You establish that they had a motive for the crime. That's also evidence. Let's say somebody saw them outside the building afterwards. That's more evidence. And let's say DNA of the victim is discovered under their fingernails. That's more evidence. That's how you build a cumulative case. In that case, each one of those pieces of evidence is actually good evidence. And so lots of good evidence together makes a cumulative case. What they mean when they say build a cumulative case is lots and lots of poor arguments, lots of arguments which on their own are not convincing and are actually don't actually get you towards where you want to get to. And when you add all of those together, hopefully lots of poor arguments together makes a good argument. But that's completely fallacious, because lots of poor arguments together added together just makes a really big poor argument. Yeah, it's not a cumulative case. And I've heard William Lane Craig do this. I've heard some of the big hitters do this. And it's a tactic, and we need to call it out, because that's a load of nonsense. Like, adding together lots and lots of poor arguments does not get you to a good argument.
Actually, you just brought up something that reminded me of something I actually wanted to say in our first ever, in the first time I was ever on a call with y'all, but I completely forgot until just now. When I realized or accepted that I no longer believed in God, I thought of all these intellectual guys like Francis Collins, Dr. Collins, William Lane Craig, Habermas, Jim Stump, who runs the Language of God podcast, which I used to love. I thought of them and I was like, you know what though? I'm never going to stop respecting those guys, I don't respect them anymore. I think they're a bunch of grifters. I really do, and that's sad that I've sort of evolved into that state, but I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Like, Collins was best buddies with Hitchens.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't understand this at all.
Yeah.
So, it's...
What I've noticed is if you want to call them higher tier, the more eloquent, some of the bigger names of Christian apologists, if you boil down their arguments just down to their base concepts, the concepts themselves are still crap. They're just very good at articulating them and presenting them in a persuasive way. And it's important for everyone to realize there is a difference. They're independent, but they can overlap between being logical and rational and being persuasive. You can be, your arguments can be completely rational and logical and follow, but your presentation, you might not be very persuasive. Conversely, you could have crap arguments, but you can appeal to emotion. You can appeal to popularity in a very compelling manner that kind of captivates people. You can present bad arguments in such a way that it is convincing to a lot of people. So it's really important for people to try to just make a conscious effort to like boil away the charisma or lack thereof and just take the arguments down to their concepts and then evaluate those in your mind.
Yeah.
Exceptionally well put. And I would add as well that they are charismatic and they speak with confidence, and they sound like friendly guys who you would want to grab a beer with. And they're
Sure.
kind of like cult leaders in that regard. Cult leaders get their followings by just saying they're smooth-tongued charmers, who can talk their way out of any situation, right?
Right.
And they can look their own nonsense in the face and not blink. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And you brought up the whole, like, no matter how rational they sound, what they're saying is still irrational. And I think for the first time ever, I'm going to address the prompt on one of these calls. I mean, usually when you get friendlies in these calls, they don't even bother with the prompt because we're already on the same page. Yeah, I mean, it does make more sense to not believe this stuff. I mean, it makes no sense to believe it, and if it were true, that wouldn't be the case. Like, I saw a great, like for the first time, I've been watching like Hitchens quotes for these last couple of months, and I don't think I ever heard him speak before I stopped believing. Like, I consciously avoided hearing him talk because I was afraid that exactly what ended up happening eventually would happen. And he basically was like, in this quote, he said, like, you either, all religions are true, all religions are false, or just one is true. And I mean, guys, really, the completely lucid truth, he said this, the completely lucid truth is staring you right in the face. And I heard that and I was like, God damn, that's so, that is so, like, yeah, it is completely lucid. Like, why, if atheism is not correct, why does everything suddenly make perfect sense as soon as you are one?
Yeah.
If it were false, that simply would not be the case. You would not have to do these strenuous, scary mental gymnastics to try to convince yourself and everyone else that words don't mean words. You wouldn't have to ignore science and all this other shit. Like, it just wouldn't be necessary. You wouldn't need gotquestions.org or .com or whatever the extension is at the end. Like, they just wouldn't be necessary. It just isn't true.
Yep.
But
yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, giving your thoughts, and listening to ours. And
for sure. I'll probably be listening for the rest of the stream if I can.
Cheers, Mo. Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Good night, y'all.
Good luck with your cooking. Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've already got them in the oven. Hopefully,
good stuff.
It'll turn out good. Yeah.
Take care, pal.
Bye.
Thanks, man. Okay, that was Mokemeister. Right. Just apropos what we're talking about, we're going to get John Mondragon in next, and then we've got our friend Dr. Joe and our very good friend Kirby as well in the TikTok queue. But just before we get John in, I just want to read this super chat from Bethos, which absolutely just ties into what you were just talking about, Sean. William Lade Craig is a good performance artist. Not sure if he really believes. He is good at debate, but uses poor arguments. He must know that. He's not dumb. I would agree with that. He's a smart guy. He's not stupid, but his arguments are poor. He just delivers them so... I mean, I think he delivers them quite well because he's just a practiced speaker. He's rhetorically gifted, but his arguments are crappy, in my view. I enjoyed watching Alex O'Connor engage with him. Alex O'Connor ran rings around him, in my view. I know I'm biased, but that was how it looked to me. Anyway, so... with that said, let's get John in. John Mondragon. Bringing John in right now.
What's up, dude?
How's it going? How are you? How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Yeah, very good indeed. Welcome up. Thanks for joining us. And what would you like to say?
I have a question about your prompt. Atheism makes more sense. What do you mean by it makes more sense?
Well, I mean, it's just more rational, and it's
according to what?
Well, according to the principle of believing things where there is good evidence for them, right? So, in my view,
that principle?
Yeah, well, the principle. Would you agree that it's rational to believe things when there's evidence for them, and to withhold belief in an absence of evidence? That's a starting point. Would you agree with that?
I would, but we would have to get into like what we would consider evidence to be.
Yeah, sure. No, that comes later. So the starting point is like a policy position, right? It's like, do we want to believe things because it feels nice? Not particularly. Do we want to believe things because it sounds cool? Not particularly. We want to believe things because if there's evidence for them, they're more likely to be true, and life goes better for you.
How do we know?
Well, because Because basically, if you live a little bit, right, and if you look at human history, believing things where there's evidence as opposed to believing things where there's no evidence, you're statistically much more likely to be correct. Are you guaranteed to be correct? No, but you're more likely to be. If you start living your life right now, believing things completely without evidence all the time, you're not going to have a good life. Someone will
How
come.
do we know?
What
is that?
Because that's obvious,
How do
right?
we know
You're going to make silly decisions. Are you asking how do we know that
John,
that believing things on the
No,
basis of
how
evidence?
do we know? How do we know what truth is?
Oh, I'm not talking about truth yet.
We're just defining it. Hold on, we're just defining truth. Truth is that which comports with reality. That's
Dude,
how we
I've
are
asked you for formal debates. I'm not here to talk to you. I've asked you for three formal.
Okay, well, I'm a co-host on here. I'm going to say my piece. Please stop crying. I'm going to answer questions. If you don't like it, I'm going to leave. I'm sorry, you're going to leave. It's up to you to leave.
Well, please leave.
I just found myself. Yeah, I got you. I misspoke. All right, so when we say truth, we mean that which comports with reality. So if X is true, X is the case in actual reality. That's it. It's that simple.
No, that's descriptive. I asked you, what is it?
Hang on a second.
Truth is that which comports with reality.
Yeah, he wants to know what's true.
What is that?
Yeah.
Though?
Okay, but that's a silly question because there's an infinite list of statements we could make that might be true. So asking for a list of everything asking for a list of everything that's true is asinine, right? Let's try and focus up here because
how do we know? But in order for it to make sense, don't we need for things to make sense? They need to be true, right?
Not necessarily. You don't necessarily know what's true. Look, I was asking you to follow me on a policy.
We don't necessarily know what's true.
Just calm down. Calm down. There are instances where we don't know whether certain things are true.
Jesus.
For example, we don't know if it's true that there's alien life on other planets. There might be, there might not be. We don't know, right? There are lots of things that science operates at the boundaries of what we know, and part of the job of science is to interrogate reality to find out what's true. This is uncontroversial.
But science operate?
This is
science
uncontroversial.
But science operates on a line of philosophy, doesn't it?
Science operates by trying to test reality and test ideas to see if they can be falsified and try to find out what's true, or at least what models work successfully to describe things.
So it's a philosophy on what is true. Right?
It's not a philosophy. No, it's a methodology.
There are
philosophical aspects
philosophy
to it.
To science.
There's a thing called philosophy of science, but science itself is not a philosophy.
And is that based in truth? Is that?
Are you going to please stop
slow down
talking over
just a
John
little.
every time he doesn't finish answering?
Just slow down a little bit, because what you do is the way this question works, the way this conversation works is you are asking a question, and as I start answering your question, you immediately ask the next question before I've given you the answer. If you could control yourself a little bit, just get yourself under control and calm down and take some breaths. Then when you ask me a question, I'll answer it for you, and then with the conversation continue. Right. So,
perfect.
Let's try and focus up. Let's try and focus up for a moment, because I think we're getting off track a little bit. So we started off with you saying, "What do we mean by makes more sense?" And I was clarifying what I mean by makes more sense. And the principle that I offered you, which you seem to be struggling to accept, which is odd because it's not controversial, is that it makes more sense to believe things when there's evidence for them. I was trying to establish this as a baseline that we could agree on, and then we can actually look at the evidence. So before we do that, are you happy to agree that it makes sense to believe things when there's evidence for them?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So then we can look at.
So how do we know? How do we know that then?
How do we know what?
How do we know that one thing is more truer than the other thing?
You don't always know, and that's why you look at the evidence and you take the quantity.
So then how would you know?
You're doing it again. I'm answering your question. Calm down. Take some breaths. Do whatever you need to do to lower your blood pressure and just chill. Okay. So what we do is we look at the quantity and quality of available evidence, right? And we ascertain on the basis of that how likely we think it is that the claim is true. And we don't always know. We don't have access to ultimate truth. We do it by looking at the evidence and evaluating it in various ways. We can see, for example, how well it integrates with other things that we believe to be true. So if somebody says they saw someone on a flying carpet, we would be justified in being skeptical of that claim because our current understanding of carpets is that they don't fly, right? So that's why we would be justified in being skeptical about that. And that's the kind of application of reason and logic and evidence that we bring to bear when we're assessing claims. Does any of that sound controversial to you?
Okay. Let's practice this in real time. John, do you have evidence that God exists?
No, I don't have it. No, I don't have any. Relax. No, Sean, I don't.
Yeah. So I'm talking to the other John.
To the other John. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking.
No,
yeah,
he finished. He finished. It was my.
Yeah. So okay. So let's practice this in real time.
It's my turn now.
We're doing a lot of navel gazing about what do you mean by evidence? How do you know what's true, et cetera, et cetera.
It's my bad because I thought you meant me.
Your God. So please provide evidence for your God. We've established that evidence-based beliefs are important. It's important to have evidence to be rational in what we believe. So, do you have evidence that you would like to present for your God or not?
I didn't bring up God, so I don't know why you're bringing God into this.
Atheism makes more sense. What is atheism? The lack of belief there's a God. How is it rational to be an atheist? Because we haven't had evidence.
Ask you a question. God tripping out about God.
I'm answering the prompt because you're taking us on a side quest.
Answer the prompt. No one asked you the prompt.
The prompt is there for a reason. Just say no. Okay.
Yeah, but no one asked you that.
If you don't have rational justification for your God belief, please indicate so by not beginning your next response with evidence for God.
How do we know what rationality is? How do we know this stuff?
Demonstrate. Give us evidence for your God, and we'll discuss how we know whether it's rational or not rational.
I didn't bring up God, dude. I never said God once.
So what's the conversation? What's the title of this conversation? Use your bestest big boy reading skills. Because nobody is interested in how we use words. We're trying to have a conversation about a topic. You're either interested in having the conversation that we're having tonight, or you're not. I've got other people waiting to come in. If you're not interested in having this conversation, we can move on.
I'm trying to have this conversation.
Great.
Okay, so you say that atheism makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when I asked you the question of what makes more sense, you said we use our rationality. And I'm asking you, how do we trust our rationality?
That's a different question, right? But the thing is...
That's the question I asked you.
Right. But the thing is, I'm more interested in knowing whether you
That's a precondition.
Right. I'm interested in knowing whether you agree with our claim that atheism makes more sense or whether you don't.
But you're making the positive claim. You're making the positive claim.
What positive claim am I making?
That atheism makes more sense.
Right.
That's a positive claim, right?
Do you agree? Do you agree with the positive claim or not?
I'm asking you.
No, because here's the thing.
I do not because I'm.
Okay, so here's the thing. Nobody's interested.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Nobody's interested in hearing us have a long conversation about what words mean. This is typically what people want to do when they can't actually argue about the actual topic. They come in and want to have long conversations about
philosophy,
what words mean. What we're more interested in talking about than what words mean is whether the actual claims that we're talking about are true or justified, at least, right?
Yeah. So I asked you, how do you know that?
Right. So how do I know that atheism makes more sense? Because there's a lack of evidence for any gods.
No, I already asked
we keep asking theists for evidence, and they keep dodging around. Like, how do you know this, and how do you know what's true?
I already asked you the question.
Give your evidence. So here's what would make atheism. Here is what would make atheism not make sense. If you provide evidence, put your big boy pants on, and provide evidence for your God. Then atheism wouldn't make sense.
I never brought up God.
But the more you navel gaze with your sophistry, I meant you asked the question: how do you defend atheism? How do you ask the question for us to defend that atheism makes sense? What is atheism? The lack of belief in a God. You said I did not bring up God. The reason atheism makes sense is because you're not bringing up God. That's what makes atheism make sense. So thank you. Are you going to give evidence for your God or not? Yes.
How do you know this?
Because there's no
How do I
evidence
know
for
what?
it. Because there's no evidence
That you
for
haven't
it.
Oh
brought
my
up God?
God, you
Okay,
guys are
okay,
you guys can't be
okay.
this fucking dumb.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
John, this
Go
is
ahead.
actually very simple, right? What we do on this channel, I don't know if you've seen this channel before. We talk about religion.
I've been
And
on here 4 times, dude.
right.
You've debated me 4 times before.
Lovely. You're
I
immensely
guess you weren't very
you're
memorable.
immensely forgettable at the moment, right?
No,
What we
obviously not.
what we
Because
do
I just
what we
keep destroying you on all your points.
Yes, that's delightful. What we do here is we talk about beliefs, right? Now, what you're doing right now is everyone can see it, refusing to talk about beliefs, and instead you want to talk about grammar.
Can we choose?
Right?
Can we choose our beliefs?
Now, nobody here is interested in talking about grammar, and no one is interested in your pirouettes
I didn't
right now.
ask about
right?
grammar.
No, you're insisting on talking about what we mean by things.
When did I talk about my appearance?
Your appearance? What are you talking about? Right. We're just trying to get you to focus on the thing that we're talking about. And when we bring up God, you are like, I'm not talking about God. This is a discussion about God belief. Now, you're either equipped for it or you're not. Either one is completely fine. So, are you here?
It's an internal critique.
Wait,
Do you know
wait.
what an internal critique is?
We do. Now, are you prepared?
So you don't allow that.
Are you prepared? Are you prepared to present evidence for a God if you believe in one?
And is Sasha over here ever gonna?
And if you don't believe in one, then presumably you agree with us. In
Gonna
which
have
case,
a public debate with me?
Your call is pointless. We're having a debate now.
It's on NDD actually.
Are you prepared to present evidence for any God you believe in? We would love to hear it. We're all desperately waiting. Go for it.
I didn't bring up any God. I didn't bring up any God. I'm asking you, how do you justify this?
Off he goes.
We're trying to explain.
No, he's done. I dropped him. I dropped him. He's just playing word games. Bullshit. Waste of time.
Yeah.
Complete waste of time. Look, if you want to come
is he that slow to understand, or is he being disingenuous?
No, he's just
wasting
really
that
time.
slow to understand?
No, he's just a time waster. Look, this is a conversation about religion. You did everything you could there, if you're still listening, to avoid engaging. Now you can declare that you're here cooking everyone every time or whatever. You're the one refusing to engage substantially in a conversation about this topic, refusing to do it. We're trying to get you to do it, and you're saying everything you can to avoid answering and to avoid making a case. So you either have the belief, in which case you should be prepared to defend it, or you don't have the belief, in which case why are you calling? So that was all a little bit silly. All a little bit silly. That was John Mondragon. Total complete waste of time. I don't have patience for time wasters today. So off you go, silly boy. Right, let's get in our friend Dr. Joe, and then we've got our friend Kirby, and then we have Mark as well in the queue, who we have spoken to before. Mark, we'll get to you shortly. We can speak to a couple of friends first, and then we will engage with you, Mark. Thanks for waiting, if you can. Welcome up, Dr. Joe. How are you?
Hello. Yes, I am. I'm great, thanks. I enjoyed the prompt. It's a bit more direct, I think, today. A bit more combative, but I like it.
I actually think it's a bit less combative because normally we're going like God is evil, God doesn't exist, God is imaginary. We're sort of on the attack. This is more just like defending our turf and saying, you know what, this just makes more sense. So I thought it'd be nice to run it from this side.
Yeah, no, I like it. I have two things I wanted to discuss.
Okay.
One was about the term agnostic atheist.
Yep.
And lots of people talk about this. And to me, I mean, maybe you'll disagree with me, but for me, I've never quite understood this term because if I'm saying I'm an atheist, I'm saying, you know, I don't believe in God. But then agnosticism is about saying that I don't have the knowledge of whether a God exists or not.
Yes.
Which to me almost seems a bit redundant. Like you're making a belief statement and then you're saying, but we don't have the knowledge to know either way. Seems
not necessarily, because people like if my position is I know there are no gods. If that's my position, I also fall under the set of people who don't believe any gods exist. So you have a whole wide range of people who are, all of whom are not convinced any gods exist. A subset of those are people who, in addition to say, I know there are no gods. those people would be Gnostic atheists. Everyone else who's like, I'm not claiming to know, I'm not claiming I can, whatever. I'm not claiming knowledge of it, but I'm unconvinced any gods exist. Those are agnostic atheists.
Yeah,
I see. But surely no one would seriously have knowledge of it. It's just a.
Well, some people do
knowledge.
claim knowledge. Not very many. I think most atheists are agnostic atheists, but certainly not all. I've spoken with some.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And then my second question was about, in terms of the way you pitch atheism, because the way you pitched it today was kind of like, and it makes sense because it's a rational position saying there's no evidence for such, so therefore that's my position. But there are a lot of atheists who will go on the attack and try to argue evidence directly for that position. I know some will go on.
For the position that no gods exist?
Yes.
For affirmative, yes. And then also I'll do the same thing to certain gods. So there's the broad question, do any gods exist? I'm an agnostic atheist when it comes to just the broad concept that something or someone exists out there that could reasonably called a god. I don't know. I have no reason to believe it, but I don't know. But when it comes to like Thor, even Yahweh, I actively believe that those gods do not exist. So and then and I've talked on this app. There are some atheists that I talk to that I respect. They're hard atheists, and they feel they can substantiate that no gods exist, and they make some pretty good arguments. But I'm not in that. I'm not quite in that camp.
Yeah, because I think one of the arguments that I always used to hear was the argument for sort of natural explanations. So like when we talk about what we think could be true, we would give like a probabilistic argument. So you'd say, if you kept rolling a dice and you got between 1 and 6, then the next time you rolled it, assuming you had enough, trials already, you'd be rational to think you'd get between 1 and 6. You wouldn't be rational to assume a 7. So therefore,
if it's 6-sided die, then you're correct.
But even if, let's say, it was in the dark and I didn't know how many sides it had, I was just told the answer. If I did, 1,000 rolls and I was always told I got between 1 and 6, even if I couldn't see the how many sides it had, I'd be more rational to assume I'd get between 1 and 6 than another.
Yeah, no, 100. You're absolutely right. So if you roll a die, and let's say you can't feel how many sides it has, but you have a die roller, and 1,000 rolls, it rolls between 1 and 6 every time. That would be very, very strong evidence that what you have is a 6-sided die, but it's not conclusive. There's like a probability, an extraordinarily low probability. It could be an 8-sided die, and it just happened to be very,
of course,
but you would be rational to believe strongly believe you have a 6-sided die in that case.
This would be the rationality, and lots of people will say, because people will say, okay, I think, I don't know, God was responsible for the Big Bang or for the explanation for the universe, and then the argument is that every single time, like every single thing we've ever looked at that's natural has a natural explanation for that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And they will say,
like
because
inductive reasoning.
Yeah. So because every single time we have a natural explanation for a natural phenomenon, then when you go to the Big Bang, it would be rational to assume, based on a probabilistic argument, that explanation is also natural, given the evidence we have thus far.
Absolutely. I don't hear that used enough. I think that is a I think that's also a good argument for a naturalistic beginning to the origin of life. It's if you include it, the entire history of unknowns and discoveries throughout science, it's always been a naturalistic explanation. The origin of life is still an unknown as to like, here's where it happened, here's how, here's the conditions, here's the, et cetera, the details of the explanation.
Yeah.
That's just an unknown in science. And in the history of all of science, every explanation not just science, but with everything. Every explanation we've had to date has been naturalistic. In fact, we've disproved with naturalistic means things we thought were supernatural in the past. Everything from volcanoes being gods that are angry to people with epileptic episodes being demons to and on and on and on. Everything we thought was supernatural became natural. It's never happened in reverse. So I think you can reasonably say, using inductive reasoning, that it's probably the case that the origin of life is also natural. And the origin of the universe, if it has one. That's an important caveat.
Yeah. So that was, I mean, that's all I was going to say, that when presented with it, that was the argument I tended to use, that I can't guarantee, but as a probabilistic argument, I think it's the more rational position to hold.
I think that's in my opinion, that's a solid argument. I don't know if you can find any holes in it, John.
No,
or what you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've made a variation of that argument myself, which is like, if there's a unidirectional pattern throughout all of human history where supernatural explanations have been replaced by scientific ones, never the other way round. That pattern continues over and over and over again. So by induction, we could eventually be justified in assuming that that's going to continue to happen. It would be very strange if that was suddenly inverted, right?
Oh, 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
And but it is interesting. I know Blitz uses a different argument when we've had this discussion. He likes the argument. I mean, I won't say it perfectly. You should talk to him. But it was about the idea that minds require brains, and then he uses the similar kind of probabilistic argument to go through that. But yeah, it's interesting. I just thought, because people will come up, like the last guest will come up and say, oh, but it's a positive claim, you need to justify it. And so whilst I don't really think that's the case, it is interesting to see if we can have ways of imagining, well, not imagining, but having ways to almost present it as a positive claim and give good arguments for that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway.
Good stuff, dude.
Thanks a lot.
Good to speak, Joe. All the best. Thanks, pal. Thanks. Right. Okay. We will get Kirby in, but it'd be great to catch up with Kirby. Kirby, I did finish reading your story. Your stuff is very interesting and moving. So we will speak about that soon, I'm sure. But we're just going to get Mark in first, and then we'll speak to Kirby after that. And then we have company on the YouTube side too. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. Let's bring in Mark right now. Bringing in Mark right now. Hang on. There we go. Welcome back, Mark.
Hello.
How are you?
Good to see you again.
And you. How are you doing?
Doing well. I don't think atheism makes sense because I don't think you have a coherent model for, or I don't think you have a coherent ontology for logic.
Right. But except I do. Hang on a sec. Except I do.
Okay. Which model do you take? Conceptualism, physicalism, nominalism, or what's the last one? Realism.
I have absolutely no idea because I don't need to label them in those ways. But I do know that whatever you say, it will always be the case that modus ponens is going to work, right? So if I pour water,
I'm not asking whether it works. I'm asking your ontology.
Right. I don't care. If I say, if I pour water on your head, if I pour water on your head, you're going to be wet. And then the next statement is, I poured water on your head. By modus ponens, you're going to be wet. And that's going to be the case no matter what model of logic you use. It's always going to be valid because the conclusion follows naturally and inevitably from the premises, right? So I don't need to define what model I use. It works anyway.
You can talk now.
Yeah, how does it follow that works means you give an account for logic?
I don't have to give an account for logic.
Oh, I don't have to give an account? Okay, do I have to give an account for God?
If you want to be taken seriously, you're making a claim that something exists. So hang on, you've asked a question. You've asked a question. When you ask a question, the person who you ask the question of gets to answer the question. That's how conversation works. So, do you have to give an account for your God? I'm not claiming that logic is a thing that exists. I'm just saying that this is that I'm not making a claim that logic is a thing that exists ontologically. I'm just saying it's a way of organizing our statements so that they work. so that they're coherent and so that we can communicate effectively with each other about concepts. You really ought to learn some manners. Are you capable of having a conversation with manners or not?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, great. Okay, good. Lovely. We're going to demonstrate that now then. So, as I said, I'm not making the claim that logic is a thing that ontologically exists. I'm just saying it's a method that we use to organize our statements so that they have meaning, right? You're making a different type of claim when you speak about a God. You're making a claim that an entity exists that created the entire universe and he's a friend of yours. That is a categorically different type of statement. And if you want to be taken seriously about that, you need to provide evidence for it. Now, can you do that?
What's your criterion for evidence?
Can you do that? Yes or no?
Can you do that?
Yeah, what's the criteria for evidence?
The question I asked you has a yes or no answer. You can. So then present your. Don't worry about my criterion. Present your evidence.
How am I supposed to? Okay.
Present your evidence.
What constitutes evidence so I can give it to you?
Give us your evidence and we'll critique it.
Okay, it's going to be tag. Yeah, it's going to be tag.
It's tag. You're just running tag. Is that all you've got?
Yes.
The transcendental argument. Okay.
So if I may, Mark.
Sure.
Mark, we both agree that the laws of logic work, right?
Yeah, but I'm not going to grant you that works.
Okay, got you. Okay, so we both agree that it works. So it would be silly for you. So neither of us need justification from the other to prove that the laws of logic work because we agree on that.
The laws of logic are justified under your system.
Why is it so difficult for you to have a conversation where you don't talk? Yeah, you can't talk. Like if your ideas can stand up on their own, you wouldn't have to talk over people and prevent people from speaking their own ideas. So if you're afraid of what I have to say, please let everyone know by interrupting me. Each time you interrupt me, it's going to be an annotation to everybody else that you're afraid of what I have to say. Agreed? So let's just have a conversation. The laws of logic, we agree that they work. We don't agree as to whether or not it's rationally justified that a God exists. That's why we're asking you for evidence for that. Now, you're going to go with tag. So we agree that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. That's the law of non-contradiction. Okay, so we agree that that's the case. You're claiming that fact, that's an abstract fact of reality, requires a God to ground it. What is your evidence that it requires a God to ground it? Because I don't know that it requires a grounding. It could just be a brute fact of reality. I don't know. You're making the positive claim. What is your evidence that God grounds it, that God is necessary for the moon to not be able to exist and not exist simultaneously?
Yeah, because otherwise it becomes indistinguishable from mere stipulation. That's epistemically unfalsifiable.
Bullshit.
What are you talking about?
Calling bullshit. I'm just calling bullshit on that. That's just bullshit.
Bullshit. It's not a rebuttal. Anyway.
No, it is a rebuttal. It is a rebuttal because as Sean said, it would still hold that the moon cannot exist and not exist.
Yeah, but how would you know that? Yeah, but what's your account of how you know that's the case?
Because that's how we use language. It's what language means.
That's just begging the question.
It's not begging the question. It's not begging the question.
You're talking over again.
Yeah.
You're saying,
I guess I told you, let everyone know when you're afraid of what people have to say by talking over them.
No.
Each time I hit the mute button, it's a defense mechanism on your part. So John, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not begging the question. We're just observing that inference rules. Because we're really talking about inference. We're talking about valid inference, right? That if statement A, by inference rules, you can get to these conclusions. They don't need to be grounded. If you think that they need to be, if you think they need to be grounded, then provide an argument now that shows that without grounding they wouldn't work.
Yeah, I'm not talking about whether it works. I'm talking about whether it's justified to use what you call inference rules, whether this actually applies to reality, right? Because I'm not granting you under your system that what you call logic is actually what is the case under your system, right? Because when you say, listen, we have inference rule I. And this follows given our set of premises. How do we know that this follows necessarily? If you say,
I'll address that.
Let me finish, dude. If you say it's because it's just brute, that's arbitrary. We can't know whether it's actually the case if it's just a brute fact. It's just
right. We can't know. You're right. We can't know whether it's actually the case.
Stop, dude. I'm still talking.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
you lose normative warrant for logic, and thus no conclusion binds any rational agent.
Can I ask you a question about that, Mark?
Not done. If logic is just a concept, then in human minds, then it's reduced to contingent mental particulars. Again, you lose normativity. No argument necessarily follows.
I have a question for you, Mark. Do you think that your God?
Are you going to get Gallup or what?
It's right.
No,
yeah,
I'm
Mark.
I'm giving you the atheist accounts for logic on your system.
We're all delighted.
You don't get to speak on my behalf. Yeah.
Okay, Mark. Do you think that your God made the laws of logic?
No, I believe that my God is the ground of the laws of logic.
The ground of them. So without your God, so that means they're not necessarily true, right? They're not necessary, are they?
They're necessarily true because...
so if they're necessary, what do we need your God to ground them for?
Are you going to let me explain my position, or...
No, just answer the question. Answer the question.
The laws of logic are uncreated logi in the mind of God. Since they're uncreated, they always exist.
How do you know that?
This is my paradigm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, how do you know it?
So answer the question I asked you. No, I asked you a question. Hang on a second. I asked you a question that you...
For my paradigm, this is the
no one's interested in this waffle. I asked you a question. I asked you that are the laws of logic necessary or not? No. Simple question.
They are, because they're uncreated logi in God.
So if they're
logi in God.
So if they're necessary, we don't need a God to ground them.
No, I'm not granting you that, because they're only
the definition of necessary.
No, on my paradigm, they're only necessary because they are uncreated logi in God.
That's just wishful.
If they require God, they're contingent on God.
No, that doesn't follow.
It does.
No, that doesn't follow.
It does.
It doesn't.
All right. So
it does.
You're equivocating on terms. You're equivocating.
All right. So I'm gonna respond. So you're asking if there are concepts. So there's the map in the place. We conceptualize the fact that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. Me conceptualizing that in my mind and describing it, that's a concept. The fact that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, that is the place. So my mind, the concept, that's the map. The abstract fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, that is the place. What you are claiming is the abstract fact that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously requires a God. It appears to me, I'm not claiming it is, because I don't claim to know the ultimates of reality. It appears to me just to be a brute fact of reality. I could be wrong, though. So what I'm asking is, what is your evidence that requires your God, that if your God didn't exist, suddenly the moon would be able to exist and not exist simultaneously? And I'm going to continue real quick. There's a well-known paradox in philosophy that in order to prove the laws of logic, you have to use the laws of logic themselves, which is circular. It's like using a ruler to measure itself. Granted, we have that paradox. Now, what you're trying to do is use that paradox against us and say, see, you can't do, blah, blah, blah. My God solves that problem. You haven't solved shit until you can prove that your God actually exists and actually grounds logic. So without appealing to our position or what we can prove or what have you, on your own prove that your God actually exists and grounds logic.
Yeah, so when we say actually exists, we're applying some sort of epistemic criteria. Can I ask you, what epistemic criteria would you like me to give?
Okay, so there's the dodge right there.
How is it a dodge? I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm just going to take that. I'm just going to take that as a no. It's just a no, he can't.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a no, he can't.
How is that a dodge?
If someone came up to him and said, like, hey, if someone came up to him and was like, hey, can you prove that God exists? Is he going to be like, is he going to be like, oh, can you give me your epistemic criteria for, let me go Philbro and use all this philosophical jargon to try to confuse people because my ideas are crap? Like, just stop it.
Imagine this in a court of law. Imagine this in a court of law. The judge asks, where were you on the night of the murder? And the defender says, what's your epistemic criteria for where were you? This is just nonsense. No, we're not. We're actually not talking about anything because the inner circle have voted for us to end this conversation.
That's a second order empirical.
Dude,
so yes,
the Philbro routine is a downright cliche, and like everyone knows it.
Yeah. Oh, it does. So unfortunately,
it's performative.
Unfortunately, the inner circle have intervened at this point, and they have made their wishes clear. that this conversation shall be the terminus of our communication. And off he goes. Bye. Bye-bye, Mark.
No, that's, yeah.
We have spoken to Mark before. I think he was reasonably odious last time as well, but there we go. I just want to clarify something about his argument and why it doesn't work. So his claim is that you need his special magic friend in order to ground the laws of logic. Implied in that claim is that without his special magic friend, the laws of logic wouldn't be valid. Now, I asked him, are the laws of logic necessary? Meaning, do they have to apply? Right? Now, they either do or they don't. If they don't have to apply, that means that his special magic friend could have made it different. His special magic friend could have made it true that the moon exists and doesn't exist. In fact, his special magic friend could have made it true that the laws of logic are created by his special magic friend and also not created by his special magic friend, and that his special magic friend doesn't exist and also does exist. That would be the position he would have to hold to if he said that the laws of logic were not necessarily true, right? And if they are necessarily true, then we do not require the grounding he's trying to sell us. We don't need it. It's superfluous to requirements, and that's why the whole tag thing is bollocks. It's not needed. It's rubbish. It's a desperate argument. It's a word game played by people who don't have any evidence for their special magic friend, and so they resort instead to word games. And that's what you just witnessed here. Nothing more than that. Okay. We are going to get... do you know who we had in the YouTube queue? Did you see, Sean?
No, I didn't, actually.
He's dropped out now, but we had Otangelo back in the YouTube queue. Guy came back to be hurt, to be done again.
I'm bad with names. Who is that again?
He's the guy who's been banned from pretty much every atheist show. I mean, I'm not sure whether we should even take him if he comes back again. He's a complete waste of time. Anyway, there we are.
Have we talked to him?
Yeah. Everyone goes, okay, oh no, not him. It's quite amusing. Anyway, he's not in the queue anymore.
Your call if we take him.
Perhaps he knows what's good for him, because it didn't go well for him last time. It was fairly ugly, and it won't go for him if he comes back again. Let's bring in Kirby. This is a palate cleanse. Bringing in our friend Kirby.
Hello.
Hey, Kirby, welcome back.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, good. Forgive me for not getting back to you. I did read your thing that you sent me, and it was good. So thank you for sending it. I appreciate it. It was interesting to read it.
For sure.
What a ride you've been on. There's Kirby. Just to let the audience know, Kirby sent me like the account of his deconstruction, and it was moving, and I felt like I was on the journey with you when I was reading it. So, and thanks for the name check in it as well. Appreciated that.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually hoping for like more advice than anything on it. Like, I agree with the prompt. So like when I did consider myself a Christian, like when you actually read it in there, like I never actually accepted like the atonement in there. So I was like the wishy-washy guy where, does that make sense? Like in the very beginning. And then when I went to Bible college, because I was under the assumption in my brain, hey, I love children. I wanted to help kids, in the whole situation. So, but when I went to Bible college, it made me realize like that was the grounding foundation, that if I didn't accept killing another person to save myself, then I wasn't what I was claiming to be.
Right.
So like, and now when I look at that, like now, I'm a business owner. And I also run U-Haul, where if someone doesn't actually know what that is, it's basically like a moving company. So like say someone's moving from one apartment to another and they don't have access to a truck. This is a way to rent a truck to be able to move. So I see a bunch of different cultures. Well, the area that I'm in Ohio, it's like, I don't want to call it a Bible Belt, but there's a lot of Christianity or Abrahamic faith. There's a lot of different denominations, but there's a lot of Abrahamic faith in the area. Mm-hmm. Well, when they come into the store, there's always questions. People want to try to hang flyers on your walls, and I don't want to be a liar. Like, that's the only thing I've ever had my whole life, is I've always told the truth no matter what.
Yeah.
So like when someone asks me my faith, and like I said the last time that I was on, like I understand the term of agnostic atheist, but like it seems as if the location that I'm at in America, like it almost gets like an evil dogma, like because I'm saying that I'm an atheist, or even using, like when I use the word agnostic, they automatically look at me like mystic, like a mystic or something, which I know that's a complete misrepresentation. I completely understand that.
Yeah.
I have something. It's almost like I get looked at as if I'm evil or something's wrong with me. Does that make sense?
And you don't want to lie. So let me ask you this: do you believe that the power of a black hole is like greater than us?
I'm not sure. I've actually never studied black holes, but
Yeah,
I would assume yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there's powers throughout the universe that are way greater, and greater is like higher. So just tell people you believe in a higher power. You know what I'm saying? Maybe try that. Yeah, because I hear you. You don't like lying, but you don't want your business, or you don't want your social circle or whatever to be affected. Maybe there's a way to kind of satisfy both, like find some middle ground, like, hey, I'm still trying to figure things out, but I do believe in a higher power. You're not lying. You're just telling them that.
I've even tried using the term, like when I've talked with Casmine Twin a couple times about it.
Yeah.
And like with him, he was thinking more of like non-resistant, non-believer kind of thing, which I could see that as well. Like I've tried to use that term, but I like that, the higher power situation.
If you just want to shut it down.
I don't think you owe anyone an explanation of your personal religious beliefs. It's nobody's business. You can just say, my faith is something very private to me, and I don't like talking about it.
I like it.
True.
I actually,
I could do that. I never actually thought of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like John's idea better because it's like, it's not even dancing around it. It's the absolute truth. And then they can infer what they want about, like, oh, he must be really devout. They can make whatever assumption makes them feel comfortable.
Exactly.
But you've told them what the truth is because you're not comfortable talking about it. So like my beliefs are just very personal to me, and I like to keep them there. But et cetera, and just move on with the conversation.
I certainly think that you do not owe strangers a declaration of your non-belief. They have no entitlement to that private information about you at all. And so I understand you not wanting to lie, but you don't have to. You just say what I suggested. My faith is very, very private to me, and I prefer to. I live with my faith quietly, and I don't talk about it.
That's right.
I hope that's okay. Done.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I appreciate that. When I basically, I don't want to say walked away, like the community part of the whole religion is kind of like it's got my brain in a circle. Like I'm not that I'm thinking in a different direction to go that direction. I'm saying as in, like, I was so used to being around all of those people, and that they judge me now. So it's not the same. Like, they can't just see me as a human being. Instead, they see me as someone they have to talk down. I don't know. Like, I appreciate you guys. Like, I love these right here. This is like my church. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, no matter what any of the other people coming up talking, trying to say that, like, this is more therapeutic for me than anything religion could ever give me, because it lets me know I'm not alone.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But that's really all I wanted to ask.
Thanks, Kirby. Well, I hope that helps. I mean, that would be my advice anyway. And you don't feel that you owe anyone anything. You're not accountable for the contents of your mind any more than they are to you for the contents of theirs. So, but that gives you an easy out without having to go into the details. And I've got to imagine 99 out of 100 people or more would respect that. Like, anyone who pushes after that is actually way out of line. Like, that's a respectable personal boundary.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think you'll be all right with that.
Yeah. For sure. I just need to learn to not be a people pleaser on that side.
Yeah, but I think, I understand you. I understand you don't want to, you don't want to cause issues, and you don't want to upset clients and people, and you don't have to. You'll be fine with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, friend. Well, good to speak to you as
Yeah,
always.
for sure. Absolutely.
All right, buddy. Take it easy. Cheers, Kobe. Thanks. Take care. Bye. Okay. Hope that helps. I hope that helps. Good stuff. Right. Otangelo has run for the hills. Probably a good thing. We'll read a few more super chats while we are waiting for more guests to come up. The call queues are currently empty on both sides. Thank you for that on TikTok. Appreciate that. Let's have a look. Let's see what we've got. We have Bethos said, we don't need no censorship. We don't need no thought control. Fuck TikTok, Dr. Dig. Yeah, TikTok, you and I are going to have words in the morning. We're going to be having words tomorrow. I'm not impressed about the bleeping. Not impressed at all. That's messed up. Bab says, do you believe in God? Of course. Who do you think moderates the chat? Yeah, right. It's all going on here. And then Sydney, hi Sydney, said, the American for bum still gets denied in super chats. What, you can't say arse in super chats? That's outrageous. One of my favourite words. Bab says, don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. And I think that's excellent advice. I think we should all agree with that. Right, I will just read a couple more, and then we've got Buzz is on the YouTube side. We'll get Buzz in a moment. Always great to speak to Buzz. We have also, Bethos said, W. Sean, good co-host, honest debater. Yeah, Sean's a rock star. Everyone knows that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
L. Mondragon, certified dodger, and L. Taker. Yeah, I agree. That was a pretty pathetic performance back there. I think we've had a couple of fairly pathetic performances. And the last one for now, also from Babs, there may be Philbros ahead. But while there's music and moonlight and love and romance, let's face the music and dance. I love that song. What a great song. Okay, let's get Buzz in. Buzz, are you there? Buzz, are you there?
Hi, hello,
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's a little bit noisy, but hopefully we can make you out. I'm sure. Hopefully it'll be all right. You sound like you're not driving by any chance, are you?
I am. Should
Yeah.
I call back after?
Yeah, we can't
It's
talk to you while you
hands-free.
drive, but we still can't. We'd love to talk to you though, so just get to a safe place where you're not driving and call us back. We would love to get you in.
Sure thing. Talk to you soon.
All right, friend. Take it easy. Thanks, man. Yeah, we can't drive and live, but there we go. We do love Buzz in a major way. Right, I'll keep on reading super chats unless someone else comes up for now. Bethel said, I do not know the number of gods existing. I do not believe in any god. Is that clear? Oh my God. Yeah, it's not complicated. This is not complicated. You can always tell the people who just are terrified to just have a simple conversation about the evidence and or lack of it, because they come in and they just obfuscate and talk about words and language and meaning of words that everyone understands what they mean, rather than just getting down to it. Okay, there might be a fix for the bleep. I will check live settings before you broadcast. Yeah, I think it has to be before, Sean. Thanks for.
Oh yeah, it did say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't fix it during the stream, but it will not be happening again. Okay, let's bring in Cameron.
This beeping makes me angry.
It's ludicrous. We will bring in Cameron right now, hopefully, if TikTok allows us to.
Hello.
Hey, Cameron, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good. Welcome back. Nice to see you again.
Hey, I heard you guys talking about some sort of Mormon chat or something a couple weeks back, and I just never had the time to get back into it.
Yeah, we are still planning to do that. I was messaging with Nerd about it, and we might get Fro in as well because he's an ex-Mormon also, and I think it would be good to have a little session about Mormonism because I'm certainly fairly lacking in knowledge about it, and I thought it might be fun for us to talk about it and investigate that a little bit more. But that won't be happening right now.
Kind of crazy. There's have you heard the bricks and minifig situation going on?
The what situation?
It's Legos in Utah. The Mormon police force is doing pretty corrupt stuff right now over in Utah, arresting this guy for investigating a crime done by a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs.
I saw about that.
I don't know.
I saw about that. I did not know at all it was like a Mormon town, but it's like the most valuable Star Wars Lego set or whatever in the world, worth like a couple $100,000, right? Is that the same one?
And yeah, it's the same one. Essentially, the owners are Mormon, and then they got tracked down to like Utah. And then the Mormon Church was starting to send their police force to arrest the guy, trying to investigate it. Whole big old thing.
Yeah. It's a little convoluted to like explain like to the whole. There's some weirdness going on there for sure. I actually feel bad for the Lego, the legit owner of the Legos, who's like a man with like major health problems too. But yeah, that's a lot to get into.
It's just more shadiness that's in like the Mormon Church in Utah. It's super rough over there right now.
Yeah, I mean that's just corrupt to the bone, to the core. But
I'm
curious about that hangout you're talking about. So it's I guess I don't know, post it on your TikTok or something for when it happens.
Adam's just posted some clarification about this in the chat. He says a man was giving his Lego to the store to sell, with the store getting a small cut. So they were just basically being a middleman for him to divest of this very valuable set. The guy died, and his will left his Lego to his son, but the store refused to give it to him. That surely can't be legal.
And well, it's not. But the thing is the corporation that like took over the store basically told them you're going to lose more in legal fees than you'll recover in the value of the Lego set. And they have like the local police kind of on their side, like playing interference for these guys, so they can't go after them criminally. And it's this whole debacle going on.
That sounds horrific. Not liking that at all. Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess criminal's gonna crim. That's horrendous. Horrendous. Yeah. Horrible to hear that.
But I just wanted to ask about it and see when the hangout was, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, thanks, Cameron. It is still on the radar. We definitely will be doing it at some point. So yeah, just need to figure out the details and make it happen. Yeah. But thanks for coming up, man.
Oh, okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Take it easy. Good to see you. Right. Thanks. Okay. Right. I guess we will keep on going with some super chats until we get some guests in. I know it's a bit of a busy night. A few people are streaming tonight, so maybe the attention is a bit divided, but that's okay. We'll keep on going.
It's like Bethel said, eye of the storm right now.
Yeah, it is exactly. It's all happening, but that's okay. There's enough love to go around. So Bethel says, "Mark is such a mark." Pro wrestling reference. Yes, he was indeed. And Bab said, "The laws of logic predate monotheism by millennia." Right, and this is such a good point. I mean, these people are so stupid. Do they think that before their gods, people weren't able to use logic? They clearly were. And therefore, you don't need the God to do anything. This whole grounding thing, we tried to get him to demonstrate that grounding is a thing that's required, and he was incapable of doing it. And they always will be, because they can't demonstrate that it needs to be required. All they can demonstrate is that they want it to be required. And wanting something to be required is not the same as needing something to be required. That's why those arguments don't work. Pretty simple. Our Puff and... is that Falcor? Babs, you're going to have to help me with this. I don't understand what this means. But Puff is friends with everyone. That's how it works. Puff loves everyone. Bethos said, W. Newkirk, beliefs are personal, non-beliefs too. Yeah, this was for Kirby. Your beliefs are your own business. You don't owe an accounting of your beliefs to anyone. It's your own private, personal matter. And Robert said, first time here. Oh, welcome, Robert. Will not be the last. That's awesome. You're doing the Lord's work. Well, thank you very much. I guess it would depend who the Lord is, but we're definitely doing some work. But we're really pleased that you approve. So thank you very much for the super chat and the message. Really appreciate it. And Mike said, Mormons actually are the people evangelicals pretend to be. Nicest people alive, absolutely insane beliefs from top to bottom. Well, if those people hanging onto the Lego set are Mormons, then I would have to push back on whether they're nicest people alive, because that sounds really rough. Who does that after someone's passed away? That's horrendous. That sounds absolutely awful. I'm going to have to look into that more, find out a bit more about it. It sounds pretty terrible.
Easy to search on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So the YouTube clip I watched of it didn't mention anything about Mormonism being involved. I thought it was just a corrupt corporation with some either shady or incompetent or whatever, like sheriffs and law enforcement that got involved.
Right. Yeah. This is a very important announcement. This may be the most important announcement I've ever made on this channel, and it comes courtesy of Tracy, who correctly says, Lego is both singular and plural, according to the company. No need for an S, ever. I would agree with this.
Nice.
I
did not know that.
I wish for the powers at TikTok to bleep out the word Legos if such a thing is ever mentioned on this channel again. That is a use of the bleep that I would fully support. And yes, I concur, Tracy, with your clarification of the grammar in this matter. I agree.
But when your mother says pick up your Lego, how do you know if it's singular, just she wants you to pick up a Lego, or all your Legos?
Yeah, so I would never use the term a Lego to mean a piece of Lego. I would say a piece of Lego is a piece of Lego, but I wouldn't say it's a Lego. I would say it's some Lego. This is a piece of Lego, and Lego is indeed the collective term for those small bricks. Yes, indeed. Bethos said, W. Robert. Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Robert. We love welcoming new people into the community. People come by, they discover the channel either via the lives or via the videos, and it makes me feel very happy, and I smile. So thank you for that, and I agree. W indeed. Thanks, Bethos, for recognizing Robert. And Bab said, Falcor is the luck dragon of Neverending Story. I'd forgotten about that. I'd forgotten about that. I now can picture it, and I can remember it was at Kajagoogoo who had the song, the theme song to the title song. I think
I know the song.
Yeah.
No idea the artist.
I have a feeling it might have been. I might have to look that up. Never Ending Story, that one. I think it was Kajagoogoo, but now I'm just going to have to look it up.
That was such a wholesome movie.
Back in the day, they used to make wholesome movies. Never Ending Story song. I think it was. I might be. Oh no, it wasn't. The former lead singer of Kajagoogoo. I did kind of get it right. It was written by Giorgio Moroder, who also wrote Electric Dreams, by the way, which is another 80s song that I love. And Keith Forsey. It was performed by Limahl, that's what his name was, the former lead singer of Kajagoogoo, with vocals by Beth Anderson. So there you go. I was almost right, I think. Buzz is just saying, I just want to see if you'll read them all. I taught my ESL students how to correctly employ the words fart and poot today. It was a good class. Well, these are important words in the vernacular. they need to be understood and deployed correctly. So yeah, I read them all. Obviously, I do. Thank you for that, indeed, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Okay, let's see what else we have. So call queues are still empty. So if you'd like to join, I'll put the link to join on YouTube. It's right there in the chat. And of course on TikTok, if you're watching on TikTok, if you're one of the 151 people on TikTok watching and you want to come up and talk to us about whether you think atheism makes sense or not, just hit request and comment up. As Sean is so fond of saying, like, God's watching and probably wants you to defend him. Like, you know, the best way of admitting that you're not sure is to not come up and defend your beliefs. So we'd like to hear from you if you disagree with us, or if you agree with us. We can hear from agreement too. What else do we have? I've got some comments from the videos that I could share while we're waiting. These are always good fun. I have so much fun reading. I read every comment, pretty much every comment on the videos. Occasionally, if I've got a really slammed day and I don't have the time, I might miss some. But generally, I try to kind of get across them and read them. And there are some wonderful comments, and there are some really funny comments from people who don't like what we do as well. So here's a good one. This is nice and simple, I think. Let's see. Have I checked whether these are actually coming up?
Some of them get like 900 something comments. I don't know what the most you ever had got.
Oh yes, some of them get even more than that. It's it's pretty wild. Right, the comments aren't displaying. Let me just see if I can make them display. Let's see. Turn you off and turn you on, and let's see if I do this, then they should hopefully come up. Let's see. Where have you gone? Comments. Hopefully the comments.
We have one in the queue now.
Well, no. Oh, we do. Okay. Well, we'll worry about the comments later. Thank you for spotting that. Oh, we've got common ground. Okay. I'll figure out how to make the comments show in a minute. Oh dear. I do this for a living. You wouldn't think so, would you? Right. Bringing in common ground.
Yo, how's it going? Still doing good work, I see.
We're doing the thing. How are you?
Pretty good. So I'm not here to object to anything, but I was wondering if what you ran into with this. So one thought that came to mind is the fact that, like, right now our best evidence is the fact that, like, we'll have heat death or we'll have, like, the universe collapse. And for me, like, I was thinking about, like, God recognized the light and it was good, so he separated it and stuff. And so if eventually it all ends in the sense that we understand it, well, like, why would he create all this goodness and stuff for it to, like, have a terminal existence?
I mean, I can come up with, like, Christian apologetics for that, you know, pretty easily. So, well, one, I'm not sure the real ramifications of that, if that only pertains to the observable universe. But if we set that aside and just assume everything's going to come to an end eventually, well, we'll just be alive at that point in heaven, or presumably some people in hell, which is like a supernatural realm that's outside of this universe. So it only makes sense that this universe would be temporary. Like that's a Christian. I don't believe any of that, but I'm just saying that's a Christian apologetic that can easily be, what do you call it, employed.
Yeah, I guess like for me, like, wasn't motivating the idea that there's like a terminal life and, like, okay, we'll all live in heaven anyways. It's like, well, then what was the point of this exercise?
Now that's a great question.
You know, like, if we're sitting there and saying, like, okay, yeah, no, eventually we'll all be to heaven. It's just like, well, then there wasn't like, why create this and why say this was good in all of his creations and then say, yeah, this is the only amount of people that I want to be in heaven. Like, because obviously it doesn't seem true that you're going to make any more if they don't exist. And, like, to have finite existence of God's, you know, perfect creatures and, like, his image, and we're supposed to prosper. It seems like, okay, he's going to hit a reset button every 10 trillion years or whatever. It's like, and that's something that biblically isn't addressed because they don't have that perspective on the universe, in my understanding.
Yeah, you brought up a good point. What is the point of, like, this Earth anyway? So, and I mean, you could dive into the details of it, things we've talked about like a number of times before. So, like, if God is all knowing and all powerful, He could have instantiated the world in any way He saw fit, including a world with an Adam and Eve who have free will and would not use that free will to eat of the apple, but they specifically chose a version where they would, and they'd have a fallen world, and we'd have bone cancer, and we'd have all this other crap, and we would have billions and billions of people that He knew He would decide to like throw in the furnace for all eternity. And like these are the things He wanted to happen, because if He didn't want them to happen, all knowing and all powerful, he would have made the world differently. And then he would have why didn't He just make everybody in heaven, all of the good people in heaven, and like if angels are in heaven right now, presumably not sinning, then He could have made a sinless universe, period, and not made Satan or the third who rebelled. You know, you could go on and on with this shit.
So one of the things that I like, it's supposed to be motivating too, is like, okay, if there is this quote unquote reset button as we're stipulating, it's like, when it's fine if you want to say free will for Adam and Eve and whatever, but when these individuals, the beginnings of your first creations, like I want to select for the individuals who do the right thing, I want to give them free will. As soon as Eve ate the apple, wouldn't you just be like, all right, this one didn't go right, and just hit the reset button? Why would you run it the whole length? Like when I screw up the game, in the beginning, I like, oh no, I got to go back. I got to go back to my save file. Like, you know what I mean? Like
a video game. Yeah, you just hit the reset. You hit the reset button. But if He's all knowing and all powerful, He shouldn't have screwed up in the first place. Or Christians will say He wouldn't have. But He specifically, if He can make, I mean, let's say for example, and this sounds weird, but Adam and Eve never sang "I'm a little teacup," right? Mm-hmm. God was able to make free will beings who would there's an enormous set of things that Adam and Eve never chose to use their free will to do. The fact that they never did those things does not take away from the fact that they had free will. God could have made a version of them that have free will, and also included in the number of things they did not do or never did was eating of the fruit. But if He can't do that, He's not all powerful. Well, and then on top of that, choosing they ate of the apple. So let's set all that other stuff aside. God decided to that a consequence of that would be that they would everyone else on earth would inherit a sinful nature and cannot not sin. And now we require a savior. And now we have tornadoes and earthquakes and bone cancer and all kinds of other awful things.
Yeah, and for me too. Why did He create the snake full knowing that it would deceive someone without knowledge, in the sense that they ate from the apple of good and evil, or knowledge of good and evil? So it seems like what you did is set somebody up like an infant or a mini child, and then give them to a predator and say, see what happens. And it's like, well, that obviously they're going to fail. Not only you gave them free will, but you didn't give them knowledge, even though God wrote all knowledge on our heart. And if that was the case, why didn't He give us certain knowledge, so that this knowledge, which we're supposed to have in our priors, given to Him, wasn't to not eat the damn apple in a meaningful way, such that this was, even though He told them, or it doesn't seem to make sense.
No, you're right. And circling back, He could have skipped all this and just made heaven. And if He wanted to make something besides angels, make other good beings who would never sin, who also have free will, and fill heaven with it.
Mm. Yeah, He didn't need to do all
this. Bada bing, bada bang.
Maybe you just say it's a richer existence to have these asymmetries. I don't know. Another argument, I don't know if this is actually, there's a thing that exists that is called these mirror molecules. So life, there's people like Nobel laureates and stuff, they try to say that don't create these mirror molecules or mirror bacteria, because we don't have the immune system generally adapted such that we would end up basically unaliving, because these things could create certain other molecules that we wouldn't have defenses against. And that just turned on for me. If there's all this like harmony and symmetry, there seems to be an entire entity of life which isn't instantiated. And I didn't know if that like sort of broke some sort of harmony principle, or also like if this life does come out, like he gave us something which we have no defenses for, unless we're just going to posit that we have rationale and that's how we're defensive for. But I don't know, those are kind of the things that would turn around in my head.
Yeah.
No. But I appreciate you guys engaging and let me vent out some thoughts.
Thanks,
and,
man.
Keep doing some good work, man.
Thanks for coming up. Cheers, thanks. Okay, there we go. Right, that was a bit of background noise there as well, wasn't there? Okay, we've got Astronova has just posted. Any guesses? Thank you for the super chat, Astra. Any guesses as to why the authors put in a prohibition for incest, except dad-daughter, yet also wrote that the god had facilitated the human population from incest twice? Adam and Eve and Noah's family. And this is true, right? Because if Adam and Eve were created and they had Cain and Abel, then what? What happened after that? Methinks something's not entirely right in that family setup, because suddenly there's loads of humans in the world a few years later. So something
I wonder if maybe the garden was located in Alabama. That would explain a lot.
That would explain it. Yeah, that could be it. It's something like that. Yeah, and I think that there are specific commandments against incest in the Bible. I think in Leviticus, I think, and possibly other places. But then there are places where like some family jiggery pokery stuff is definitely going on as well. Abraham and Sarah. I believe Sarah is Abraham's half sister. I think that's in Genesis 20. That Abraham and Sarah, and there's one shared parent, I think, between them. So that's not fantastic. In the story of after Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot is the one person saved from the city as the one virtuous person, and his daughters, and his daughters end up having his children. And I think that they are the ones to instigate that, but it's never framed in the text as being problematic in any way whatsoever. And he's supposed to be the truly virtuous man, and he's referred back to in the New Testament. There's a reference back to him as having been a truly virtuous man, and this is the guy who, by the way, offered his daughters to the strangers who were the mob that were banging on the door, wanting to know the two men who he had staying in his house with him. So a rogue mob came to the door, wanting to have their way with his house guests, and to mollify the mob, he offered them his daughters. And fortunately, the mob went away without taking him up on that offer, but shortly before the entire city was destroyed. But yeah, he was described as a very good man, and there was definitely some funny stuff going on there. So yeah, I think that's a fair point, Astronova. There's definitely a little bit of a flavour of incest, a game for all the family in that book. No question at all about that. Right, what else do we have going on here? I was going to read you some comments while we wait for other guests, which I now have got working sneakily while that last call was going on. I managed to make that work. So let's have a look what we've got over here. We have, I quite like this one. Pretty simple, but where's it gone? Hang on, bear with me. Where have you gone? So many screens, so many windows, but I get there in the end, like this. Come on, we get. There we go. This is talking about an existing, about a video of one of the conversations on here. About halfway through, the caller claims that to a regular person, not having a God-given purpose can lead to nihilism. It's only theists that make this claim. They cannot imagine creating their own purpose in life. And I just think this really resonated for me, because we say it all the time when people come in and they say, well, without God, what's your purpose? What's your meaning? What's your life like if you only have meaning if it's given to you by someone else who refuses to actually make your acquaintance on any kind of personal level in reality. I don't think that's very meaningful. And I think that the meaning we create in our own lives is far more valuable, far more meaningful, and far more real. And we find value in each other, in learning, in enjoyment of life, in music, in good food, in being in beautiful places, in family, in spending time with people we love, and setting goals and achieving them. And surely that's meaning. And all of those things are just swept aside as being, no, that can't give you meaning. The only meaning you can get is one that's bestowed on you by, somebody's imaginary friend. I think that's pretty cray-cray myself.
I've actually thought about the only real examples I'm aware of externally imposed purposes. One of them is, of course, slave owners who breed their slaves. That's freaking awful, obviously.
Yeah.
There are some authoritarian countries where people are born into certain, almost like a caste system, where your purpose is determined. What you're going to do for the state is determined. Sometimes it's by their attributes, like you're gonna be a scientist, but guess what? You're gonna be a field worker. You're gonna do this. They are assigned a purpose by the government of how they are going to serve their authoritarian governments. That's pretty awful. I can't think of any good case where an externally imposed purpose exists for your life. So not having an externally imposed purpose doesn't mean not having a purpose. It means you find your own way. This is the one life you have. Why wouldn't you want to find your own meaning and your own purpose in your own life? What makes you happy? What's meaningful to you?
And I suppose to kind of steel man their position for a moment, what they might say is all of those things that you're listing of meaningful time spent with people you love and growing and learning and all of that stuff, they're just like pastimes. They're things that you can do to while away your time. But what's it really all for? What's the meaning and the reason for it all? That is often what they're alluding to. But I still push back on that in exactly the same way, because let's imagine there is a God. Well, that doesn't answer the question of what it's really all for. Let's say God wants you to just glorify him. Well, okay, now you're glorifying God. What's the meaning of it? What's the purpose of it? What's it all for? Why should you be glorifying God? Again, as with so many of these arguments, it doesn't actually answer the question it's purporting to answer. It just relocates it from the life you have here to this devotion to this this deity. It's philosophically unsound. It's not satisfying at all, and it's all very, very silly. Here's another good comment I liked. They'll never get that atheism is not a worldview. Brilliant.
Yeah.
The smartest people leave these comments. Absolutely brilliant. It's not a worldview, people. It's just not being convinced of one claim. That's it.
Yep.
No one would say that not believing in astrology is a worldview, or being skeptical about homeopathy is a worldview, or not thinking the Loch Ness Monster exists is a worldview. This isn't a worldview either. Aleprechanism. Yeah. That's
it's not a worldview.
That's your go-to, isn't it? I love it. Okay, let's have a look. I've got some other comments that we can share. This one made me chuckle a little bit. You don't have to believe. That's why we have prayer to discover God. It's so silly, isn't it? You don't have to believe. That's why we have prayer. Oh, okay. As if just simply praying makes you discover God. It doesn't. What makes you discover God is becoming persuaded that there's a God. Someone persuading you, someone evangelizing towards you and feeding you a load of nonsense science, for example, or silly arguments, or arguments about contingency arguments, or morality, or logic, or stuff like that. I don't think those arguments actually win many people over.
I ran across Joel praying live on the air. Dear Lord, it's day 12 of me praying and looking for a sign, etc. Just like really getting into it. The music in the background, like the whole thing.
Brilliant.
And like still nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Praying is not going to get you there. Gullibility might, though. Bit of that never went amiss. What else? We have... Oh, I love this one too. Knowing Jesus isn't about illogical traps. Well, it kind of is. It kind of is. When the book tells you explicitly to lean not on your own understanding and to believe like a child, and it tells you that Jesus is actually a part of a God, but he's actually all of God as well. And God is also a part of God and also all of God. And the Holy Spirit is a part of God, but also all of God. And you're expected to accept these preposterous claims without question. And that's a sign of moral virtue if you're able and willing to do that. Here's another good one that I liked as well. This did make me chuckle as well. If atheists are right, your entire existence is an absurd illusion. You don't actually exist, but you still suffer, and it has no purpose or meaning. This ties into what we were speaking about before, about purpose and meaning. You're just a meat bag deluding yourself into thinking a you actually exists, that there's a ghost in the machine, and your entire existence is just a pointless accident. You can only tolerate this because you are well educated, materially secure, and socially isolated enough that you can pretend that you give your own life meaning. And then it goes on and a load of other waffle. This is Wolf of the West, who's a very regular commenter under the videos, and all of their comments are as asinine as this one. So what's interesting about this is there is actually a nugget of truth here, I think. So this idea that there isn't really a you, and this idea of being a sort of ghost in the machine is a nod towards dualism. And I actually agree that this is likely not the case. I think the whole idea of a self is probably an illusion. And so I actually think that there's a nugget of truth buried in the mound of horse doo-doo. That is the rest of this argument. So if atheists are right, your entire existence is an absurd illusion. What would one thing have to do with the other? Why does not believing in a God mean your existence is an illusion? And Gurumi, we will be with you in 20 seconds. I've just finished this and then we'll get you in. Not believing in a God doesn't make your existence an illusion, and it also doesn't mean that you're a pointless accident, and it doesn't mean that your life has no meaning. So all of that is a massive big non sequitur. Very, very silly argument indeed. But it did make me chuckle. So thanks for making the comment. Okay, let's get our next guest in. This is going to be, looks like Poke Gurumi. I'm sure I'm probably saying this wrong, but we'll find out in a moment. Hello. Poke Gurumi, are you there? Is this another accidental dial, as it were? Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Poku.
Poke Gurumi. Sounds like maybe not. No, that's definitely an accidental dial. So we're going to get rid of that. That is not a thing. Okay. Well, we'll wait. We'll wait for more guests to come in, and as we do so, I've got some more comments that I can share. If you're watching on YouTube, it would be super helpful if you could like the stream. That really helps to just tell the algorithm that it's a happening place. If you've done that already, thank you very much. If you haven't done that already, perhaps you would consider it. I would consider it a personal favour. Thank you very much indeed. All right, Astra says it's friendly, probably an accident. Okay, well, that's a shame. Let's see. I think it's funny that Atangelo came back in and then ran away again. That's hilarious to me. Let's see, what else have we got? Other comments. I've got some other good ones here. Yeah, this one was quite fun as well. We have, it says, bring it over here. John, you need God because He, I love the capitalization of the important words. You need God because He is the giver of knowledge, wisdom and understanding, etc. He is the giver of the oxygen, etc., that keeps even you going every day, even me going every day. You absolutely don't have the ability to teach anything of value to anyone needing to hear it. Well, okay, I'm a bit sad to hear that. The guarantee is that everyone asking for such knowledge receives. You really should consider spending your time, a lot of your time, to reading the Bible, the place where God reveals himself. And a point of note, your thumbnail is always misleading. You didn't win the argument. You really don't have an argument. I'm not really sure how to respond to this comment, other than that I found it quite amusing. I particularly loved the random capitalization of words, and the fact that I have absolutely nothing. Well, I'm not claiming to be a teacher. To be fair, I'm not claiming to be a teacher. I think it's a little bit harsh to say you have nothing to teach anyone. I think everyone potentially has something to teach people. Even the author of this comment, I would imagine, has got things that they could teach people, because that's how human beings learn. We learn from speaking to each other, and we learn things, right? Like Sean earlier on didn't know how to correctly pluralize Lego, and now he knows it, right? So we've been exchanging information, and it's a beautiful thing. And apparently God is an oxygen generator, as Ataho says. Exactly right. Yeah, apparently so. I wonder if that applies to all the other elements as well, or if it's just oxygen that God generates. I don't know. I was trying to make my way towards a hot air joke there, but I wasn't able to reach the end point. Let's see. What else have we got? I've got a few more of these up in here. Let's see. What's this one? Yeah, I mean, this is a classic. We hear this all the time, don't we? Sounds like you atheist confuse. You don't believe in God, but you always talking about him. So that's
just a common retort.
We hear it all the time,
hear that
right?
all the time.
Yeah.
If you don't believe in it, why do you talk about it so much? Just think about that don't rely on us to tell you. Just think about that. Like, why would we be does it really escape them?
Yeah.
The impact religion has on society.
Right.
And a lot of these are Americans who are asking, American Christians who are asking this question, but just they are aware of the tension between government, how much religion should be in government is, religious incursion on rules and laws and how they affect everybody. How does this really escape you that this would be an important topic? Even if you're a non-believer, or maybe especially if you're a non-believer.
Yeah, it's
Gay
wild.
rights, that's another issue. Yeah,
there's almost no area of society that isn't impacted in some way by these beliefs. They're all around us, depending on where you live, to a greater or lesser extent. I mean, religion doesn't have a huge impact in the UK, but that doesn't mean I don't care about it. And it's not. I still care about it. It's such a weird thing to not get that. But anyway, there we are.
Also, so many Christians go into Muslim lives and argue with Muslims about Islam. Well, if you don't believe in Islam, why are you talking about it?
Right. Exactly. Absolutely right. I hadn't thought about it in that way. That's the perfect retort, actually, to these kind of arguments. Okay, we have a guest in the queue, so we'll have some more comments later if things get quiet again. But let's bring in Sober Squared. Looks like Sober Squared. Let's have a look. Let's get Sober in. Hey, Sober, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Are you actually squared or just one sober?
Oh, I'm two sobers.
Two. So Sober Squared. Fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
That's very sober. Extremely sober. Well, welcome in. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Do you have a view on our topic for the evening?
Yeah. I did have a question of when you guys view religion, do you view it as an overall parasitic thing? Do you think there's such a thing as a good religion or a positive religion, or is it all?
Yeah. So I think I don't really like to talk about religion in a monolithic way. To me, grouping together the entire expanse of all the activities that constitute religion is a little bit like saying, do you like sport? Like, sport is so varied, right? It could be tennis, it could be skiing, it could be curling, which to my mind is still professional floor cleaning. Insane. Why do people do that? But it's religion is so broad, and I think that there are certain practices that would fall squarely under the roof of religion, which I really have no problem with. Certain devotional things and stuff. Some forms and manifestations of religion are, to my mind, fairly benign. I would say that Quakers are probably religious, but I don't think we can have a problem with Quakers because it's not dogmatic, it's not controlling. I don't think people are being hurt by Quakers particularly. I stand to be corrected,
Sure.
but that's my understanding. But then at the other end, you've got high control religious systems like certain manifestations of Christianity and Islam and Judaism, which I think are really, really damaging to people and not good. So I don't think it's all parasitic, but I do think that the one thing you could say that most, if not all, religions have in common, which is not great, is a willingness to believe things on insufficient evidence. And as a general thing, I think that's not great.
Sure. So you think like when you view like a religion as like more of a philosophy standpoint compared to like a dogmatic thing, it might be more, that's something you would consider like a good thing compared to like, you know what I mean?
I don't know if I'd even say it's a good thing. I'd say I concede that in certain contexts, people get things from religion. Most of the time, the thing they're getting from the religion, they could get elsewhere. So the greatest benefit that religion confers is community. And many times people get into a religion and their lives get massively better and they credit the religion. But what they're failing to understand is the reason their lives got massively better is they're part of a community, right? They've got people around them. They have a place, they fit in, they've got a structure. And all of those things, having a place, a structure, a community, all of those things can be found outside of religion, but they credit the religion for being the thing that's helped them. And quite often it isn't. But I think I think that it can be very parasitic, and it's parasitic in the sense that these ideas only survive with minds as the host, right? If they could die out, and so our human minds are the hosts for the parasites, for the sort of mimetic parasites that are that are our religions.
Yeah, I totally think I think we're in agreement. I do agree. Like if if you're thinking God instead of the doctors that saved you or something like that, I think that's a very awful situation. But I do agree with community or like peace of mind, maybe, or not having as much to worry about. But this kind of leads me to my next question. Like, under this view, do you kind of like think that you're like a brute atheist in all aspects, or like there's some where you're more agnostic towards?
I mean, I don't believe that any gods exist, right? So we could do that thing that some people do of trying lots of different definitions of God until they find something that you could possibly think exists. So if someone says, well, I think God's the sky, eventually you're going to get to the point where like, okay, well, under that definition, I'm not an atheist, right? Because I believe in the sky. The sky exists. But I think that's a bit silly. I think that the word God, even if we don't have exactly the same understanding of the properties of the God and the identity of the God, we kind of know what it means. People understand basically what a God means. It's some kind of mind which is normally a creator and is sort of normally taken to be either ultimately or maximally or largely powerful and has all of these properties. I just don't see any reason to think that that's true. And all we hear time and time again are, as has been amply demonstrated this evening so far, really, really bad arguments, just like silly word games and silly little things. And, like people come in to sort of try to prove their God using only interpretive dance, and it would go no worse or better. It's like a bit silly. So I think, and that's the reason why I say atheism makes sense, because it's just taking the only position I think you can take to preposterous claims being made with no evidence to back them up. Obviously, other people would say there is, but there isn't.
I do believe that any and I do understand that it's probably a stretch. I'm agnostic atheist, to be clear, but
sure.
Like when I don't think any concepts that, if there is a God, I don't think any of our concepts would possibly fit what that God would look like, or even have any attributes of the like, you know? So I think,
agree.
Yeah, I think
so
that's probably true.
Sure. That's kind of why I'm like, you know, there very well could be something out there. Is this something we can't even imagine or even put attributes on?
Yep.
That's kind of the only thing holding me back. But
the default
so
state.
Basically,
yeah. Go ahead, Sean. You got
yeah,
this.
yeah, sure. Basically, it just comes down to definition. By the normative, like colloquial definition of atheist, it doesn't mean you're not open to or don't think that there could possibly be something that you might consider to be a god. It's not a positive assertion that there are no gods. It's just not being convinced that there are any. And I'm in the same boat where the mysteries of the universe, even the limitations of the human mind, because every other species of animal has a limitation on what they can conceptualize. So, like if you were to bring a computer back 500 years, you bring a man, you bring a chimpanzee, you put them together, neither will know what it is or how it works or what have you. The human is only lacking the knowledge. The chimpanzee is lacking the ability to conceptualize computer science, like lacks the ability to even learn it. There could be some mysteries to the universe that not only do we lack the knowledge, we may lack the ability to conceptualize it. And that's the part that really blows my mind. So given the fact that all intelligence has sort of conceptual limitations, maybe there's something out there that could be reasonably called a god. However, I'm only going to believe that if there is sufficient evidence to believe that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do agree that with our current laws of physics and, you know, what we know mathematically and scientifically, I do agree that I don't think there's any reason to hold to a God. I don't think we need that right now. I don't think there's even a big enough gap that is necessary. But, you know, even like, and I do agree that like if it was something within the laws of physics, I would consider that an alien, right? So
yeah,
if that, you know, if this possible being exists, I still don't think it would have any causal relation to anything, really. It would just be more of an observer.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean, maybe. But yeah, I believe John is as well, but I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm pretty sure, John, you identify as an agnostic atheist as well. We don't make any hard declarations that absolutely nothing exists that could be called a god. Like, okay. But, you know.
Yeah, that's the common issue I have is like, I don't think it's fair to make an absolute positive claim on either end.
Right.
I mean, it's a tricky one, right? Because can we make an absolute positive claim about Santa, right?
Yeah.
We don't know for an absolute fact that somewhere in the universe is a really, really big place, right? So if we explore the entire possibility space of the entire universe, it might be the case that out there somewhere is a rather rotund fellow in red and white clothes who rides around in the sky delivering presents to people if they've been good, right? We don't know for a fact that that doesn't exist. But most of us are comfortable saying Santa doesn't exist, right? Sorry if I've crashed anyone's thing tonight. Sorry, guys. Sorry to inform you. You've been
agree.
You've been lied to, right? So, I mean, we could have used, you know, there's other examples we could have used, right, where most people are quite comfortable to say, even though we don't certainly know that X doesn't exist, we can just presume it doesn't exist until further notice, kind of thing. I mean, Pastor Ferry in the YouTube chat asked, when you said earlier that's what's holding you back, it was I think what you were sort of alluding to there is you were saying the possibility that there might be something out there is what is holding you back from the positive declaration there are no gods.
Yeah.
And I hear what you mean, and like technically that is kind of the correct position, because how could you know that any possible thing that anyone could ever describe as a god definitely doesn't exist? But I sort of think we can then say, well, okay, must we remain suitably agnostic about tooth fairies and about pixies and fairies and all the other things that are part of?
Well, here's my thing on that. Those are all things we can conceptualize, you know? And I think if there is something out there, it's something we can't even imagine. like its attributes are nothing that we can even fathom in our brains, you know? I think that's the only case it would be possible is if it's something we can't possibly think of.
Yeah, if we can't possibly think of it, then we technically would be unable to say that doesn't exist because we wouldn't be able to make clear what the subject of that statement was. Do you see what I mean? We
I see what you mean now.
we would
Yeah.
actually be unable to say I'm a hard atheist with respect to this concept that I can't even describe. Because then what is it that you're claiming doesn't exist? We linguistically would be incapable of doing that.
I mean, yeah, but there could be a form of physics out there that we can't even like begin to like, you know, conceptualize and even describe. But I still think it's possible that a new physics can arise.
Yeah, there might be. I think we have reason to believe that the laws of physics are fairly standard throughout the universe. If I had to make a deductive argument to absolutely prove that, I'm not sure I could, but it seems to be the case. We certainly know that certain things do appear to be uniform. You know, laws of gravity and stuff like that appear to apply equally everywhere wherever you look. But I don't know. I'm not a cosmologist, so I'm not going to speak about it. I don't know. But yeah, I appreciate your perspective on it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thanks for coming up, Sober. Take care. Thanks. Okay, we're going to get in Doc Pepper next on the TikTok side. Bringing Doc Pepper in right now.
How you doing, bud?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad, man.
Excellent. Welcome up.
I was talking in the chat, and someone told me to come up. I have talked to you once before, and it's since you guys were talking about the physical laws and everything, universal constants, fine tuning, and what I put in the chat was it shows design. It shows clear design, in my opinion, and I'll run it real quick. Why, if you would, or if I may. I'll just deal with strong force at first. Strong force, the value of the strong force, they're the universal constant for strong force. If it was off by 1 over 1 times...
Can I just interrupt you for a moment? Because I might be able to save us some time.
Sure.
Yeah, so
Sure.
if the structure of your argument was going to be, if the strong or weak nuclear force were changed by some tiny percentage, how different the configuration of our observable universe would be, I agree. Right, I think that's uncontroversial because those situations can be modelled. Right, we can say that if these constants were different, that matter may not be able to form, or that organic compounds may not be able to form, or that everything would be very, very different. We can grant that without needing to go into the details. So let's just grant that. Right. The question is, the question is, do we have any reason to think that those numbers could be any different?
Well, the universal constants are not dictated by the environment, by pressure, by heat, lack of heat, anything. They are just constants that exist. We don't know why, but they're here. And what and what I want to convey to you is what they are exactly necessary for even atoms, molecules, chemistry. And that's just one. When you multiply, it's going to be very quick, I promise. When you multiply the necessary constants for life, now you're looking at 1 over 1 times 10 to the 1,000. And actually, it's a little more than that. And so that's kind of the foundation for atheism. You have to go off that 1 over 1.
Respectfully, you didn't answer his question.
Yeah, what I asked you, and I'd love you to answer it, is
it shows
do we
design.
no, hang on. What I asked you is, do we have any basis at all for thinking that they could be different? Now, your response was they're not. They're not responsive to heat or environment. That's just eliminating potential causes for them to change. I'm saying, do you have any reason? Do you have any reason to say, because you're essentially making a probabilistic argument, right? You're saying the chances of these things being configured exactly how they are very low, and if they were any different, reality would be different. Well, we're in the reality that we're in. We're in the only reality that could arise as a result of the constants being what they are. And the problem with these probabilistic arguments is you don't know what the size of the possibility space is. So you could say that any one of these constants could have 100 different values, or 1,000 different values, or an infinite number of different values. But any answer you give there is speculative. And I could just as easily say, These constants are a description of how nature works, and they are a brute fact of nature in the same way that you are asserting the God is a brute fact of nature. You have no problem postulating a God that just necessarily exists. That's great. You've established the ground rules that some things can just necessarily exist. Explain to me why the physical constants can't just necessarily be what they are.
I would say if they could be nothing other than what they are, then I think what we do is we shift the probability to the structure of quarks and protons and atoms and up down the list. So we have to put the precision somewhere. The precision has to go somewhere. The fact that we have these constants and these atomic particles that mesh perfectly, and if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have even quarks. But as you were saying earlier, we have to deal with what we have, what we see. And what we see is these constants that are perfectly precise for life of any kind.
Respectfully, you didn't answer my question. I said,
I understand, but and then here's the final sentence, please. Thank you. You are a very cordial man. I appreciate that.
Sure.
What was I going to say? It's in my view, it sure seems like it's designed, because if it was off by anything, then there would be nothing.
Yeah, but the argument doesn't work, because saying if it was off, things would be different is doing a lot of work for you there. And that's why I asked you the very precise question I did, which is, what is the reason you have for thinking that there's any possibility at all that these constants could be different at all? Because I see no reason to think they could be.
Well, then that still shifts the precision to the pieces. In other words, the quarks that form, the other
it doesn't.
Microscopic.
It doesn't, because all of those things are downstream of the constants. The basis of your argument is that the constants are such that matter is capable of forming. Right.
And why do we have these constants, though?
But I'm saying, I could just say, why do we have a God? And you'd say, well, God is just the necessary. God is your end point. You're just invoking a terminus and putting a face and a beard and a name on it and calling it your friend God, right? I'm saying that it could equally be the case if we're allowed to have something which is just necessarily true, and you're ascribing God all of these properties, right? An inclination to create universes, an inclination to create and set and configure physical constants. Great. Well, if you're postulating a reality where something just necessarily exists, I'm going to say the thing that necessarily exists is the reality we can actually see with those physical constants, and that's my brute force, my brute fact. Sorry, my brute fact.
No, you would.
And I don't see a compelling argument against that, because I'm just doing the same thing you're doing, but with respect to something we know exists. While you're doing it with respect to something we don't know exists, that would require much more explanation.
Okay, so we got to understand, and I'm not claiming that I do entirely here, but why these constants even exist? Why are they even here? And when I look at it from my very unintelligent, well, compared to a God certainly, and compared to a lot of people even, these constants are perfect for as we need life, and it just seems beyond coincidental to me, because the precision is beyond, and they are set that way. And I know I'm not answering. You're saying, how could they be anything else, or how do we know they could be anything else? I don't know, because but these constants exist for a reason, but they exist for reasons we can't explain. But the fact that they exist perfectly shows, in my mind, design. And I don't know how. I'm clearly not going to convince you. But
if a God exists, I'm asking that question: why do we have these universal constants more? Because if a God is all powerful, they are completely arbitrary and unnecessary. We could just exist magically. We could literally exist on the sun. The universal constants, the laws of nature and science and the laws of chemistry, all of that would be 100% completely unnecessary. If God is all powerful, that shit is just a performance. Now, that doesn't falsify God. God could, an all-powerful God could just decide to have the universal constants. However, it is arbitrary in that case. So I'm asking the question, why do we have them even more if God exists? Now, if there is no God, the universal constants, the laws of physics and science and everything else would be absolutely necessary.
Okay, as you were saying, like performance, And I know you don't believe the Bible, but it gives an answer for it. It says all the space, the stars, everything, it's to show his handiwork. And it is.
What verse is that?
If you just Google and to show his handiwork and then Bible.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can pull it up. I don't have it in front of me. I can't.
But,
If I take up away from here, I'm going to lose you guys.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Fair enough. But the thing is, look, I don't want us to get too distracted from where we were before. I'd like to try and just really hammer home this argument because it's really important, right? So can you see that you're making assumptions about and allowances for God that you're not prepared to make about and for reality? And I think there's a double standard happening here. So you're perfectly content. If let's say we said for a moment God does exist, and I said, why does God exist? Where does God come from? How does God have the properties he has? God could have had lots of other properties, right? Sure. What are the chances of God having those properties of creating a universe with these exact physical constants? It's impossible that it could have happened by coincidence. God must have been created by another God, right? Because otherwise you're saying that. I hear you. Right? You see what I'm saying, right?
You're I'm going to lose your question. I'm old. My memory doesn't.
Okay, so let's do the exercise, right? If I'd made a fine tuning argument about your God, and I said your God appears to be perfectly fine tuned so as to be inclined towards creating universes, what would your response be?
My response to God would be, I'd have to start with the fact that I believe that the universe was created, and please hear me out. I have a weird way of thinking. I'm a lefty, by the way. That God would have to be outside of the universe he created. So now we're outside of a time-space continuum, and I'm not going to know how to answer your question.
Yeah, I mean that's a shift. We can easily demonstrate that if God's outside of time, he can't do anything. Because for God to do anything,
in our universe, sure,
in any universe, for God to do anything, he can't be outside of time. He can't be outside of time.
You only know time by the construct that we're living in right now in this universe. And if this universe was created, it would have had to have been outside of the time-space continuum. So I can't. So again, my answer is I have no idea.
Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because for God to have done any act of creation requires for there to be a point where God hadn't done the act of creation, a point where God decided to do it, and then a point where he had done it. And that sequencing requires time. So God can't exist outside of time. But that isn't what I was asking you about.
I'd like to battle that just a little bit. Again, we're talking about a being outside of our time-space continuums. We don't get to hold like that. This is the fact because you're using the construct of the time-space continuum that we live in.
No, I'm not. I'm just using the I'm just using the truth.
You're using logic. Certainly, but
yeah, I'm using logic, and I'm saying this is actually distracting us from the point I was trying to make. I asked you a question about God, so let's forget about the time-space. God outside of time state stuff that just doesn't work. But we'll, even if we ignore that just for a minute, I asked you a really specific question, which I said, God appears to be so finely tuned, right? If the chances of a universe like this are so unlikely, what are the chances of God being so finely tuned that he was inclined to make a universe exactly like this? He must have been created by another God, because the chances of that kind of God being exactly that way configured are a billion, bazillion, badrillion, quadrillion, my dad's bigger than your dad, illion to 1, right? And what would your response to that claim of me saying God must have been created by another God because such a God could not have been configured that way?
I would say you're going to hate this, but I'm going to have to go back to where we're talking about a situation outside of this realm that we understand, where time and space is a continuum, including with matter and expansion. We can't understand outside of the universe that we experience. And so we're going to have to come up with some scenario like Fantasyland stuff. And I can't do that.
No, you're respectfully, you're misunderstanding my argument.
No, I'm not. You're saying.
Could you repeat it back to me? Could you repeat it? What's the question I asked you, if you don't mind? What's the question I asked you? I just want to make sure you're tracking.
If God is so finely tuned to be able to come to create this finely tuned universe, that fine tuning would have had to been constructed by some other God or some other presence.
I'm saying that the actual God that you believe in is that finely tuned, right? The chances of that God coming up that would create the universe just like this are so tiny. That's powerful evidence for an even bigger God that must have created your God. Would you accept that argument?
Yeah, I understand that, but you've got to admit that we're talking from a position of this universe. We're using the understanding and logic that's derived from our time-space continuum, because you're talking about starting at this time and like how finely tuned must this God be? Well, according to the Bible, God is like, I am. That's all there is. There's God, and then He can do all the creation. But
So
we're outside of the time.
But can you see that there's a double standard? There's a double standard here, where you're prepared to accept your.
Okay, well, I got to answer you now, because that was the first time I ever heard that question, and I'm starting to pull an answer together here. You're saying that God is finely tuned, although from my religious perspective and the biblical perspective, God always was not created and is perfect from the first place.
Right.
So
So
you're acting as though
can we
God
stick on that then?
created,
Can we stick on that?
But you think God was created, but I'm not sticking to that premise.
Right, I know you're not, and that's what I'm trying to point out, is that you have a double standard. So you're happy to accept that there is an entity which you're calling God that necessarily exists, requires no explanation, and is a kind of brute fact of nature, right? God just is, in your view. So you're happy to accept that some things exist in the category of things that can just be, they just are. Right, that's you're happy with that as a category. So I agree with you.
Lack of knowledge.
But no, that's fine.
Can't go outside of this.
Lovely. I know. But I'm going to follow you into that category, and rather than put an imaginary friend in there, which we have no evidence for, I'm just going to put the one thing we actually do have evidence for, which is the universe we can all see around us, and say that is the thing that necessarily exists as a brute fact with its physical constants. If the universe had physical constants such that there was no creation of matter, we wouldn't be here talking about it. The fact that we are...
Why is it necessary? You said that's a brute fact. Why is the universe necessary?
Well, I'm just saying that we are here, right? We know we're here. So we know that the conditions that led to us being here are the conditions that pertain. I'm not necessarily claiming that they...
But I'm saying the tweaker of those laws that make it possible. And we know the laws and how precise they are. It sure looks, and I'm going to try to spin it on you if I may.
Sure.
If you had something, and this is a simple argument, you've heard it before, but let's say you saw...
Don't do the Paley's watch, please.
Let's say you found a wind-up watch on a beach.
I just said don't do the Paley's watch.
I know it.
You're going there. This is old as the hills, dude.
I was going to use a TV, but let's go with the watch. You know that it was created because of the precision involved with it.
No, we know that it's no. We know that it's created because we can identify a watch as a created object. This argument always fails. It's really, really simple. We know that the watch is created, or the TV, or the painting, or the house, or the car, because
the first watch?
Because the first watch, we know that such things are created because we know that they're created by us. Right? We don't know that the universe is created by anything, because this could just be how universes are. It's not a good argument. It's literally just an argument from personal incredulity. It's just saying, I personally can't understand how it could happen. That's all it is.
Let me ask you this to kind of take that one on. Let's say there's a new invention. It just comes out. You're the first one to see it. A man did create it, and you saw it, and it had precision to it, something that you've never seen before. And you could say, that's not natural. That's not just by a process of time and erosion or whatever you call it. This is something that someone put effort into, someone thought through, someone was meticulous with, and you've never seen one before. You're the first person to see it outside of the inventor himself. You would know that it was designed. You would know that it's not nature because of its precision.
Depends on what you mean by precision.
I mean, I still think this is a non-argument.
So, for example, I can give two examples here. If you look at a solar system, there appears to be precision because the planets are traveling at exactly the right speed to maintain an orbit. Like any faster and they'll fly off, and any slower they'll eventually fall into the sun. However, so that can all be like, the precision. It must be a mind behind it, but we can actually see how this forms, and we know how it forms. An accretion disk, gravity acts upon matter, it begins spinning. Just like when you throw pizza dough, it starts expanding outward, and then the parts of the pizza dough that are on the outside are traveling at a certain speed. Well, it's very similar to that, and then they just gravity clumps together, and it maintains that spinning motion. But basically, we know for a fact that these things happen naturally. But if somebody's ignorant, they're going to look at that and say,
the gravitational constant at this point.
well, then no, that's the constants. But what I'm saying is, that's what's in question, the constants. But nobody put those planets there and said and put those in motion. That was caused by nature. Same with biological evolution. Wow, it looks like polar bears have white fur and all this blubber for the cold, and then these animals, like all these different crazy different environments. They all seem to be suited for those environments. They must be designed, but we know the mechanism of biological evolution, and it's purely natural and it follows a logical path. So precision.
Sure, but you can't get past a biological evolution. You can't get RNA.
Are you talking about abiogenesis? So you're making a separate argument there.
We're all over the place at the moment. We're all over the place at the moment. The design arguments were refuted 160 years ago, right? We understand that nature is capable of producing things that appear to be designed, that there are natural processes that are unguided, and we understand how they work, and they can produce the appearance of design without it actually being designed. Right? We understand this.
I understand that, but I think you're neglecting the point that you cannot design DNA.
You don't have to design it. Basic chemistry gets you there. Basic chemistry gets there. Just make it.
That's the program that allows for the rest, and that was not by natural sources.
Are you saying we can't design a genome?
We can't design a genome. What I'm saying is you can't get RNA without DNA. You can't get DNA without RNA. You can't get proteins without ribosomes. You can't get ribosomes without proteins.
Okay, I mean, I'll go with whatever the scientific community says.
This is an irreducible complexity
that's not addressing
argument.
You're not addressing biology. You're not addressing the point. Is that so first, so we're going to your argument was precision. So I agree, human beings, thinking agents, can make things with precision. However, the important thing to note is that just because thinking agents can create things with precision, that fact tells you nothing about whether something that appears to have precision can happen naturally. It happening here tells you nothing. What's that? It doesn't matter. Extreme precision.
It's not just extreme precision. It's codependent. These constants are codependent on each other, and they are.
But you're making an irreducible complexity argument now, and you're saying that this can't happen without that bit, and that bit can't happen without that bit. But you either are aware of the fact that RNA can self-assemble. We're just talking about basic chemistry here. There are things in nature that happen by processes we understand, and they lead to self-assembling structures or self-replicating structures. We
don't know how to get from scratch to a self.
We don't have to. We don't have to.
Actually, that's not true.
No, it is true. I've been following this with the RNA.
Craig.
Yeah.
Wait, live restriction for some audiences.
Oh, that's not me, man.
It's the smoke. It's probably the smoke. I don't know, Sean.
It's its own filter.
I know, it's weird. I don't know what's it saying.
I don't know if it's the smoke or what.
Themes at some of it. Maybe you need to go out and come back in. It's
Is
weird.
it me?
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay.
Do you feel comfortable with the probabilities as I put them?
Sean, drop out and come straight back in.
That's what I'm about to do.
Yeah, madness. Look, I mean, these arguments all basically are variations of, I personally am unfamiliar with the science. I don't understand how these things could happen by naturally, right?
No,
you have to account for the fact that there are people in the life sciences who don't have any problems with this.
Well, I haven't heard a physicist. In fact, what I see from the quotes from the physicists anyway say that it is immaculately structured, and they may not use immaculately. They say it's a dilemma, and they don't have an answer for it. But you can be like someone like Dawkins and say, "Well, it just happened to land perfectly, and I'm comfortable with that." And I don't know if that's how you feel about it.
I don't think it happened to land perfectly. That's not my position. My position is it has not been demonstrated by anyone else, and certainly not by you today, that it could have been any other way.
Well,
when I asked you, you just appealed to. I can't answer that.
It's hard. No, it's hard to me for my paradigm because I don't believe it would be any other way because I believe it was created. The fact that you think it couldn't be any other way just means like you're accepting that. Like, okay,
no. Your argument, to come back to where we started, your argument is you insisting that what we see around us must have been designed because the chances of the physical constants being what they are low, because if they were any different, things would be different. Well, first of all, if they were different, the universe would just be different. Maybe it would be a universe where a universe where there wasn't matter. Maybe it would be a universe where there wasn't life.
Correct.
We just happen to be in the one where there was. Now, whatever the chances are against this,
just happened.
Yeah, but whatever the chances are against this is how it is. This is the universe we're in. And you can't make a probability argument or a Bayesian argument or anything like that until you can define the possibility space, and that's something you can't do. We've already demonstrated today that you can't do that.
No. We know. Okay, I'm not saying the chances of what else it could be. I'm saying that the fact that it is exactly as it is the only way that this works.
But that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's like saying, look, I've got 5 fingers. Pondering. How amazing! If I didn't have 5 fingers, I wouldn't be able to do this. Well, it's a non-argument unless I can show you.
But that's not necessary for living.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your whole argument collapses because you're trying to say, look how amazing things are. If they were different, they'd be different. Okay,
no, what I'm saying, no, that's not fair, man. I'm saying if it was off by something, you don't even have quarks. You don't even have the particles necessary.
It would be different. It's exactly what I said.
It would be life.
It would be different. It's exactly what I'm saying. You're just claiming.
But this is the only one that has life.
Okay, well, there we go. This is the one that is. If it was different, we wouldn't be.
I think it's something to ponder for your audience. I think we're going to go in circles here.
Can you explain the weak anthropic principle?
No, I've heard it before. But
so go and read up on it because it basically explains this. It's just like
the cliff notes.
Like this is basically the universe capable of creating structures and life is the only kind of universe that's going to, right? And so the fact that we find ourselves in this way just means that we're reflective of the type of conditions permitted by the universe we happen to have. That's all you can say about it. You can't say, yeah, but if it was a little bit different, things would be very different. Yes, okay, fine. But it isn't a little bit different. It is the way it is. The probability of the universe being the one we're in is 1 because we're here. It's not a miracle. It just is what it is.
Well, it's a creation in my book. But anyways, what we were saying is, I just want to answer him, please, real quick, because I listened for a minute, and I'm going to forget. Like I said, there was a time I could go head-to-head with you a lot better. Those days are gone. But anyways, when we talked about, just a little, have any physicists constructed, just by tweaking the values, like if they were different, any kind of universe where particles could come together, where we could have any kind of because they know what these values do. Is there any kind of constructed universe where we have anything resembling a potential for life other than the one that we have now? If they tweak with
physicists aren't creating a universe, and it really doesn't matter. Let's imagine that if you tweaked any one of the physical constants by any amount, there would be no matter and no life. None of that would matter until you can show that there is any possibility of them being different. And if you can't understand this, then if you can't understand why this is important, then you can't understand why your argument is weak. Respectfully.
I understand. I don't think it's weak, first of all. But anyways, I understand what you're saying. I cannot prove to you that they could have been any different. But what that assumes is that can they not be anything different? Why would you think that these constants have to be exactly precise for life?
You're the
Why
one
do you think
making
they are exactly
making a
precise?
claim that it's
Well, I'm saying
significant
it's God. I'm saying it's God. I'm saying it's
what they
creation.
are. Yeah, but that's a ludicrous
I'm saying
claim.
it shows creation.
But you're
I'm saying that it
presupposing.
shows design.
But you're presupposing that you're trying to
Backward engineering. I'm backward
Yeah,
engineering.
but it's
That's
not
fine.
backward engineering. It's a circular argument. It's literally just a fallacious argument because you're saying it's a creation. That is the thing that you are attempting to establish, and if I may say, failing to establish at the moment, because the reasoning by which you are trying to do this, I've shown you doesn't work. Your entire argument hangs on the idea that if things were different, things would be different. That's the crux of your whole argument. If things were different, things would be different.
I think what I'm saying is if things were off by the most minuscule thing that we could imagine, no life.
Exactly. If things were different,
that's far different.
If things were different, things would be different. I don't disagree.
I have something that might help.
That's how my girlfriend would talk about it. Never
That
mind.
is the argument you're currently making.
Yes, I am saying if the precision wasn't immaculate, then no life. I think that's about how I'd say it. If you want to reduce it to if things were different, they were different. I think you're being a little dismissive.
Doc. Notwithstanding, I totally agree with John. Obviously, it's so critically important to establish that the universal constants could be any other way. Because if they cannot, then it would be P equals 1. However, let's set that aside. Even if we grant the universal constants could be anything what they are, let me ask you this: you ever played spades?
Yes.
Okay. If somebody dealt you all of the highest spades in order, like you got 13 cards, and you not only did you receive every single spade in the deck, you received them in order. To you, would that be evidence like, hey, like the dealer's like kind of cheating to help you out? Maybe it's your partner that's dealing or something like that. You'll be like, whoa, how do you do that? You would suspect cheating.
It wouldn't be proof, but it'd be evidence.
Yeah, it would be evidence toward cheating, right?
Yeah.
What if it ended up just being a regular jumble, ace of spades, 2 of diamonds, 10 of hearts just across the board? That would not be evidence of cheating, correct?
Oh God, let me think about this. Yeah, if it was just random numbers, if you're saying specific ace of hearts and 2, and like if
it's just random
ahead of time. No, if it was just like hearts and diamonds and different numbers, yeah, right. I would say that's what I've expected. That's what I've seen over time.
No, I got you. Okay, so the chances for the spades, not only getting the spades, you get them in order. Big J, you get little J, ace of spades, blah blah blah, all the way down the line, and you get all of the highest spades, all 13, and you get them in order. The statistical probability of that happening is nearly 1 in 4 quintillion. It is nearly impossible. I would be like, dude, I don't know how you did this, but this is badass, right? Do you know what the statistical probability for the random garbled crap you would have gotten? The same thing, 1 in 4 quintillion. So what makes one a miraculous deal and the other one not?
Because only one allows for life. I know I'm jumping ahead. One is necessary. The other is not. You're going to get. Please let me talk.
Can I answer?
No, I understand what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying.
Why are you preventing me from making my point?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the one with spades is only meaningful because you've established ahead of time a goal to get as many spades or as advantageous a cards as you possibly can. That goal is established. Absent a goal, getting all the spades in order is no more miraculous than the other jumbled cards, and the statistical odds of both is exactly the same. You would have to establish ahead of time that the goal was life for the universal constants being like conducive to life to mean jack shit. If you can't establish the goal, it doesn't matter what the universal constants are. The statistical odds are exactly the same. Unless you can establish that life was actually a goal ahead of time, it's as meaningless as any other jumble of universal constants.
I hear what you're saying, but I think you're both being a bit flippant on the fact that only one of these produces life, and the rest of them do not.
The size of the odds don't matter.
It doesn't. Yeah, I know the odds don't matter, but one of them produces life, the rest do not. And we're just gonna keep going with this.
Yeah, if the goal is life, then great.
What?
If the goal is life, if the goal was life, then that's meaningful. But you can't establish that.
Another way of looking at it, Doc, is to say that really, and this is the nub of the issue. And we will tie this up because we've been going round and round this for half an hour, right? So we will pull this to a close in a minute. But one way of looking at it, the reason why this is looking so compelling to you is you're assuming that life was the goal. And the reason you're assuming that is because of your religious commitments prior to coming to the argument, which is clouding your ability to look at this clearly. Another way of looking at it is that the specific configuration of matter and life that we have now is just a consequence of the universe being configured the way it happens to be. If it had been configured a different way, things would be different. Maybe there'd be no matter. Maybe there'd be no life. Maybe there'd be no matter. Maybe there'd be no life. Now, this is the way to look at it. Sean was trying to get you to see that you're being a bit biased towards the life that we have, like a bit human-centric, right? This is not a pre-specified outcome. This is not something that was set as an aim at the beginning of the process, and look, we managed to get there, and isn't that amazing? This is just the situation that inevitably unfolded given the conditions that pertain. So you haven't been able to show that the conditions could be any different. And even if they could be different, if they had been different, then other conditions would have evolved and developed. And either there would be no life, in which case there would be no one to talk about it, or there would be life, and it might be a very different type of life. And it might be a very different type of universe. Well, until you can explain the the possibility space. Your entire argument is just speculation. You haven't addressed the possibility that this universe could be one of an infinite number of universes, all with different physical constants, some of which permit life and some of which don't. You haven't addressed the possibility that the value of the physical constants in our universe could be the result of some other principles or laws in science that we haven't yet uncovered, but that dictate that that's what those constants should be. You haven't addressed that at all. All you've done is gone to, I don't understand it, therefore someone really clever must have put it together. That is the structure of your argument. I'm really sorry to say it, but that's what it is.
I appreciate your analysis there. I would say that, if you bear with me just a second, also the codependency of these universal constants. I mean, I know we're just shoving the number, the probability even higher, but I'd like you just to consider, and you give me a bunch of time and I appreciate it. You're a true British gent. And I think you're British. Are you British?
I am indeed.
I'm British. He's from America.
Well, Scott, you know what? If you said Wales, I wouldn't have known the difference. That's probably fighting some.
Wales is still British, friend. For now.
England,
for now.
Are you from England? Are you English? Okay.
I am English too. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah. I'd say that I'm just going to leave you with a thought that when you put them all together, it's 1 over 1 times 10 to over the 1,000th. That where you get life, the rest of them you don't get.
That's life. That's just your opening, dude. We don't need to recapitulate the opening. We've already dispatched
it. If they were different again, you don't have these protons. You don't get. And you can hear all my. Okay. Do you ever just say, "Holy shit, how lucky we are"?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in. Okay.
Thanks for hearing me out, guys. Hey, that was a good conversation. I appreciate you.
Yeah, it really was, even though we disagree.
Good stuff. Yeah. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. You bet.
Cheers,
you
Doc.
guys have a great night.
You too.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
Okay. We tried. We tried to fight the fight for science and reason. Yeah. If you're going to make a probability argument, and perhaps Doc didn't realize that he was making a probability argument, but he was, you need to know what the possibility space is. If you don't know what that is,
right,
you can't make a probability argument. That's how that goes. Okay, we're going to go over to YouTube and get Herb in next. Hopefully this will all work nicely and be nice. Herb, are you there?
Hello there, John. How
Hi,
goes
Herb.
it?
It goes very well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Can't
Good.
complain.
Welcome in.
Thank you. Sean here too?
Sean is here too. Yeah.
All right.
The floor is yours. What would you like to say, friend?
Hi. So the topic I wanted to talk about was regarding like the psychology behind belief. Like when it comes to like religion, I can understand that with like you can't like choose what you become convinced of. But like let's suppose it's something like, let's say there's some person who's like striving for a goal, like a personal goal. Let's say like to become like to become like like better at like running or weightlifting, or to master a craft or something like that. Like what if that person like had to start off with like telling themselves like that they believe that they could do it, or like then that leads to taking actions towards like reaching that goal. Like if that's something where you could say that a person can try to, how do I break it, try to like to like use their beliefs as a means of impacting the steps that they take towards reaching that goal.
I'm not sure if I'm completely tracking you. Forgive me if I'm sort of lost you there.
I think
Did you get that, Sean?
I think so. Let me run it by you. Are you talking about kind of choosing to have more belief in yourself and your abilities and your chances of achieving a goal? Like, I believe in you, and I believe in myself to achieve this. Yeah. So that ultimately, in my opinion, and John is more researched on this than I am, but I don't believe that's a choice either. And the way to look at this is go to extremes. So, for example, what if my goal is to be able to fly like Superman? I know that's silly, but I can't just choose to believe in myself to like accomplish that goal. But there are steps people can take. Let's bring it within reason now. I want to go for a PhD in astrophysics, and maybe math isn't my strong suit, but I believe in myself. You could have reasonable or even unreasonable expectations that if I study real hard or what have you, you can talk to people, counselors, or maybe people that can maybe help build your confidence or what have you. Those are like the edges of control. But ultimately, it's like it's not a choice, but you can choose to do things that very well might or even likely increase your confidence in yourself. And John, if anything you want to add or take away, because this is your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of you nailed it. So when there's a line, right? And on one side of the line, you have realistic expectations of yourself. And on the other side, you have impossible expectations on yourself. And there's a kind of fuzziness to the line, because sometimes people manage to do things that someone might have thought were impossible. So like, I could say like, let's say I decide I want to run a marathon in 10 different countries in 10 different days. Like, that's a hell of an undertaking. And I'm not sure whether I would be able to train to do something like that. So that might exist in the fuzzy area where like, I'm not likely to be able to get that fit to do something like that, but I might be able to. But if I said to you, I'm going to play in the NBA, at this point, you could say, well, you're not going to play in the NBA because I'm older than the age at which players retire. This is not going to happen, right? So no matter how much belief I might have in myself to do that, like if I started having a belief in myself that I'm going to play in the NBA, you would be able to look at me and say, that's a delusional belief, because it's not. I've become persuaded of something, and that self-belief is so disconnected and unmoored from reality that you could call it delusional or completely unrealistic. And I think that when we're trying to sort of help someone, we like to stay within the area of belief where we want to affirm and help and boost and prop up positive beliefs that exist within the domain of the possible, because it's not kind to enable self-belief in someone over something that they clearly cannot do, right? That's not an act of kindness. It's actually cruel, because you're setting them up for disappointment. You're not serving them. It's not helpful. But as long as you're on that line, on the right side of the line, I think that's great. I think it's absolutely fine to engender self-belief in someone and help them to become convinced that they actually can do the thing. Sometimes you get that thing with kids. They say I can't do it, and you're like, you can do it. You can do it. And what you're doing there is you're trying to persuade them. You're trying to change what they think is true about the world from this is not possible for me to achieve to this may be possible for me to achieve to this is possible for me to achieve to I'm going to do this. And that's what encouraging kids is about, and encouraging people who just need it. So I don't know if I kind of addressed your question or added sufficiently to what Sean said.
Yes, I mean, see, particularly my question, it was centered more around like how a person can use the psychology of belief to help them get closer towards achieving like a set goal. I'm talking about this in the context of like a goal that could be like within reach. Like say a person who may not be the most outgoing, but one day dreams of doing a podcast.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and it is the art of persuasion. So you can you persuade someone, right? You're trying to persuade them to change what they think is true about the world. That's what therapy is. When you go to a therapist, and you might have ideas about yourself and ideas about how you relate to the world and how you relate to other people, and it's the job of the therapist to try to understand how you see yourself in the world, and then try to persuade you to change how you see yourself in the world. Maybe you don't think you're worthy, and the therapist will speak to you and try to basically manipulate and persuade you into changing what you find convincing about yourself, but in a good way, right? In a good way, so that you can realize you are worth it, you are lovable, you're deserving of love, or you're capable of achieving goals, or whatever those things. So there is absolutely a valid place for that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I think I could see where that goes, and also too, there's a lesson too if a person believes it, but say then they're say when that person starts taking actions towards the goal, it'd be if say if somebody who wants to run a marathon, but they haven't done running exercise in a while. If they what if they start off okay, I just do 200 meters in one day, then the next day I do one lap around the track, and then the day after that I do 2 laps, and slowly increasing that difficulty bar until they feel more confident, until that every additional step leads towards the confidence that they have towards telling themselves, I believe I can do this.
Yeah, and what's happening there is each of those achievements is building up an evidence record, which facilitates the persuasion, right? It facilitates that change of belief from I can't do it to I will do it to I am doing it.
And also for times when say a person hits roadblock, somebody is in the middle of of running, right? Let's say they in the middle of one of their workouts one day, they end up tripping and hurting their legs so badly that they're off the track for for a couple weeks. Or say something worse, they get into a car accident that causes them to lose their leg completely. Moments like that, they could really drastically change the course of how someone thinks about their goal.
Yeah, because your beliefs are always being checked against reality, right? So then if the background conditions change, and one day you're running around the track and the next day you can't run anymore for some terrible reason, then your beliefs are forced to change, because our minds are always comparing our beliefs to the world around us. Doing that checking is happening all the time, and when there's a rub, then we experience cognitive dissonance, which is holding on to something which is obviously untrue, and then our minds work really hard to avoid cognitive dissonance by, well, something has to change, either reality or your belief, and your mind can't change the reality, so you end up changing your belief. That's what happens.
And speaking of how the real world can shape your beliefs, when it makes it if I had to dive into more of a religious context, I when I was raised with it, although it wasn't explicit, it was more implied of there being this cause and effect relationship between how devoted you are to God. For reference, I grew up in a Roman Catholic church, but it's where so the implication was cause and effect between how devoted you are to God and the likelihood of positive events to take place in your life. So So I used to think, if more positive events happen in your life, the more devoted to God you must be, or something like that. And if something terrible happens to you, then it means you don't have enough faith, or you need to start going back more to church, or
So
read
toxic
the
and
Bible, for
terrible.
example.
It's
But
victim blaming. Yeah, that's. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. But one thing, at least that was the implication. And I saw, I did see like a couple of schisms, you could say, like there's somebody, like I knew a case where a particular family member, like I remembered one day on a Sunday, this is around the time I was like when I was starting to question like my faith a bit more. My couple of family members of mine, they went to church that day, and when they asked if I wanted to go, I said no thanks, so I didn't. Then we were supposed to go to and after that service, there was going to be like a festival where we were. And on the way to the festival, one of the family members tripped and sprained their ankle. And they were crying, they were upset. And in that moment, it didn't matter who went to church that day and who didn't. It didn't matter to me, at least. But what mattered was that the family member who got hurt got like brought to like the safety. Like first we took them to the doctor to make sure they're okay. Then after that, we went back to like the home to go grab all the stuff that they needed before leaving. And then we had like a meal. And like at a good restaurant. And then we were done. We were riding home, and on the way home, the family member who got hurt asked God, I don't understand what I did to deserve this. Why would God do this to me? Something like that. And it made me think about, if God, I'd love to ask God that question if he's listening to this.
He almost certainly isn't. So, but yeah, I mean that's the problem of evil, right? Why does God do all this nasty stuff to people? He obviously likes it, because he certainly doesn't have to do it. If he has to do it, then that is at the expense of his power, right? Because an all-powerful being doesn't have to do anything at all. Yeah. So I think, Herb, we'll move it on. Get our next guest in, if that's okay. But yeah, thanks so much for coming up. Appreciate it.
All right. Sounds great. Thank you.
I hope that we were able to clarify things for you a bit. Thanks, man.
Sure.
Take it easy. Thanks. Cheers. Okay. Buzz was saying, did you want to come up, Buzz? We got a place for you here. If you wanted to come in, we'll get you in. Otherwise, our next guest on the YouTube side is going to be DCS427. Perhaps I'll get them in while Buzz is not here. But yeah, come on up, Buzz, if you wanted to come in. We're happy to have you. If you're out of the car now and somewhere safe, we'd love to talk to you, of course. For now, let's get DCS in. DCS, are you there? DCS, are you there? Let's see if we can fix DCS.
Something came in the chat.
Let's have a look.
Buzz is back.
Yeah, I see Buzz. Buzz is there. We'll get Buzz in just a second. Let's try that. DCS, are you there? Looks like not. Okay, well, that looks like that is not going to happen. So we will drop DCS back out for now, and we will get Buzz in. And then we have Christopher waiting as well. So Christopher, bear with us. We'll get you in shortly. But as promised, we're going to get Buzz in like that. Hey, Buzz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, great. I'm all right.
Good.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're great.
Doing
Thanks.
good.
Fantastic. Do you want to hit up the super chats? I think they're stacking up, and I threw a few in there too.
Yeah, in fact, I see a few from you. You had some funny ones in there. Shall I read them now while you're here? Let's do that.
Yeah, why not?
You can hang with us while we read some super chats. Let's see. We have got from our good friend Buzz. We have. He said, if you don't believe in Harry Potter, you talk about him. Yep.
Why are you talking about
what,
him?
why? Why you talk about him? Yeah, exactly. That's a variation on a common theme that we get here quite a lot. And then to follow up, he also said, if you don't believe in atheism, why you talk about it? Yeah. This is perfect, Buzz. This is our life every day. And if you don't believe in D's nuts, why are you thinking about them?
It's like Pink Elephant. Once you say it, you can't help but it pops in your head.
That's it. Yeah. Nice, Buzz. Thank you. Thank you for these.
Yeah, thanks for the image. I'm like, involuntary. I couldn't help it.
Liquid 826 said, Santa's not real. Next thing you're going to tell me is the Easter Bunny isn't real. Nice try. Yeah, well, we couldn't possibly comment about that. I felt for a moment like I'd put my foot in it, letting the Santa thing out.
Have you heard of
the
the fine-tuning argument for the Easter Bunny?
Right. Yeah. There should be one, right?
Anyway.
Yes. Yeah. And Buzz again said, how's he know that only one produces life? Did you mean like only one universe?
Right, yeah, because Doc Pepper was saying out of all the 4 quadrillion, the analogy with the cards, he said, well, only one produces life. And I was just curious, to which universe did he compare ours?
Yeah, exactly, which was why I asked him at the beginning, can you demonstrate that these things could be any different? And it was all kind of downhill from there, I think.
It was.
I think so. But hey, he was a nice guy at least. Bacon and Bush, good to see you, said, I perform rarely magic. I used to do that too. And as I have both jokers in my deck, there are 2.3 times 10 to the 71 different ways my deck can be stacked. Yes, that is a lot of ways. That's going to be 54 factorial, which is an enormously bigger number than 52 factorial, which is a ludicrously big number. So, that's a big old number. It's such a big number that if people on Earth did nothing but shuffle cards all day long, there would still never be 2 with exactly the same order for many, 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 many billions of years. It's a bonkers number. And Optimus Rhymes said, you should put taps on the soundboard for fallen soldiers. Great title tonight. And Sean has these Philbros shaking in their metaphysical boots. Yeah. I think Sean dispatches the Philbros quite nicely. I enjoy watching you do that, Sean. You give it up. Brilliant stuff. And of course, Buzz, you sent in dibs on Nexties. Well, you're in now, so fantastic. You're right here.
Yay.
So yeah, good to have you here, man. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about, Buzz, while you're here?
Yeah, absolutely. Just really quick, I wish I had, taken time to write down premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, but I didn't. But we can get there together. And it'll be really quick.
Sure.
But first, I don't remember who it was. I wish I remembered the name, but somebody said when Doc Pepper was talking about, the old watchmaker fallacy, somebody said, no, he's right. Humans made watches and humans made God.
I love that. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Okay,
Brilliant.
now on to the reason I called.
Yeah.
I have something that's going to make some people mad, but I think it's worth it.
Sure.
So, like I told you before, I grew up wanting to be a missionary. I dedicated a lot of my life to getting to that goal.
Yeah.
But thinking about missionaries as an atheist is kind of hilarious. So how often do you think theists, I'm going to hone in specifically on Christians. How often do you think Christians hold the standpoint from all of the ones you've talked to, all of the ones I've talked to, all the ones that anybody's talked to, all the ones in existence? How often do you think they hold the view that much like a child is before the age of accountability and can't make decisions or whatever, people who have never been exposed to the gospel have a free ticket into heaven based on the benefit of the doubt? How often do you think they hold that view?
almost near universally from my experience, because we bring up like the Sentinel Island and places like that, and they always give that cutout. To which John a while back brought up the very good point that well, the only moral thing you can do is don't preach the gospel, because they have us get out of prison. Is that where you were going with it too?
Yes, yes. I was gonna say.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder, but
it's all good.
It's in my book. I actually discuss this in my book, and I say that like here's a way you can frame it: is even if you say like there's some percentage of attempts to proselytize that are successful, and it's quite low, right? So the average person who's out there evangelizing is going to know that it's like trying to sell double glazing, or you're trying to sell windows to people. Like, you're not going to have a high hit rate. If you're on 10%, you're doing extremely well, which means let's grant the 10% as being the upper end of how likely, you know, your how high your success is going to be. If you're out there spreading the good news, approximately 9 out of the 10 of the people that you speak to are not going to be persuaded. But you are in danger of encountering someone who may not have heard about this stuff before, thereby depriving them of the immunity they were previously enjoying.
That's right.
By telling them about all of this stuff. The only moral thing to do is stay at home. Don't go outside.
That was exactly my point. I thought I had come into a revelation and was gonna, you know, what do you call it? Make waves. Oh man,
I'm sorry, man, but you are brilliant for having thought of the point, because it is a good point.
No, the unfortunate thing with John is if you come up with a great idea, John's probably already, I put that in my book, or it's like already, you know, John's already on top.
You know, I'm not going to be able to get away with doing that once the book's actually out. I can only do now because I just scurry off and put it in tonight. But no, it is
That's right.
it is legit in there, and I can remember when it occurred to me as well, and I did chuckle about it. So yeah, it's a good argument. It's a sound argument, for sure.
John's taking notes right now. He's taking notes right now to throw in the book.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I think I have it pre-ordered, by the way. I know I went to the website, but I think I've got it pre-ordered.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
All right. Since the glory of the argument altogether was taken from me, I'm going to still phrase it in 2 sentences the way I wanted to.
Please.
All right. Say you meet a tribe of 100 people and you convince one. That missionary has just sent 99 people to hell single-handedly.
Yep.
So, conclusion, the best thing that a missionary can possibly do is shut the fuck up.
Nice one. Yeah, I love that.
All right.
In fact, that's a much better way of putting it than mine. That's excellent.
Yeah,
I hadn't quite framed it in that way, but that's brilliant. Thank you, Buzz.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Well, lovely talking to you, gents. I'll
And
stay
your
tuned.
friend. All right, buddy. Nice to
Take care.
see you. Take care, pal. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Big W Buzz, man. What a great guy. I absolutely love having Buzz around. One of my favorite additions to the team in recent time. Okay, we're going to stay on the YouTube side. We are going to get Christopher in next. So we will bring Christopher in. Hopefully all the audio works. Christopher, can you hear me okay? One of my favorite additions to the team in recent time. Yeah, Christopher's listening on the YouTube.
Oh, hi.
There you go.
Hey.
How you doing?
Finally all caught up. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going. I'm just going to get your name up on the board so we can all see who we're talking to. And I'm going to bring you into the video too. There we go. Everyone meet Christopher. Christopher, meet everybody.
How's it
welcome
going?
in. It's going. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
Good.
Thanks
Welcome
for
in.
having me.
Sure. Floor is yours.
I guess I just stumbled upon your live while scrolling, and I just wanted to see what it was about and if we could have a conversation about pretty much this whole thing.
Sure.
Bit of an introduction about myself. I am a Roman Catholic. I was raised Roman Catholic. I still am.
Okay.
And I think all I know is that you're an atheist, right?
Yeah. Does it show?
That's all I know.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, nice to meet you. I'm John. Sean is here as well. So, I mean, I guess I'm the one making a bit of a claim here, right? Quite often we don't necessarily do it this way, but as I'm making the claim, perhaps I'll defend it rather than, you know, the natural thing here would be to just say, or what's your evidence. But I can tell you why I think atheism makes sense. And it's really just because all the evidence that we are presented by people for the existence of any God is always rubbish. It's always like either fallacious arguments, and we've had quite a few tonight already, or appeals to personal experience. You know, I had this amazing experience. Well, okay, somebody's personal experience can't be evidence for me of a God. It might be for them. Like, I don't know, you know, maybe you have had amazing personal experiences, but that doesn't necessarily help me. I haven't had access to those experiences, and we listen to people from 10 different religions declaring that their personal experience of God is proof of their religions, and those religious claims are all mutually exclusive. They can't all be true. So personal experience doesn't really help us. And then it's like appeals to the authority of the Bible, but the Bible is just a book, and it's a book full of mistakes, full of anachronisms, full of contradictions. It's not a trustworthy source at all. And so what we're left with is like, well, surely with such a gaping, obvious absence of any realistic evidence, or why would we be convinced of this? So that's the position. That's why I say it makes more sense. But I am genuinely open-minded. If someone comes along and presents some good evidence or a good argument that I haven't heard before, I'm open to. I will have no choice but to believe, right? Because if the argument is convincing, belief is going to happen to me whether I want to or not.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's really interesting. I think it like your thought process actually makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of people who do believe and they don't even end up reading the Bible, you know? It's all just some blind faith, and I think you need to be as informed as you can possibly be. So with that, I wanted to talk about some of my own research that I've done outside of just like reading the Bible or any personal experience. Maybe something you may have not heard yet.
Sure.
But I guess are you familiar with Eucharistic miracles at all?
I'm familiar with lots of different miracle claims. You know, there are claims of bleeding statues and crying statues and apparitions and appearances. I just don't think any of that stuff ever meets the standard of independent verification that would be required to believe such claims.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
When someone brings up a miracle I haven't heard of, the problem I have is I don't have a means to independently, like right now, just during the discussion, maybe there's an actual miracle that happens somewhere, but it's being presented on the internet. It's quite possibly, maybe even likely, it's something I haven't heard before. I'm just kind of taking your word as to what happened, and then I got to kind of dive deep into like what caused it, and I don't have to go in and actually investigate it. And oftentimes the like perceived miracle might be some fantastical event to where the only answer I have to, like, I don't know how to explain that. And then I don't know, it becomes the rational answer unless there's actually a demonstration that it was caused by a God. Most miracles rely on this whole thing where this is unexplained, therefore God. And I stop at this is unexplained. There has to be like positive evidence that God did it.
Okay, got it. So I guess before I dive into my specific claim of the miracle I've been researching, like at the end, it's always gonna go down to that question: is this is unexplained? Did God do it, or is it just, this is unexplained, and I don't know how it happened? And that's overall that's the stark jump that a person has to make from being an atheist to a religious believer of any type, you know, because I was even talking to my priest, you know, it wouldn't be called a faith if we knew 100% that, you know, all of this is true, because like I can't give you 100% certainty of anything.
I'm not even asking for that. I'm asking for reasonable reasonable certainty, you know, apportioned to, you know, the evidence.
Okay.
I'm not saying, because I don't claim to be 100% certain about anything except that I exist.
Okay, perfect. All right. So then I guess I'll start with my claim. I shared a file on the app. That's just a PDF of a report, of a pathology report of the story I'm about to tell. So basically, in Buenos Aires, I think it was in the 90s. Don't take my word for it. But basically, you know, like the priest hands the Eucharist and you're supposed to eat it. What happened was a lady accidentally dropped it. So then the way to dispose of the Eucharist once it's dropped is to just leave it in a glass of water. Like imagine my glass was full of water. You put the Eucharist inside and then you wait for it to dissolve, because at the end of the day, the physical structure of it is just like water with dough, you know, shaped into a cracker. But basically what happened was that this Eucharist started to bleed. It started to turn into a reddish color, and you know nobody knew what was going on. So what they did was they ended up taking this to they took a sample of this reddish blood, I guess, to a lab in New York, and they did not tell the scientists where it was from. They're just like, we want to know what this is. We like they did not tell him that it was a Eucharist. And basically, what the scientist found was that it turned to be myocardial heart tissue. In his report, he said that the slide he looked at was myocardial. It was a section of the heart, and basically, it had enough immune cells in it to where he could describe that the person either died of a heart attack or there was some sort of like obstruction in the artery, which could have been from a blood clot or even from a severe blow to the chest over the heart. Now, after reading that, I mean, I also shared the report with you. I'm not sure if you can see it.
I got to tell you, Christopher, I'm not interested. So the thing is, there's so many stories like this, and if I'm being asked to accept that something magic has happened, and that's what this is wizard business. If I'm being asked to accept that something magic has happened, I'm going to need a lot more than that in terms of evidence. Because I'll tell you why. I always lean on David Hume's idea here with respect to miracles, which is that for a miracle claim to be believed, it must be a greater miracle. The falseness of the claim must be a greater miracle. In other words, if I'm being asked to believe that this stuff happened, it's far easier for me to believe that there are either people being mistaken or lying, or something has happened in the transmission of the story, or someone's remembered something wrong, or there's some fraud or mistake or something. The chances of that are always going to be higher than the chances that actually magic is real, because essentially what we're talking about here is magic, right?
Okay.
The creator of the universe is choosing to communicate his presence to us via baked goods. This is a preposterous claim, right? If God wants us to know that he exists, this is a really, really, really poor way of doing it, because anyone who cares about standards of evidence is not going to be moved by this, right? They're going to dismiss it because it's bullshit, basically, right? These stories are not real. They're all throughout history. People from all sorts of cultures have made claims to magical events. This is not the exclusive preserve of Catholicism. There are people in many different cultures who claim miracles, healings, apparitions, levitations, all sorts of things, and they all fall apart when you examine them closely. When these things are taken into conditions where cheating or being mistaken are controlled for and not allowed to happen, the effects mysteriously vanish every time. So because of that, God would know that sufficiently skeptical people are not going to fall for this. If God wants us to know he's there, he could just let us know. Why the coy, stage magic acts? Why not just come down and let everyone know he's there?
I guess I can't answer that 100% because I'm not God, but I guess my best answer for that would be that, I trust God and he reveals himself in, you may think or other people may think it's confusing, but other people welcome that. And it brings us to the point I made in the beginning that it's just going to be a question of, do I believe in this evidence or do I think it's just all, a tomfoolery or how it
Sure,
happened? But
but
Well,
Christopher,
God would know.
is it
God
possible
would
that
know which.
the people who welcome it
Sorry.
are the people who believe already, right? And so if God's intention, because I promise you, these kind of miracle claims are not persuasive to people who are not largely bought into this system. There might be a few super gullible people who do, but in terms of like people who aren't already in the belief system, pre-committed to the God, most people are going to go, nah, come on, really, you think I'm going to believe that? It's nonsense, right? And God would know this. So I guess I could ask you, like, why is God being so lacking in ambition in his attempts to get people to know him? And I know you said you can't answer because you're not God, but can you see why this doesn't add up? Like, the math doesn't math here. We're told that God wants a relationship with us. We're told that if we don't reciprocate in kind, he's going to light us on fire and send us to hell forever. Don't you think that it's on him to reach out to us in a way that he knows would be effective rather than in a way that he knows would be ineffective for so many people?
Right. I mean, the best way I can answer that, and I would have to go into scripture just with the sacrifice of Christ. I think the way he did that was by his death on the cross. That was his way of reaching out to us. And, the way that at least Catholicism teaches us to be Catholics is to build a relationship with God, not just expect him to, fix all the problems for us and give us a clean
here's the problem with
solution where we don't have to do any work.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that, though. So right now, as it stands, if Catholicism is true, most of the world either believes in no God, the wrong God, or the wrong God's plural, or a variation of Christianity that Catholicism finds to be heresy or what have you. That's most of the world.
Right.
If God is all knowing, he would know that the manner in which he was decided to die and rise from on the cross and rise, from the dead, and certain people write down experiences or write about it, and then it's found later. He would know that would be wildly ineffective. And I mean, relatively, yeah, sure, there's, if you want to count all the Christians, maybe 2.4 billion, but we have, 8 or 9 billion, I don't know the exact number, people in the world. He could, and if he wants a relationship with everyone, that requires everyone at least knowing he exists. I cannot, because I'm unable, it's not that I'm unwilling to, I literally can't choose to believe God exists any more than I can choose to believe Superman exists. It's just an impossibility for me.
Right.
So if I had a long lost son, let's say I had a relationship 20 years ago, I didn't know I had a son. And then she told him, your father passed away in the salt mine, whatever the story, he didn't know I exist. Right. And I find out later and I want a relationship with him. I can't force him to have one with me. But the first thing I need to do is let him know, hey, I exist and I'm your father. Now he can decide whether he wants a relationship with me. If I don't show myself to him, that's on me for not doing that. If God is all powerful, he can let the entire planet know, I exist, here's the right religion, these are my rules. It's up to you if you want to follow me. But for most of the world, they literally can't because they were unlucky enough to be born into a Hindu culture and ended up Hindu, or be born and raised in Thailand and they ended up Buddhist, or just life experience. For someone like me, I lost my faith and I just cannot believe. But you get what I'm saying? So why doesn't he just make it so everyone knows he exists?
Right. And I mean, you bring up a very good point because that's also a question I have with like that I always ask myself, like if there's a uncontacted tribe, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and then a missionary
Sentinel Island.
them, and then they're not convinced, they end up going to hell or however it works.
Yeah, most Christians give a cutout for them, though. And we had a discussion about that earlier, which we won't go into. But yeah, so and it could be that like, hey, that seems like a problem, and I don't have the right answer, and that's honest. Is that kind of where you're at right now? Do you perceive it as a problem, but maybe God has an answer, but you don't know what it is? But do you at least see the problem?
I do see the problem. I'm not gonna lie. Of course.
Okay.
I guess my way to cope with it is that just looking at the way the examples I know of the Bible, at least I haven't read the full Bible. I know
Right.
many of the more popular stories of it, but the way God.
Oh, I heard a voice. I don't think that was me or John.
Oh no, sorry.
Oh no, it's at your house. Okay, no problem.
So I guess the way I think about it is that I do believe that we all have free will in some sort of way. I have the free will to believe in God. You have the free will to question it and to not believe in it.
Can I give you some input on that? So if this is the first time you've come across the channel, you won't know that we speak about this a lot. Like the central idea that we really talk about here is that belief isn't something that you can choose. You might, because you just said I've got the free will to believe, you've got the free will not to. It doesn't really work like that. If you're not convinced that something's true, how can you believe it?
I guess what I meant is that you have the free will to question things, and you're not being forced to believe in anything. That's what I meant.
Right, but think about it like this, right? Let's say I decided now I want to believe in Jesus, but I don't. I don't believe in Jesus because I'm just not persuaded. So I go and I study and I read the Bible, and the more I read the Bible, the less I believe in Jesus, because I read, for example, that the Old Testament made lots of very, very specific claims about what the Messiah would do, right? The Messiah was prophesied in the Old Testament, and then Jesus comes along in the New Testament and doesn't do any of the things, or maybe does one or two of them, but misses out most of them, right? And then I look at all the verses in the New Testament that declare that Jesus is fulfilling prophecies from the Old Testament. So I go back and look at those prophecies, and most of them aren't even prophecies. They're just words that look a bit like they could be something a bit like what's going on in the New Testament, but they're not prophecies. Or they are prophecies, but they are specifically for something else and playing out in that timescale and nothing to do with Jesus. So the more I read of the book, the less convinced I become. And so I'm like, okay, I've got to stop reading the Bible because it's making me realize that Jesus is not true. I got to do something else. So I start going to prayer meetings instead with people, and I'm praying and I'm trying to find a relationship with Jesus, and I'm closing my eyes and I'm, Lord, if you're there and whatever. And the more I do it, the sillier I feel, the more silly I feel, because I'm just realized I'm just actually talking to myself, right? And I try this for years. Maybe this goes on for 20 years or 25. And eventually I get to a point where, look, I really tried to believe in Jesus, but I just can't, I still find myself just unconvinced. What do you think about the idea that I would then be punished forever for that?
I think that I guess with that specific story, I would not like that the fact you're being punished, especially because you're putting in so much work in order to believe more than, most people who do believe are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that, Christopher. I appreciate that, because we've got hundreds of people in our community who have actually done all of that. Like maybe not for 20 years, but maybe for 5 or 10, or they actually did believe, like Sean used to. They were in it. They were Christians. They were believing. They thought they had a relationship with Jesus, and then they learned a bit more. They read the book a bit more. They studied a bit more, or maybe they just lost their faith. It happens, right? And they tried to get it back. They clawed on, they held on, and they couldn't do it. And they lost their faith, and there's nothing they can do about it, because you can't decide to believe something if you're not convinced of it. No matter how much you want to, you can't do it. And your religion says that those people are deserving of punishment. And I just think
Mhm.
that's morally wrong. And I can hear that you're a reasonable person. And I suspect you know it's morally wrong too. And so
Right.
that must be a hard thing for you to come to
I
terms
guess,
with.
yeah, I guess it is hard for me to come to terms with it because it may not be something I agree with, but since I believe in the religion, I'm willing to set that aside because I'm
Yeah.
just so convinced of all the things that happened are to be true that, there has to be a reason why. And, if God is this perfect planner, I trust him, and God is supposed to be just.
Yeah,
So, but
I mean
that is
that's the problem though, because whether someone is just or not doesn't get labeled before, it gets
Mhm.
determined after. So in other words, we don't just define someone as being just and then say, okay, now we've labeled them as just, everything they do must be just. That isn't how it works. What you have to do is you look at the actions of a person or a god or in anyone and you go, are these actions just? Do these
Right.
things look like justice? And look at what God does. I mean, even in the Bible, right? God punishes innocent people for the crimes of others. He
Mhm.
has children killed. He has women raped. This is not justice. Innocent people who didn't do the crimes, right? David does
Right.
something. He has a bunch of David's wives raped, right?
Right.
He creates laws that would have resulted in innocent people being stoned to death. Parents told to stone their kids. All sorts of horrific stuff like
All
that.
the children in Egypt and the Pharaoh's
Yeah,
firstborn.
I mean, look at that. That right. That exactly. You know that when he sent the 10th plague, the death of the firstborns, it wasn't
Right.
just like the death of the firstborn evil Egypt people. I mean, the Egyptians, first of all, they didn't ask for Pharaoh's heart to be hardened, for Pharaoh to not let Israel go. That God made that happen, right? And then he punished the firstborns of everyone, even the slaves that Pharaoh
Right.
had captured, who were themselves the victims of Pharaoh. They lost their firstborns too because they didn't have paint on their doors, right? So this is not justice. We can look at this and say this is clearly not just. And so this is why we reject this stuff and why so many people in our community who used to be where you are now in belief, feeling that they had a relationship with Jesus, feeling completely convinced about this stuff, the more they looked into it, they realized that it just didn't add up and that it just doesn't work and it's not morally okay. And there's a real sort of I'm not saying that everything that comes out of religion is always bad. There are wonderful people who are religious. There are people who do wonderful there are wonderful things that they say they're doing in the name of their religion. There are religious organizations that do a lot of good. I grant all of that. But there's a really, really dark side to this that you may not have considered before, which is like the idea that people like Sean and me and so many in our community are told that we deserve to be punished forever just because of what we find ourselves unable to be convinced of.
I think that whoever did tell you that and they claim to believe in Jesus, they're totally missing the entire point.
But it says so in the Bible.
It doesn't say for us to go up to people and just berate them for not believing them.
No, not berate them. And the people who say these things aren't always berating. Often they're trying to save us, right? They're worried about our souls. So they're like, it's coming from a place of love, but it's still incredibly cruel. It's still abusive. It's still morally and completely unacceptable. They're just saying like, you better get right with Jesus while you've got time. You need to do this because if you don't, you're going to go to hell, and I don't want to see you go to hell. That's still abuse. That is abuse, and it causes tens of millions of people a year to suffer from horrific religious trauma, for example, like real like PTSD like symptoms of religious trauma, because they're told that they're not good people just because of what they believe or who they love or stuff like that, and it's just not okay. And you seem like a really nice guy, and you seem young enough that there's still time for you to think about this stuff with more clarity. And I'm not here trying to deconvert you or anything, but
Right.
Have a think about this stuff with an open mind, and spend more time in communities like this, listening to the arguments, and you'll see. I don't know if you've come across. Have you listened to Deconstruction Zone, to Justin?
No, I have not. I have not.
Yeah, you should check him out. He knows the Bible really well. Like, he's seminary trained, Masters of Divinity, knows the Bible better than most people. He can demonstrate quite how badly Jesus fails to fulfill the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament. And there
Right.
are other people in this space who make the arguments. And if you want your beliefs to be true, and I respect you for coming to this conversation with such an open mind and listening so respectfully. I really appreciate that, because a lot of people don't. If you want your beliefs to be true, then you should be willing to subject them to rigorous scrutiny. And if they stand up to the scrutiny, then they pass the test and you're good, right? But if they start to crumble, then you have decisions to make about whether you want to persist in believing delusions, essentially, or whether you're prepared to reconsider your position at some point. That's a personal thing for you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that, and I guess it just brings me back to the point, and I guess I should have said this earlier, and this is something that I do truly like hold to deep heart, is that I don't think that let's make a general statement, right? That there is some sort of higher power, whether it's Jesus, whether it's Buddha,
Yeah.
Allah, right? I don't think it would be wise for us to subject that higher power to our logic or our emotional standards. I do understand what you're saying, though, that every time we're talking about God being just and merciful, and then he ends up doing these objectively horrible things, like the slaughter of the firstborn, for example, right? I guess the way I think about it is that there has to be a reason why that happened. As a person who believes in God, I need to also submit to God and, understand I may not understand what happened, but because I believe in God, because of reasons XYZ, and God did this, there has to have been a reason, because I genuinely do believe God is good, pure-hearted, however you want to frame it, right?
Can I give you some advice about that? There's a saying which is religion doesn't necessarily make people evil, but it makes good people defend evil. It makes good people excuse evil and excuse cruelty and barbarism. Because if your starting point is, I love God, he must be good, there must be a reason, what you're doing is you're pre-excusing him for everything that follows. And you shouldn't be in too much of a hurry to do that, because you're essentially surrendering and giving up your own ability to use your mind to look at a situation and evaluate what you think about it honestly, right? Don't be too quick to give that up. That's precious. That's something that you have for yourself. Don't let anyone ever take that away from you, and don't be too willing to give it up to a God or to anyone. That's part of who you are. It's part of what makes you human, is to be able to look at something and say, I don't agree with that, or to look at something and say, yeah, that's fine with me, And it worries me if what I'm hearing you say is you're starting at your beginning point is God must be good, I love God, therefore he must have a reason for everything. That is to give him a free pass for all the brutality that follows. And that makes you complicit in supporting that brutality. And that doesn't sound to me like the kind of person you would want to be.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't support, the brutality of it, but just a caveat to that is I don't just believe God is, good because I've been indoctrinized into it, or I do believe that God is good because of my own research with it. I've done even the new reading the Gospels, and then looking at these Eucharistic Eucharistic miracles. Sorry, I stutter sometimes.
That's okay. That's okay.
Or like even like the Shroud of Turin, like a lot of things scientifically match up.
They don't.
With
that stuff's just it's just been debunked, dude. Come on.
What does the Shroud of Turin have to do with goodness? Now, first of all, we can argue the merits of it as to whether it's actually real, but let's just suppose it's real. It's evidence. It's evidence that Jesus existed, but that doesn't have anything to do with goodness or badness.
I guess I guess the way at least I think about it is that, you know, this is an example of, you know, that Jesus existed 100%, but it's also an example that, you know, something in the scripture was factual, you know, that he was.
No, I got you. That's whether God is real, and that's a separate question. Right now the discussion is goodness. So we define people as good or bad based on what they do, right?
Right.
And so if you have a plethora of the God of the Bible commits G-cide multiple times, including unaliving the entire planet, including kittens and puppies and every lions and tigers and bears, through drowning, which is an awful way to die, when he could have just Thanos finger snapped them away, but he decided for them to drown. You got like all these awful things that God of the Bible does, but he occasionally does these good things, heals a leper or what have you. You know what I'm saying? So in sum and total, like it's basically the equivalent of a guy who beats the crap out of his wife, but then apparently sometimes treats her nice and tells her he loves her. You have to take the bad with the good if you're doing a full moral, assessment of someone. But this is a really important question. If it turned out you were wrong and no God actually exists, just say hypothetically, would you genuinely want to know, or would you prefer to continue believing?
Wait, could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Let's say in a hypothetical world, there's no gods, no God exists. You have it wrong, Hindus have it wrong, Muslims have it wrong, everyone has it wrong, and there's no God in the universe. It's just naturalism. The universe is all that exists.
Like
if that turned out to be the case, would you want to know, or would you prefer to continue believing?
I would want to know, because then what's the point of believing?
Yeah, exactly. It's good. That's good to hear that. Some people have a tough time with that question. Yeah. So you want to know the truth, even if the truth is uncomfortable. So something to think about. I don't know if you were raised in a Catholic home or what have you. Yeah, I got you. If you were born in Thailand, you would have probably ended up being Buddhist, Hindu, or Sikh in, India, probably Islam in like multiple countries, et cetera. So, so we have all these people believing what they're born and raised into all over the world. They can't all be right, but they can all be wrong. So consider the possibility that maybe I actually live in a godless universe, and I just happen, because we've identified a lot of the problems, and go on that truth-seeking journey for yourself and like evaluate what you believe and try to do so objectively. When you really want something to be true, it's hard to be objective. You have to like make conscious effort to do it and really evaluate these things.
Yeah, I guess I totally agree with you. That's 100% what everybody should be doing, regardless of atheism, Islam, or Christianity.
Yeah.
I guess my caveat to that is, if we did live in a universe where there is a God, and this God did say that if you don't believe in me, that very brutal thing that we've been trying to.
Yeah. If it's a good God, I'm convinced he absolutely would not say that. He would not have belief-based salvation. He wouldn't torture anyone for all eternity, period. But setting that aside, he wouldn't punish people for non-belief. He would know that belief isn't a choice. And if it was really important to him that everyone would know he exists, he's all powerful. He would instantiate it with zero effort.
Right. I understand, and I think your answer to the question is very rational. You know, like I think at the end of the day, like with my first point, like Christianity is not 100%. Like that's why it's called a religion. You know,
Yeah.
so I can't go up to you and tell you that I am 100% certain that I can prove to you God is real. But what I can tell you is that I am 100% certain that I believe God is real. That's
Sure.
Oh, sure. You're
Of course.
certain about your own belief state. Yeah.
right. So I guess that's where
I got you.
the difference is, and I don't think it's a fault on either of ours, like thought processes. I think it makes a lot of sense, both what you're saying.
Let me offer you
hopefully what I'm saying.
a bit more advice, if you will, if you'll pardon me the presumption
Sure.
of giving you advice. Don't let
Sure.
the confidence you have that you're certain
Mhm.
about what you believe be confused with confidence about the belief. In other words, you can be saying, like, I'm certain that I believe this. That's fine.
Mhm.
But that doesn't translate into meaning that you have a good reason to believe it, right? You can be certain that you believe something, and then it just turns out that actually the reasons for believing it are poor, and you just made a mistake. And that happens a lot. It happens to all of us. We're all human. We can all make mistakes, and you know, this stuff doesn't stack up. It doesn't. If you look at the behavior of, well, first of all, there's the evidence just isn't there. But even if we assume for a moment, do the thought experiment of assuming for the sake of the argument that God is real and exists, to get from that to God is good, when you look at the behavior of the God in the Old Testament and in the Bible generally, the brutality, the collective punishment, the innocent people who are hurt and killed, and the children who are explicitly people being explicitly told by God to kill children. You know, God says God threatens his own people that he's going to make them eat their own children. Like, who would do that to the people that he apparently loves? Did you know that he made that threat in the Bible?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I did not.
But God threatens to make his own people into cannibals to eat their own children. He says, you shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters. I will destroy your high places and cut down your incense altars. He's talking about making his own people, you know, eat their kids. How can that be good?
Is that, sorry, maybe I didn't, or maybe I didn't. Was that when he punished the people when they were sacrificing their kids?
No, they weren't. So it wasn't that, because he likes them sacrificing their kids. I'll give you a verse to show that he demanded it. In fact, that's when he's just threatening them that if they don't follow all his rules, this is what he's going to do to them. This is what can you imagine a loving parent saying that to their own children? Like, if you don't do what I tell you, I'm going to make you cannibalize your own kids. That's horrible. Horrible, right? You can't call that good. And in terms of his feelings about people giving up their own children, well, in Ezekiel, God does two things which are noteworthy. One is he admits that he gave the Israelites bad laws that they wouldn't be able to follow, which is pretty nasty. If you're the lawgiver and you give bad laws that people can't follow, that's pretty nasty. But it gets much, much worse than that. He says, moreover, I gave them statutes, laws, that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live, in other words, rules that they couldn't possibly manage to fulfill. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up all their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so they might know that I am the Lord. In other words, he demanded the sacrifice of their firstborn kids. He was demanding child sacrifices himself, of his own people. Not good. Not good.
Yeah.
So just giving you a different perspective on this stuff and asking you to reflect on it. And, you know, if your insistence is just, well, everything he does must be good, then you're calling all of these things good. And you know they're not good. You know they're not really good. That kind of cruelty and nastiness. And, you know, he gave specific orders to people to kill children. He gave specific orders to soldiers to commit a genocide and kill everyone in the Midianites, everyone apart from the young virgin girls who the soldiers got to keep for themselves. Not good. Not good.
No, yeah.
So keep on reading, keep on studying, keep on thinking, and keep on listening to other views. I'm not saying trust me. I'm saying just expose yourself to other views. Listen to people
I
who
really
think
enjoyed
different
this
things.
conversation. Yeah, it really does like get me to think a lot and like understand other people's perspectives. It's very
good for you.
Important to have that.
Good
so
for
I
you.
really appreciate the conversation. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you too, Christopher. And if your beliefs end up staying exactly where they are, then at least good for you for being curious and open-minded about listening to other perspectives. That's a really good thing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And thanks, to you for always having people come and speak on this podcast. It's really something nice that you're doing.
Good stuff.
So
thanks,
thank
man.
you.
Take it easy. Come back
Thank you.
anytime. We'd be happy to talk to you
Yeah.
again. Take care, friend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, nice caller, right? Open-minded, curious, genuine, honest. Can't ask for more than that. Good for him. Good for him. I'd be proud to have a kid like that. Good guy. Okay, we are going to bring in Slytherin Prefect. Great name. On the TikTok side, John. Let's see. Get this
Evening,
up
brother.
here. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm just putting your name on the board so we can all see who you are. Slytherin Prefect. There we go. Have I typed that right? I think I have. It's a bit of background noise there, but it sounds like cars or something in the background. But there we go.
Yeah, I'm standing out on the side of the road here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, welcome in. Let me do this so we get rid of that. Welcome up. Thanks for coming in. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
I was raised Catholic, so I want to touch on the Bible, but I believe it's the best information before leaving Earth. Now, I was scrolling through the TikTok lives and I saw atheism makes much more sense, but
yeah,
I'd like to posit something to you about the monad. And that I think that the Bible itself is a codex. Now, you were just making an argument with the previous guest about how could God command the death and cannibalism, all the different topics. What if I posited to you to this? Have you ever heard of the phrase, you need skin in the game?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, without the skin on your body, what are you? You're a corpse in the ground, right? Without the very skin, which is an organ on your body, the largest organ, you cannot live in this physical world. Now, what if I told you this, that the Bible itself is actually every single one of your organs in your body having a conversation with itself? Now, why would parents need to kill their firstborns? Well, as a male, do you know how many sperm are killed every single day when you don't use them? Hundreds of millions. Do you know that your immune system unalives cells in your body all day long that it created because they're no longer efficient? I posit that Jesus Christ is actually the transgender version of Baphomet, and that it's actually a trap on both sides.
This is going to be a troll.
No, it's not. I'm not trolling at all. I actually believe in the monad, that it's actually the singular source of creation. That, listen to this. So if Baphomet is the devil, right, and the devil is the god of this world. Now, in the Satanic Church is led by a maga, a magician. Now, a magician should be able to play as Jesus Christ and lie about it, which means also Jesus Christ must be able to do the same in reverse. They're twins. That Jesus Christ is the light of God and the devil is the darkness of God. What we fail to recognize is that God has two sides. We don't see God from two sides. You say, how can God be good or evil? But God is good and evil.
Dude,
because there's two sides to everything.
What are you smoking? This is absolute nonsense.
The monad.
This is
this is the monad, brother.
This is absolute gibberish.
Well, hang on. What do you think about the Bible being a codex? Because everyone says that, like, the talking donkey is a burning bush, right? But they say to read it like a child. They're parables. They're not actual stories. You're getting listen, humans are too smart. We've become retarded. We are too smart. We've become retarded.
Please don't
You need
use
to
that
read it.
word on here.
No, we're done. No, we're done. I mean, I'm not one for speech codes, but that's not necessary. If that's the level of your discourse to use that word, not welcome here. Sorry. Okay, moving on.
Good timing.
Let's see. What else have we got? We can try DCS again to see. DCS 427 came back in on the YouTube side. We can try second time lucky there and see if that works. DCS, are you there?
I am there.
You are. Excellent. I'm sorry it didn't work before, but glad we've got you back this time. I'm going to put your name in. DCS 427. There we go. Welcome up. Welcome in. And the floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to be quick. We're putting our kid to bed, and my wife's giving me the stink eye. I would
Sure.
like to give a little bit more time to a full conversation, but just kind of wanted to address a little bit with the probability thing, because I've heard Sean use like the deck of the card dealing type thing.
Yeah.
And I know you guys want to be careful with your language and accurate with things. So just I'm a stickler with probability because I tutored people with that. And anyways, so when you're going through that analogy with the spades, to get 13 spades in a row, you know, it's pretty simple. There's 13 spades in the deck, 52 cards, 13 over 52. You pull that card, and then the next chance you take one from each, because now there's only 12 spades left in the deck, 51 cards left possible, right? So you multiply all that out, you get about 1 in 635 trillion, which
I said in order. So it'd be 52 plus 51, or excuse me, 52 times 51 times 50.
Okay, so you're saying
Yeah.
each from ace all the way down to
Yeah, whatever the highest ones are in a particular order. And I appreciate that you're like anal about, I am too, about that sort of thing. But yeah, so basically in the specific cards, desired cards in order. That's what I was.
Right, and then I guess for like the random thing, it would only be the same probability if you're looking to repeat that same sequence.
No, it would be the
of
same
cards in exact
probability.
order.
Well, yeah, the same probability that you would get those exact cards in that exact order.
Right.
Is the comparison, and I just made it that way. It doesn't matter. I could have used the other, like the order doesn't matter and the probabilities would still be the same, but I just went with in order just to illustrate it doesn't matter how ludicrously large the probability is. It's still P equals 1 that you will receive, that you will defy those probabilities with the specific cards that you got. And it's only meaningful. So it's only meaningful if you actually had a goal established ahead of time to get those cards in that order.
Right.
That's the whole point of the analogy.
Okay. Yeah. This the way I guess maybe the way I heard it, it was a little bit of a mix up, because to get 13 random cards in any order is 100% probability versus, you know, if you're getting 13 spades in your hand. So those would be vastly different, because it's 100% chance you're going to get 13 random cards in your hand, but to repeat it in that exact same order, that's when you get that.
Yeah. So we good on that now. You got the clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, because I thought I heard it more like on another stream at one point too. Just maybe I wasn't listening close.
And people may be mad at you like it. Like I'm the same way. Like, God damn it, he got the math wrong. This pisses me off. I got to call him. I'm the same way, so don't worry about it.
Good stuff. Thanks a lot, man.
That's
Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it.
Take it easy.
Night.
Thanks. Bye. Bye. Okay, we're going to get in Dustin K. We'll bring Dustin K in right now. Just setting it up on the YouTube side. Dustin, are you there?
Hey, John, how are you doing?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing really well. Just had a long day. I actually been listening to your channel most of the day. I'm a truck driver myself, so
Nice.
Excellent.
I just wanted to say I appreciate you bringing me in.
Sure.
Hoping to have a good discussion with you and share some of the insights that I've been some of the things that I've been researching and looking in on. Just a brief backstory for myself, if that's okay to share. I was raised Christian, raised in a Christian household. It's kind of difficult for me right now that I kind of began a process over the last year of like, I guess for lack of a better term, deconstructing.
Yeah.
It really didn't start out that way. I just immediately got to a point in my life that I really wanted to understand specifically all of the points of why I believed what I believed.
Yeah.
You know, listening to your channel has been extremely insightful. It's really helped me a lot, and in a lot of the research that I've done, kind of coming back to that other guy that was just on with the whole monad thing. I'm not even aware of what that is, but that was a little bit off.
Yeah.
But the point that I was going to say is that have you because I've already heard a lot of your story and how much time and research that you've put in yourself into understanding scripture. Like, have you come to the conclusion that you understand that the text is entirely allegory? Like, because that's what I've come to understand just reading it and doing honest research from what the text claims itself. Not really
When you
approaching
make
it.
a broad statement about the text, do you mean all the text, the entire Bible, some of the
Yes.
text?
Yes, actually, the entire thing, not even from the perspective. I know some people will say, "Well, there's types, there's figures, there's patterns," all of the typical language that you would hear from an apologist. But everything that I've seen in my research that I've done just shows that it is, and I guess in a way, it's still kind of. It's funny for me to say it out loud just because I was raised my whole life this way, and only recently have I kind of begun this
it's a process,
serious.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough, but
yeah.
So I say that because, like, you look at what the Apostle Paul said, and I believe it's in First Corinthians, but he said, and I've been studying Koine Greek and Hebrew. But he says that from Genesis to Revelations that's the entailment from Genesis to Revelations that the characters are all part of the allegory. He says Hagar and Sarah he actually uses the language is. He doesn't say they are a representation. He says Hagar is Mount Sinai. Hagar is the bondwoman. So and part of the entailment of saying that, which obviously, those would be those two figures, Hagar and Sarah, are the matriarchs of, the whole lineage that people argue about. So, like, for example, people argue about genealogies. The Apostle Paul says genealogies are utterly worthless and vain, and he specifically says in Timothy and Titus not to give way to striving and contentions over these things, essentially because it's a story. That's the sense that I've gotten. I was just, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take up any time or keep you from commenting, but I just wanted to know, and I'm glad to share more and kind of go over that with you. But I wanted to know, are you approaching this, approaching scripture? It seems like a lot of times you're approaching it externally. Like I've listened to all your argumentation. I agree with it. I'm not disputing anything that you've said in your moral argumentation. It's
Sure.
actually been a very big light bulb moment for me, is I never really got in depth with studying, the God of the Old Testament. I was raised just on New Testament.
Happens a lot.
Never.
Happens a lot. There's a reason for that. Because I'll try and address what you're saying. I don't read the Bible as being allegorical in intention. And I think, there's a difference between saying, can you read it and then choose after the fact to impart an allegorical interpretation on it and saying, well, okay, I'm not going to take these stories as being literally true, but I'm going to interpret them as being symbolic of this, this, this. That's one thing. And then it's another thing to say that it was the intention of the authors to be allegorical in the creation of the writings. I don't think that can really be borne out. I certainly don't see that. I think parts of the Bible are poetic, parts of the Bible are sort of written as if they are historical accounts where specific places are mentioned and specific events like censuses that happen and particular military engagements and things. These things are not being symbolic. They are things that either happened or were purported to have happened. But I think there's a lot of metaphor in the Bible. So when someone says, this was he was the mountain, it might mean it's poetic language to say he was a very strong character, or he was. I don't think they're saying that the entire character is an allegorical representation of an actual mountain. I think that's to invert the symbolism there. The symbolism is more, here was a person, and we're using this kind of language to talk about what we think about him. That's my take on it, and that's not to say that obviously some parts of it are allegorical. That there are stories which are symbolic. Jesus there are parables. Obviously, parables are allegorical. So there are elements of it which are clearly allegory, but I don't take it as being as that being the intention throughout the whole book.
So, something important to add here too. I was going to say exactly what John said. So if the important thing, if you want to interpret whether it's allegory, literal, metaphor, etc., is if you can ascertain what the intention of the author is. That's what dictates if it is allegory. If they intended this story to be allegory, then it's allegory. But there's because we're dealing with different believers who have different theology, etc., I meet them where they are. So if I'm not mistaken, it's like the common belief among biblical scholars is that the Genesis account of creation was intended to be allegory. And that may be the case.
Right.
I might be wrong on that, but let's just say that's the case.
I've
that
heard
it's intended
that
to be
from
allegory.
Catholic apologists. Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but
No,
I've heard that exact
that's right.
take.
However, most Christians that I talk to take it literally, and they believe it's intended to be literal. Instead of trying to argue with them, this biblical scholar says it's allegory, blah, 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 blah. I meet them where they are and say, does this make sense? Does it make sense that God did this and did this and did this? And if it is allegory, that's problems like where's original sin come from? And then they can get into the metaphorical whatever. But instead of getting into the weeds, trying to convince them of like biblical interpretations, I think it's just, let's just look at the logic of what you believe right now. And, if they take Genesis account literally, okay, did plants exist on the earth before the sun? No, right? And then we can get into discussion about all the ramifications, So, yeah, I just wanted to point out there is what were the original intentions of the authors. That's a very important element, at least for understanding what is being said. But then also, arguably more important, I'm talking to a theist, a Christian right now. What do they believe? And because that's what I really need to address.
Right. Yeah, that's great. I agree with that. I suppose I just it's something that I've been in kind of my, like I said, lack of a better term, deconstruction process. I decided to approach it from, I just want to know what's the truth.
Mm.
I want to
Agreed.
know, um, is this purely story? Is it not? Is what, since there is 10,000 different denominations of Christians, why do they hold one belief, and they seem to have this veil of cognitive dissonance about, like, when it comes to baptisms, for example, or just pick
Yeah.
any point of contention between different sects of Christianity. And, like, I look at a good example would be in the book of Hebrews, like chapter 5 and 6. Just an example. This isn't a preach thing. I'm not preaching. This is approaching from a trying to understand the
Sure.
possible intent from the author.
Sure.
In Hebrews 5, starting off there, the author is telling you about halfway through the chapter, and you're welcome to pull that up. I think I got my Bible right here, and I can
If there's a
pull it up
particular,
myself.
if there's a specific verse you want me to get, I can bring it up on the screen. Particular
Yeah,
section.
it was. It starts in Hebrews chapter 5, and I can't remember I think it might be verse 11. Let me see if I can find it. Starts at. I can't remember the exact starting point.
Sure, I can
But it's
bring up the
basically
whole.
like.
Is it after the warning against falling away, or it is the warning against falling away?
It's before. I think it's before that. Let me see if I can find it. You know what? I'll just pull it up on my app on my phone here, because I don't want to misquote it and say it incorrectly. But this was part of why I was kind of positing that it's from my research that I think that the authors later in the canon are kind of telling you, if you've read all of the books from beginning to end, as you come towards the end, it's my suspicion that the authors are trying to tell you that it's story. I think it starts at verse 11 here. It says, of whom we have many things to say and hard to be uttered, seeing ye are dull of hearing. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk, and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. And then branching on into Hebrews 6, this is a continuation. So Hebrews is not like in the original manuscript. It's just a letter. It's a straight letter. It says, therefore, leaving. Now, the word leaving here is actually aphentes in Greek. The English translation here is pretty weak for this word. Leaving kind of gives that sense of you can come back to something.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Koine, the word used is aphentes, which is the same word that's used for with aphiemi, which is used for like forgive and forgave. It's like the same thing as saying one is forgive, one is forgave. Here, aphentes is the completed sense, like this is something that you've already cast away. It's gone, totally done with. So the author says, therefore, leaving the principles of the doctrine of Christ, let us go on unto perfection. Now, the word that's used here for perfection doesn't actually say perfection used to carry that semantic meaning. It still does, but in modern English today, the word perfection doesn't, it carries the sense of flawlessness. That's not what was meant from the Latin that the translation from the translation, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
It most nearly means maturity. So there's a theme that's in the New Testament about Paul saying going on to maturity. When I was a child, I spake as a child. When I grew up, I put away childish things. I think that's the author kind of telling you right here. He goes on and enumerates all of the things you're supposed to have a fintest, thrown away, left, totally put behind you,
Yeah.
cast away as far as the east is from the west, using the same word in the Koine aphemi, which is forgave or forgive. Excuse me. So the author goes on and says, "Let us
Dustin,
go
forgive
on
me.
unto."
Could we try to focus
Yeah.
this to the point that we're trying to get to? Just because it's becoming a
Yes.
bit of a
I'm
Bible
sorry.
study and people aren't here for that. So,
No. No. Yeah. I don't
land
intend. I
the
don't intend
plane,
that
if
to
you
be.
will.
Yeah. I don't intend that to be. So
Sure.
there's 6 points here. Not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works. So repentance from dead works, faith toward God, of the doctrine of baptisms and the laying on of hands and the resurrection of the dead and of eternal judgment. And this we will do if God permit. So this was just a short snippet, a tidbit of what
Right.
I was trying to show you from my research, is that the author here is telling you, here is core Christianity. You're supposed to have already understood that this was milk. And if you're reading the text this way, you're reading it like a baby, because the author just told you previously that you're supposed to be teaching people by this point. You don't get it yet. You're not ready for meat. There's a theme of milk and meat in the text too in the New Testament. But I was just showing this to you, and I was asking if you've personally like gotten into this level of depth with
I would have
trying
to
to.
say I haven't. You know, there are people who have real expertise in this area, who are biblical scholars. I certainly am not one. So no, it sounds like you've gone deeper than I have, to be honest, friend. I'm just more interested in like what are the the doctrines that people are extracting from the text? What are the ideas that people are organizing their lives around, and how do they survive contact with reality? That's kind of where I'm sort of really interested. And I admire your deep exegesis there, but I can't match you, I'm afraid. I'm not
Wasn't my
where you're
intent.
at.
Right. That wasn't my intent to be like, oh, well, I here's all the things that I know. That's not
Sure.
really what I was
No, I
aiming to do
understand.
with
No,
coming
you're
here.
asking legitimate questions. I'm just not. I'm not sure if I have the expertise. In fact, I know I don't have the expertise to really give you a good answer. But Justin might. If you wait till Justin's doing one of his Q&A nights, he does one or two a month. I'm sure he'd be able to speak to you on this stuff from a position of real knowledge and understanding that I can't match.
If you would allow me just a brief moment to to have some latitude, just to explain just a couple more points, would that be okay?
Yeah, but if we could make it, wrap it up if you will, because first of all, I've got to think about ending the stream soon, and we still have a couple of guests that I need to get in. So, let's land the plane if we can, please.
So, in Psalms 139, I was raised on being taught that hell is total separation from God. You're totally eternally separated.
Yeah.
In Psalms, it tells you that whether I go up into heaven, thou art there. Whether I make my bed in hell, thou art there. I guess that was just another example of just me bringing up points from contradictions that I found.
Oh yeah.
I'm positing that
you can't be separated from him if he's omnipresent.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so I guess the point that I wanted to share with you is that personally myself, like I said, for the past year, I've been going in depth. I've actually been learning the language and like trying to really understand why are there contradictions? I'm positing that I think that it's on purpose. I think the normal person reading this is supposed to start from the beginning of this and be like, oh, well, that's why there's a contradiction, and it shows there's like two Genesis accounts, and first the Earth is made and
Or
why
the
it says that
differences.
there's life.
Yeah,
Right.
I just think when it's with that many books pulled together, that many authors, higgledy-piggledy over many years, it's not cohesive. You would expect there to be contradictions and mistakes and inconsistencies.
And I'll be honest. This sounds like apologetics. When we look at the atrocities and the bad stuff that God does in the Bible, we're reading it like a baby. And when we find literal contradictions, like the number of stalls that King Solomon had, that those were done with intention, and I'm just not buying it, to be honest with you.
I would like to clarify that I didn't bring this up as a point of apologetics.
Okay.
And if that was the perceived intention on my part, that's not what I was actually aiming for. It's something a little bit more different. What I'm positing is that I'm saying that it's my understanding from the research that I've done is that it would seem that there is a consistent intentional point of contradictions. Someone's supposed to read this and be like, oh, you mean God commanded that 70,000 people die because someone else did something? You like, that's supposed to make someone be like, yeah, that's obviously weird, that's bad. There's a continual
I think it just reflects, honestly, man. I think it just reflects the moral norms of the day, where that kind of collective punishment in myth making was common, and these were books written by people from a very different time, where moral norms were different, the value of life was different, the way people thought about stuff was different, which is why we're entitled to criticize the idea of a God being behind this stuff, because it reflects a very poor morality, which we can more easily forgive in human authors from 2,000 years ago than we can in an all-powerful being, supposedly telling us what the perfect life looks like. So, dude, we're going to move it on, Dustin. But thank you for calling in, and good luck with your process. If you're getting out of the religion, it's a bumpy ride, or it can be a bumpy ride, but keep on going if you are, and good luck leaving the cult, because that's what it is.
Yeah, John, appreciate you bringing me on, and
No problem.
thank you for having me. I appreciate
No
it.
problem. Take care, man. Take care. All the best.
You too.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, where are we at? We have got a few super chats to read. Then we've got who is this? Pee-wee Herman on the YouTube side, and we've got Marsby on the TikTok side. So we'll just get up to date on super chats, because I'm going to have to think about ending this at some point soon as well. Let's see what we've got. We have got Buzz said, fights in the chat, my favorite part of watching live. I know, it kicks off in the chat all the time. What can you do? That's just how it goes. Evil Banana Wind, excellent name. 12 Stitches is a coward and won't call in. I wonder if that's related to the fights in the chat. Well, I don't know who 12 Stitches. On the
YouTube side?
I guess it would be. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know who 12 Stitches is, but they sound charming. Call in, 12 Stitches, if you've got interesting things to say. We'd love to hear them.
Another one with 12 stitches.
I heard that 12 Stitches is a ween. Oops. Okay, fair enough. There we go. Thanks, Buzz. True or false?
I don't know who this is.
I don't know if 12 Stitches is there. I mean, we don't want to be ganging up on anyone if that's not called for, but I don't know what any of that's about.
I have no idea what's going on over there.
I know nothing. I know nothing. Bacon and Bush, thanks, man. Appreciate this. One of these days, I'll call in with the religion I'm making up. It's mostly for RPs, that roleplay, but I think you'd like it, with reservations. I've said this before, though. It comes with money, so win-win. Well, yeah, I mean, we'd like to hear about it. And we'd like to hear about it. I've just realized that yet again, I haven't changed your name on the members wall. So it's still down there as the old one. Forgive me, I keep on meaning to do it and forgetting. But I will call it out properly when it comes up. And Bacon and Bush sent out 10 gift memberships. guys, you've been incredible with the sending out the memberships tonight. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. For anyone who's received a membership, basically means that you can get involved with the bingo. I'm going to bring that up in a minute. And you can, you can join in and have fun with the bingo. That's what that basic membership gets you, which is lots of fun. At least that's what people say. Thank you for that so much. And Roy Williams sent an emoji of a rather shocked looking creature of some sort. I'm not sure what that was in response to, but thank you for sending it. I appreciate it. And Buzz said, 12 Stitches says, the universe proves God. I reply here and now, out loud, the universe proves D's nuts. I can't wait to hear this read. I'll read anything you send, Buzz. You know that. I would say the universe definitely does prove D's nuts. I think it's very, very hard to argue with that position. And I don't think that anyone should. Moving on, we have Bacon and Bush said, almost all your sperm die whether you use them or not. Yeah, that was just wild. That call was a waste of time. And ableist slurs are not something we need around here either. Niddy said quite rightly, drop this wackadoo troll. I did. But thanks for that, Niddy. Yeah, that was uncalled for behaviour. And Buzz says, strong meat. I have been summoned, I gather. Yeah, always up for strong meat. And then finally, Buzz also says, you're not ready for meat. The Bible is comedy. Yeah, I don't know all that meat, milk, weird stuff. I'm not beyond my pay grade, to be honest. That kind of stuff is I think you need to have achieved a certain level of scholarly accomplishment to really get into that level of understanding the text. Especially, it sounded like he was reading King James. I can't make that work for myself. I think I'm just not clever enough. I think that's probably what it is. Right. We did have someone in the queue who's now left. We now have PVG in the queue. We'll get PVG in, and then we have Marsby on the TikTok side. So let's speak to PVG. And Marsby, hold fire. We'll get to you shortly, my friend. PVG, how are you, friend? Are you there? Possibly not. Let's see. Is it a connection thing?
Hello.
Hey, there you go.
Hi, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm 40 seconds behind.
Yes. Yeah. The latency gets us every time. Can I just say, PVG, thank you for all the timestamps you do. You're an absolute hero. We really, really appreciate it. I know that people coming to the live afterwards, it makes such a difference, during a 7 or 8 hour live to have those things in place is absolutely awesome. So I know you and Espresso do an incredible job of getting those together for everyone.
It's got to be a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and we really, really appreciate you for it.
Oh, no, it's not another problem at all. I enjoy doing it, and Espresso as well. He enjoys coding all the plugins. I do it manually, but yeah, even if I do use the plugin, I have to monitor it manually. Just dropped in to say hi. It's been a while since I spoke to you guys and Sean as well. Just wanted to say hi and
hope you're doing well, friend.
A bit demoralized and miserable, but that's okay.
Oh, and
sorry. Jane's been in touch with me, and she talks to me and kind of counsels me. Because I don't have any where I am right now, I don't have any counselors or there's no talk therapy and NHS talk therapy or 24/7 talk or whatever. So I said, how do you cope? And I said, hey, John Cohen official stream. That's how I cope. So it's kind of like so it does me good. By the way, I wanted to tell Sean something. Sean, I have a pet peeve with you, Sean.
What's that?
Is that you always compare God with Superman. And as a Superman fan, I'd say that's a great insult to Superman. Because there's a bit of ethical consistency in his mythos, right? And God has no ethical consistency, especially the Christian God.
That's true.
So
I have one similarity though, where it's apt. And both characters within their respective genres are way OP. They're way overpowered for to make sense and be entertaining within their particular genres.
I mean, true, but I think that's only the Silver Age Superman though, and all the other iteration of Superman as well.
Yeah, DC has addressed the problem, and I haven't kept up with comics in a long time, but yeah, but no, point taken. I'll come up with others.
I think we should. It's a different superhero, but yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. And I go back to, and timestamps will be ready quickly today because I was there for the whole stream, and we should be done in about 15 minutes after it.
That's amazing. That's incredible. So, thank you, man. Really appreciate you. And yeah, keep on hanging around and keep on being part of the crew. We really appreciate you.
Because I love being here. I love tuning into your live streams. I always look forward to it.
Good stuff. Well, thanks, man, and I hope you feel better. Really do. We really hope you feel better.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Take care.
Take care, friend.
All right. PVG,
take care, man.
Okay.
Bye, man. Bye. WPVG, as they say. He really does put a lot of work in, and it makes a huge difference. So massively appreciated. Okay, let's get Marsby in on the TikTok side. Yep. Sorry, should have said. Marsby.
Dear Gwit, how are you?
How are you, friend?
I'm not too bad, my boy. Long time no talk. How you been?
Yeah, very, very good indeed. It's been a while.
Good stuff.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Jesus, I'd say I just popping in for a flying visit, seeing as it is a late hour. Side note, your book is on the birthday list, so I should be getting that in the next month.
Oh, that's amazing!
I'm getting the right one. It's the Planning Miracles. Is
you
isn't it?
You won't be getting my book in the next month because it's not out till November. Okay.
So I sent one of my friends a list of books by John Cohen, which is like, give me one of these.
No, I only have one, and there are other John Cohens. So
that's what I'm discovering doing a quick Google as well.
So I don't know.
Are you about to receive someone else's book entirely?
I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah,
I'll gladly sign someone else's book for you if you want. Yeah, I'll gladly sign someone else's book for you if you want though.
I was just like, it's slightly religious adjacent. Must be John.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, just said I'd pop in, say hello.
Nice
had a weird kind of like thought, where like, right. So follow me for a second. So if the Bible and religious texts in general are supposed to be like the dummy's guide to morality.
Yeah.
Now I know I'm being kind of very flippant, but if we look at kind of like religious texts as guides, as like morality guides, as stories, fables that you use to teach, I don't know if they were originally intended to teach young people, good moral lessons. But it's kind of like the analogy I was working off of. It's kind of like, using a manual for like a vintage 1980s Casio like calculator.
Yeah.
And the internet exists. And you're trying to like parse what a situation is, basically what a modern computer is based on a 13-page manual on defunct technology. That's kind of like where I was. I don't know. I've been kind of writing a lot of mini stories about religion and things like that, and I think there's a lot of strange allegory to like modern technology and this Promethean kind of like discovering of fire that man has kind of like traipsed into in the last 20 years. and like how there's a lot of strangeness in terms of religion and technology, and very often how they're kind of one in the same or linked. And I even saw like I'm rambling a bit, but like a video on like AI kind of like giving unaliving techniques on one of those I think it was a John Oliver video. He did like an expose on it, how
Right.
like I think it's 0.07% of people get some form of AI psychosis.
Oh dear.
But like with the figures of people who actually use AI on a weekly basis,
Yeah,
that's
big-
still like
big numbers.
100,000 people a week.
Yeah. Yeah, that's only going to increase, by the way, as the we're completely way off topic here, but that's coming. more of that is coming.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah. Well, Marsby, everyone loves your accent as always. You always come in here and boss the accent.
The only charming thing about me.
I'm one of many charming things, but yeah, nice to speak to you again. Always nice.
Absolutely, man. And Sean, hope you're doing well as well, bud.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
No worries. Listen, lads, I hope you have a good rest of your stream and sleep
Thanks.
well. Great
Thank
to
you.
chat as always.
Cheers, buddy. Keep well. Thanks, Marsby.
Peace.
Take care. Best voice on the internet, that guy. Right. I think that we might start moving towards putting a plug on this. I think. I mean, if we had more guests, I might keep on going for a bit. But to be honest, I've had a super long day. It's now 4:44 a.m. and I started today at 7 a.m. So been going
Get
for
some
20
sleep.
been going for 21 hours. So perhaps we'll start thinking about putting a lid on it. Let's have a look. We've got a couple of super chats to read. Slug Racer said, "Nice to see you. You cannot play God, then wash your hands of the things that you've created. Sooner or later, the day comes when you can't hide from the things that you've done anymore." And that's a quote apparently from William Adama. So say we all. Yep, good stuff. And then slightly late, but Buzz posted PVG, legendary PVG. So I hope you're hearing this, PVG. Your name is hallowed in these halls. We absolutely love what you do to help us all. Really, really appreciate that. And what else do I need to share with you? I'm going to share the members wall with you. That's the next duty that falls to me, to share with you who the members are. And of course, they are in no particular order. Jeremy Busby, also known as Buzz, K.R. Young, Kirby, Acadian, Stash Boy, No One Left Behind, Orjan, Pamela, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Christy, Make It So, Nectu, Oceanus, PVG, Pasta Fairy, and Pseudo V Science, River Nash, Shadow, Tef, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Edvard, Rich, Roger, Stefan, The Leakest Wink, Torag, also known as Bacon and Bush, Tracy, Wacky Slush, and Amon Ra, Andrew Winters, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Liberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, Annister, Annabella, Cat B, I sound like the shipping forecast, don't I? Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl, and Isa. And if anyone doesn't know what the shipping forecast is, look it up. Pretty cool. It's a United Kingdom radio thing that's been going for years, and it's very, very cool. Okay, that is that. I also just had to share, Tracy of Discord fame had submitted this on the Q&A form. I was just remembering something I was always told by preachers about heaven. I was told that anyone we know that doesn't make it would be wiped from our memory. Go ahead. I love the go ahead there. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before, right? How are you supposed to enjoy heaven if you know that people you love are currently being like barbecued in hell, you wouldn't be able to do it. So you'd have to get the heaven mind wipe, because otherwise you'd be really sad. And then you wouldn't be yourself, because you wouldn't remember the people perhaps who raised you, or who loved you, or who were there for you. What a horrible thought. Nah, heaven sounds pretty crap to me, if I'm honest. Not good. Quite looking forward to being with my friends somewhere else. And Jiffy has just said, of course, as I get home, you end stream. Sad Jiffy noises. Sorry, Jiffy. But yeah, we do have... yeah, we've got a few hours you can catch up on, of course. But it's not the same when you're not here with us. But yeah, we missed you. Lovely to have you around anyway. And other duties that fall to me are to update the bingo. Let's have a look at that, because we do have quite a few calls. I haven't been very on it with the bingo. So let's get this updated. One other bingo feature that I think I'm going to be adding soon is that I'm going to kind of gamify it a little bit more. I don't want to incentivize bad calls on the bingo, but I do think the people who put the work into spotting the arguments and get in there first should be recognized. So we will have a winner of the bingo, of who gets the most calls. That's something that I will be working out. So that's in the pipeline. PVG called Look at the Trees. And PVG also called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist. And PVG, look who's PVG's been completely on it. In fact, these are all PVG looking at this. PVG called Nothing Comes from Nothing. And How Do You Account for Logic, when we were speaking to John. He was a character, that John guy. And PVG called DNA is Code. Codes need a coder, which Doc said. PVG has been on it, to be fair. These are legit calls. PVG called Free Will with Herb. And PVG called Personal Experience of God with Herb. Did Herb talk about personal experience of God? That one I'm not completely sure about. Because I don't think that Herb was really a believer. So I'm not going to have that one. And in case you think I'm a pushover, we can't have that, can we? Sometimes you just have to assert your authority by not allowing every bingo call. And PVG also called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy with Christopher. And also Read It in Context with Christopher. So there you go. I think that's probably fair. Christopher was lovely. I got a soft spot for Christopher. I like him. So that's where we are with the bingo, people. We nearly got there. Not quite all today, but that was a good show. Very, very good show on the bingo. I like that a lot. And another super chat has just come in from John O'Neill, who said, John, Sean, everyone, thanks for the show. Well, thank you, John. We really appreciate that very much. Appreciate that very much. And then I think the last thing that it falls on me to do before we close up shop for the night is to give you the leaderboard. So today's leaderboard gives us the top caller. The top conversation, of course, was Buzz with 100. Everyone loves Buzz. Buzz, how does it feel to be the most loved person in this community? I love that you are. That makes me feel really good that you are. And Common Ground, closely behind, and Adam, the wonderful Adam, both in the 90s. Very respectable indeed. The worst conversation of the day was courtesy of John Mondragon. I would agree with that. That was fairly poor. And Soldier CK was not the best. And Slithering Prefect was really pretty bad as well. In fact, he probably deserved to be a little bit lower down in the pecking order. But hey, I just think he maybe had a little bit too much wacky backy or something like that. But yeah, there we go. That was that. And on that note, I think I've discharged my responsibilities. Thanks for all the likes and the hearts and the super chats and all of that. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, if you're watching on YouTube, it would really help me if you do, if you like it, if you like this sort of thing. And I gather that it kind of helps things along if you're on the YouTube side. If you would leave some comments once the live is posted rather than just actually live, drop a comment to just let me know perhaps where you're watching from, and also, or if you've got any ideas for topics you want us to do, any things you want us to talk about or look into, you can leave those in the comments under the live as well, and I will read them, and then perhaps you will come up with a good idea that I haven't thought about yet. And Sydney's asking, why isn't look at the constants on the bingo card? Yeah, actually, that's a good call, Sydney. I think something about, I mean, it's basically, it is under fine tuning, and I think is fine tuning not on there. Let's have a quick little look again. Fine-tuned universe. It kind of is. Pastor Ferry called it.
That's definitely on there. Fine-tuned under fine-tuned universe.
Yeah, look at the constants is part of fine-tuning. So we kind of have that. So the transcripts should be on. Visually defective. The transcripts are on. So it takes YouTube a little bit of time to get it generated, but it should be working. It is on for the live, as far as I know. So with that, I think that we're going to call it. So thank you very, 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 very much. I know I need to let you know about the weekend. I think it's going to be a normal Saturday night vibe again. I will confirm it close to the time, but yeah, assume for now we'll be back on Saturday night. If there's any change to that, I'll let you know ASAP, but I think that's probably what's going to happen. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, Sean. You've been an absolute rock star, as you always are.
Thank you.
And yeah, I appreciate that. Last minute contribution. Alasket, thank you very much indeed for that. Appreciate it. Peace out, everyone. Have a good one. I don't know if there's anyone to raid right now. Has anyone seen who else is online? I know lots of people have been this evening, but I'm not
Do you
sure
have the day picked out this weekend? Is it Saturday or Sunday, or will you announce that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Saturday. Yeah, if there's any change to that, I should be able to let you all know tomorrow. But for now, assume it's Saturday. That should be good. If that's okay for you, Sean.
Yeah.
Great. All right, stuff. Good. Thank you, everyone. It means the world that you turn up every time. I know I keep on saying it, but I'll never stop because I mean it. So thanks to all the regulars and new people if you've joined us. Happy to have you along too. And yeah, we'll see you on Saturday night, I would think. Keep well, everyone. Take care.